Hello, everybody, and welcome to day 3 of the Timeless Marathon, brought to you by the Dungeon Runners team from ZeldaDungeon.net. It's so nice to see you this morning. It is 7:30 in the a.m. I went to bed about 2:30-ish last night. Ashton went to bed later and is still sleeping. She was going to be my co-commentator, but she needs some extra rest, and we're going to give that to her. We have an amazing day planned for you guys. It is day 3. It is the adult timeline, and we are going to be going through Wind Waker, Phantom Hourglass, and Spirit Tracks. My name is Blake. I will be your navigator for Wind Waker today. I will tell you a little bit more about the run as we go through it, and I will tell you some other things about my experiences as we're going through the run. There's plenty of game to go and plenty of time for me to talk about things. So, for your co-navigator this morning, since Ashton is sleeping, hanging out on the proverbial floaty, is Wes. So say hi, Wes.
Hello, everyone. Instead of Ashton, you have to deal with me for this morning.
I have
I'm
to
Wes
deal
64.
with you.
Yeah, you have to deal with me.
Gosh.
I am Wes 64. I speedrun Minish Cap. I have done runs of Wind Waker HD not that long ago, actually. In December, I did a couple of runs, so I do have my official PB now on this category as well. Other than that, I play a lot of randomizer on my stream, and I've played a lot of Wind Waker randomizer, so I know a lot of stuff about it, but not as much as Blake. But I'll be here to help entertain you guys for this morning.
At least attempt to. We'll see how it is.
Exactly.
I found out that Wes was going to be commentating, taking over for Ashton, about an hour ago, and I was like, you know what? That's okay. Wes and I have been playing games together for how long? Like
7 years.
7 years.
No,
Like,
wait. I think it's the 8th year. Yeah.
I don't even know. Like, it's been that long. It's been a while. We get along
You
great.
kidnapped me for 2 weeks in 2023.
Yeah, I didn't kidnap you. You willingly came into this country and allowed me, and you willingly got into my car, and then we drove all night to
True.
Georgia. So anyway,
How are the audio levels, chat? Is everyone quiet? Loud enough? Quiet enough? Is the game loud enough?
do we need to do any adjusting before I start the game? Because once I start this game, like, we're going, man. And I ain't stopping. Because if I stop, I'm going to fall asleep, and that ain't going to happen. I'm going to try to keep the hype up as much as I can, because I have to.
Audio might just be perfect.
I have
We'll
said,
take it.
Cool. I have said on many occasions
Knock
that
on
I
wood.
can. I've said on many
Everyone
occasions.
knock on wood so that nothing goes bad.
I've said on many occasions that I could probably play this game in my sleep, and I might actually have to. So, anyway,
A face says that you could be a tad louder.
I can be a tad louder, just a smidge.
Just a tiny bit.
Maybe if
just a smidge.
Maybe if I talked louder, it would make a difference.
Maybe if you screamed.
Oh, I cannot. I cannot make
Your
myself
neighbors,
any louder.
Your neighbors don't need to wake up. It's fine.
That's okay. I'll be okay. I cannot make myself any louder because I am maxed out on OBS, so you're just gonna have to deal with it, Faye. Turn up. You turn up my audio on your stream. How about that? That'll work, Faye. That's how we do this. All right. As I said, this is Wind Waker. I forgot to mention earlier, before I said everything else, that if y'all want to come up with a file name for me, you get 8 characters to work with. I tend to have file names that revolve around food. So, like, if you ate something for breakfast and you think it would make a good file name, go for it. If you haven't eaten anything since dinner last night and you think it would make a good file name, spit it out there. Whatever you guys want.
Blake, take a guess what I'm going to be drinking during this run.
Am I allowed to say that on this family-friendly stream?
Wait.
You know what I'm going to be drinking during this run?
It's a monster. I'm throwing out 2 weeks already. You
Oh,
should
you're
have
drinking a
learned this.
monster.
Come
Now,
on.
you know what? I haven't seen you since then, so I'm like, oh. I don't have the reminder that Wes buys all of the monsters. Apparently, they don't have very many flavors over there. We've got all the flavors. I remember
We
you
got
walked into
more
this gas
flavors.
station and you're like, oh my god, all of these flavors of
Yes.
Monster. And I'm like, okay. I don't drink Monster, so I don't know.
The American exclusive orange dreamsicle flavor. Oh, yeah.
That does actually sound good. I was picking up some groceries yesterday morning and I came across orange and cream Coca-Cola and I was like, I kind of want to get that to taste it. All right. Nobody's picked out any file names and I really want to play this game, so
I see beef jerky, but that's 1 letter too
beef
long.
jerky. Maybe
so,
maybe my chat's just not filling up. So we're gonna
choco chip muffin.
chocolate chip muffin.
I
That
said.
sounds great.
Chocolate chip muffin. So maybe just muffin or choco chip.
Okay, so what I'm doing here is I am creating a new file. I'm using a copy of a second quest file. And the reason that I'm doing that is because, well, I'll explain it. I'll explain it a little bit later. But most specifically, I'm creating a new file in the log1 spot. That's going to come into play after about, I don't know, 2 minutes into the run. That's going to come into play. I'll explain all that. Scrambled eggs and chocolate muffin. Oh my gosh, that does sound good. How about choco muffin?
Yeah, that fits.
That sounds good. Okay, so there's a timer. Are you starting my timer?
Yes.
Okay.
I am starting a timer. Just count me down.
Okay.
Chief.
All right, we're gonna do this, guys. I hope you guys are ready, because I'm as ready as I can be, and we're gonna have a lot of fun. All right, going in 3, 2, 1, go. All right.
Go.
All right. First strat is to mash that plus button, because here in Wind Waker HD they have done the amazing quality of life improvement of allowing us to skip this opening cutscene of the story, which is the only cutscene that we can skip in this game.
Imagine forgetting to skip that cutscene in a speedrun. That'd be bad. Who would ever do that?
Yeah. I'm hearing a little bit of echo, which might be because I'm playing the game audio through Discord to Wes so that he can hear it. If it's coming through the stream and through the game, let me know. We can adjust that. So we are playing on a second quest file, which means Arrow's wearing a pirate dress. So yeah, I'll explain a little bit more about that in a little bit. But
he's wearing his PJs.
Yeah, well, not much is different. Not much is different so far in the game. There's really not much. There's really not really any gameplay differences between first and second playthrough. So
Start with the picture box, I guess.
So what I'm going to do here, I'm holding down as that conversation with Errol ends. So I immediately turn around and I do a couple side hops to get off of that lookout tower. Once we're done swimming, we're heading towards Grandma's house. And we're rolling, and we're rolling, and we're rolling. Rolling is excellent for fast movement. It is kind of a staple of Zelda games. But in Wind Waker HD, they actually sped up the rolling a little bit from the original. So we're gonna go into our house. We're gonna meet up with Grandma. Grandma's got her hands wide open, like she wants to give us a big old hug. She's like, "These are special clothes that only people that are true of heart can see." So I'm not seeing anything. So I must not be very true of heart. That's okay though. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything different, so I must not be very true of heart. I don't think any of you are true of heart. But if you are, then
I definitely didn't see them.
But if you are, then more power to you. Okay, we are gonna do a speed strat here called Save and Quit. We call it a save warp. So I am saving my game, going back to the title screen, and going back into the game. This is where that whole quest log number 1 comes into play. What this does, it warps us back over to the pier, so we can very easily get back to Errol. We're going to do that a handful of times in the run, just to save a little bit of time. It is one of the allowed...
where to save and quit in this run is like remembering where to... Eslo talks to you in Minish Cap. There's just so many... so hard to remember all of them.
Yeah. There's quite a few. There's probably more than what I actually use. So one of the bonuses to playing on a second playthrough file is that you don't have to readjust your camera settings and your orientations and stuff. If you readjust that stuff in your normal playthrough, you don't have to do that in a second quest. It carries that over. I do not use the gyro aiming on the Wii U. Funnily enough, is that a word? Interestingly enough, I actually do on the Switch. So I do in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, but I do not use it on the Wii U for Wind Waker or Twilight Princess. So my camera controls are very important to me. I think I switch like the horizontal axis and turn off gyro because all of that stuff completely messes me up. So we've got a big old bird that has stolen a little girl, and some pirates that were shooting cannonballs at him. Sort of whacks him in the face, and little girl falls into the forest. So we're like, oh no, we have to go find we have to go rescue the little girl. But first, we need something to fight with. We need some. There's trees in the way. We need to cut the trees down. So we have to ask Orca for a chainsaw. This is Orca. He's an old man. He's a wonderful swordsman. He's the only swordsman on the island, and as such, is the only person that has a sword that he can give to us. So we're gonna do some fighting with Orca.
Can you actually talk on accent to the guy up on the roof, or do you have to target him? Because constantly when I do this run, I'm like super careful not to accidentally talk to the guy on the roof, but I'm not sure if you can actually do that without targeting him.
Hold on.
Kind of just the boat, absent nightmare, put on the R button. Because else your hand. Right.
So, Sturgeon, I believe you're talking about Sturgeon. As far as I know, he automatically talks to you. You don't have to target. He kind of talks to you. He tells you how to. He tells you how to target people and talk to them, but he automatically talks to you when you get close to the house.
And then if to re-talk to him, you have to target him. Otherwise, you can't. And
yes, yes, but you don't have to.
Then I have to. Then I can just roll to my pleasure there next time I do this.
So we're gonna do another save warp here, because walking out of doors takes time. Something else that I forgot to mention because we're talking about a lot of other things, but when when you go back and you talk to Errol, and Errol's like, "Oh, did Grandma make that outfit for you? Oh, you always wear the same thing." So, like we said, Grandma said that only those that are true of heart can see the actual clothes. So, Errol must not be a very honest person, but we can see that because she's wearing a pirate's dress, and pirates tend to not be very honest people. Um, So we're going up the mountain here. We're going across the slightly broken bridge, and I'm zigzagging left and right because the Wii U does not have notches in its analog stick, which makes Wind Waker a little bit more difficult for movement. Makes Twilight Princess horse riding really difficult. So I'm going to do a spin attack here to collect that rupee that was in that log. We're gonna pass up this. Oops, we're gonna skip past this Bokoblin here. I call him Dropkick Dan because he tends to want to try to dropkick me every time that I walk past him.
Oh, nice. Is this a pacifist run, or are we just gonna let all the enemies live?
No, because these two have to die before we can go anywhere.
Oh man.
It's a semi-pacifist run because I promise I will probably only defeat enemies that I absolutely need to defeat. So this is Tetra. She conveniently wakes up after we defeat all the Bokoblins. She tries to get herself off of the branch, but she can't. Branch ends up breaking, and she falls on her bum, and she's like, "Ow!" So she takes a good look at us, and she's like, "What's with that get up?" So she says the exact same thing as she does in first playthrough, whereas you're wearing the normal hero's clothes. So apparently, Tetra, being a pirate, is apparently a pure of heart, honest person.
But you just said pirates weren't.
Well, that's what you would think.
Does that mean she's not a pirate?
Well, she might be a pirate, but maybe not your traditional pirate.
The plot thickens.
The plot thickens. All right. So, Arrow comes up to visit us, even though I'm pretty sure that Grandma told her not to climb the mountain. And that's what happens when you do what you're not supposed to do. You get captured by a giant bird. I have a lot of names for a lot of different characters in a lot of different games. The Helmarot King's name in my name for him is Chicken Alfredo. Because he looks like a big chicken, and I love food, so Chicken Alfredo.
So.
Head empty, no thoughts, just revenge. Yeah, like just going straight at it. Like, it's,
This is by far the most emotional Link, I think.
It really is. Like, he's the most expressive.
Yeah.
Like, you get your subtle hints of what to do by just looking at where he's looking. He's like, hello, there's this thing over here that you may have not have seen. So, apparently, the mailman has an opinion on what we should be doing here, or being like the pirates. The pirates need to take you on their ship because, hello, people that live on this very small island somehow can't swim.
Yeah, like you probably still have Discord notifications on.
Well, they're not supposed to be on, but that's okay. Whatever.
That's fine. Just ignore it. Just pretend like someone's trying to contact you, and it's really important.
Right.
So one thing that you do differently than a lot of people, and also that a lot of the speedrunners do differently, is that you actually don't get Grandma's basement money.
I do not. I was going to mention that. For those of you that are starting out, it might be really helpful. Um, it might be really helpful. There's 100 rupees hanging out in under Link's house. I'll show you where it is once I get out of the house. But yeah, actually, I do not need to collect that. The money routing in this is kind of important. Ow! So if we walk out of here, there is this little cross space right under here that we can crawl into. If I can line myself up and crawl into it. Look, it's right there. Just trust
so
me,
hard.
it's under there. Just crawl under there and follow the path. There's a chest with 100 rupees in it. I don't need to do that. That part of grabbing that 20 rupees in the log up on the top of the mountain is part of the money routing. So, since we're kind of on that subject, while we're in this cutscene a little bit as we're leaving the island, I'll tell you a little bit about this run. The category is glitchless, which means we're playing through the game mostly as intended, kind of as quickly as possible. The route that I'm going to go through is the route that I usually go through. I don't have a lot of extra free time these days to learn newer strategies and learn newer tricks and learn newer routes and things like that. But that's okay, because the route that I usually do is really good for beginners. Anybody that's wanting to try to get into running this game somewhat quickly, you can follow along with my route. It's a good place to start. And then from there, there's a lot of other tricks. Some are a lot more difficult to pull off. Some are very difficult to pull off. But for the most part, if you learn this route that I'm going to play for you, it's definitely a good start for speedrunning Wind Waker, and there's plenty of room to build off of. So I'll explain a lot of things. I'll explain some of the other tricks and stuff that I'm not going to be doing as we go along. But we're gonna like I think Tetra advises us to go below and find Nico. He's got some jobs for you to do or something. So we come down here. This is Nico. I like to call him Bucky. So he's got a little game for us, and we're gonna play this little game of jumping on platforms and jumping to ropes and swinging to other platforms. It's like, why would we ever possibly need to do this in this game? Spoiler alert, it helps. It's like we're gonna be using this new technique in the next couple minutes. It's like, oh, it's a good thing Nico taught me that. So anyway, so if we're good enough, we can do this very quickly. Fun fact, you can actually jump from that last rope directly to the platform that Nico's standing on, and you'll jump towards it and you'll grab the edge of it. It's actually faster if you just hop to the next platform and then hop over to Nico. So Nico reluctantly gives us the treasure that he promised us. Which is a spoils bag, which is, something that we're going to need because we need spoils. Tetra yells at us and tells us to come back upstairs. We're going to magically warp ourselves back upstairs. Yay, save warping.
It's magic.
It's magic.
So I noticed that you didn't get the bait bag yet on outside. So when do we get the bait bag?
I will actually pick up the bait bag when we get to Forest Haven.
I see.
The reason for that is because I can get the bait bag and I can get the screamy fruit, which is the hoi pear, or however you pronounce that. It's the the pair that allows us to control seagulls. Anyway, you can get that both on the same shot. You cannot do that if you go into Beetle's shop on Outset Island. So we hold off. We're gonna need a little bit more money anyway, and we're gonna pick up some more money along the way. We're gonna pick up some more money here. Another thing that's really important that I want to explain right here is that as soon as we enter this cutscene, the searchlights are actively moving around. So the faster that we can mash through all of these text boxes, the better chance we have of getting the cycle that we want for the searchlights as we go into the courtyard. I'll show you when we get up there. Because we're taking a specific route to go through the courtyard because we want to pick up a couple of the red rupees that are in there.
How do bears grant one control over seagulls? I mean, they apparently directly translated, they are called possession bears. So I don't know why Beetle's selling black magic on his ship, but they are just possession bears. So
It's Zelda logic.
yeah, it's just this random guy on a boat that has bears pairs that contain black magic or something.
Because plot.
Plot.
All right. So again, you know, searchlights are actively moving during these cutscenes, so it is very important to try to mash through all of these text boxes as quick as we can. In this cutscene, I'm holding upright and mashing A so that I immediately roll into this little text trigger here. And again, mashing through text as quickly as possible. So I'm not using the barrel to sneak around, but I'm going to roll myself around the outside of here. And I'm going to wait until these two searchlights open up. I'm going to roll over and collect these 2 rupees. And I am going to wait for that one to go by. I know it is. So once that searchlight comes back into the courtyard, you're pretty safe to run up the stairs. I'm going to run off to the right side here. And come through this door. If we got captured, we would have gotten thrown in jail, and we would have ended up on the other side of that little gap there. So not a big deal if you get captured.
Don't talk to the stone on this ladder.
Don't talk to the stone.
Oh,
just climb the
gosh.
ladder. So we're coming up here. This Bokoblin that's running the searchlight is going to abandon his post and try to attack us, but we're going to take him out. So
not off the edge.
So that searchlight doesn't come back on. That's the only searchlight that we need to disable. There's a trick where you can do a jump slash carrying this Boko stick. You can do a jump slash and land yourself in one of those windows. It's a little bit faster, but I actually don't go that way through for Forsaken Fortress. I actually go the other way because it's just easier for me. And like I said, this is a good beginner route. So we're gonna go this way. We avoid less moblins along the way and less chances to get caught. If you're feeling froggy, you can try to take yourself through the other direction and see if that works out for you. It never works out for me, so I don't do it.
Yeah, this side is definitely
It is easier. It is much safer. It is faster, I believe, to go the other way, but not if you get caught. Not if you get caught. So I do tend to go the safe route. So again, we don't need this barrel to be sneaky. We just need to stay out of the Moblin's sight. He will eventually turn himself around and start walking the other way. Just be careful about how close you get to him. Once he's, kind of past the start of the staircase there, you're pretty safe. Roll yourself and go out the door. Again, during this cutscene of the camera panning around, that moblin is moving. He is on a time schedule, which means we're on a time schedule. We could use the barrel that's up here, but we don't need to. If you're quick enough and you do some good rolling, you can get yourself right around that corner. If you do get noticed, the camera will instantly focus on the moblin. By the way, that moblin's name is Mo. The reason that moblin's name is Mo is because
he sends a letter.
Maggie, a character that you find later, has a side quest for you to send a letter to a moblin that she befriended named Mo while she was captured in Forsaken Fortress. And I have determined that that is Mo because he is the closest moblin to the cell, and would be the most likely moblin to be talking to Maggie. So,
Nope.
So anyway, as I was saying, if you get noticed by Mo, the camera will instantly focus on him. So you have to adjust your directioning so that you continue rolling up the ramp. If you don't go fast enough and you wait too long, even though he's miles behind you, he will throw his lantern and you will end up in jail. So you got to try to roll as fast as you can to get out of his jurisdiction.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a safe strat to pick up the barrel for like a second and drop it instantly again and then start rolling. Because
Maybe?
I think that the effect that makes them have a longer range for them to notice you persists for like a couple of seconds after you drop the barrel, and so you have a little bit more space for him to notice you. But it's still tight. But I think that's a safe strat. I don't know exactly how it.
I
works. It's been a long time since someone explained it to me.
I am not aware of that one, but I wouldn't put it past this game to have some kind of a I don't know.
Yeah.
Something like that. I don't know the words. It's 8 a.m. Not that I'm very good at talking anyway.
You're fine. Something else you might have noticed during whilst Blake is fighting with enemies, the game has combos that it teaches you at the start. Like if you naturally just keep repeating the B presses on the sword, Link will do a combo of attacks that will ultimately result in an attack that throws an enemy to the floor. We'd like to avoid using that because if an enemy is on the floor, you cannot hit them. So what you'll be seeing Blake do if he's in a fight, he'll try to keep using only the first attacks of a combo. This way, the enemy will not fall to the floor, and he can keep attacking the enemy consistently, and it'll be a shorter fight.
I'm also doing my best to not attack an enemy from behind, because if you stab somebody in the butt, they instinctively be like, ouch, and fall onto the floor, and we don't want that.
They start running all around all cartoonishly, like a past Tasmanian tiger or something like that.
Another thing that you're seeing me do is I'm doing stabs a lot, and one of the little bonuses about the HD version that's not in the SD version, whether it's intended or not, I don't know, but you can get double hits out of your stabs. So very, very helpful and very quickly to disperse of things like bokoblins and moblins. If you're really like right up close to them and you do a stab, there's a good chance you'll get like double hits on them.
Logic to me suggests that it's something to do with the invulnerability frames of enemies, because I think it's probably the same thing that allows you in this game to immediately spin attack someone after you jump attack them, because that's also not possible in the original.
Yes, I was going to mention that too.
In this game, Yeah, in this game, if you jump attack and spin attack, you immediately get 2 hits on them that do a lot of damage.
Yes, it
Whereas
is. It is definitely an increase in damage between just the attacks
yeah,
by themselves.
yeah, and in the original that wasn't possible because if you hit an enemy with a jump slash, they'd be invulnerable for a while, so the spin attack wouldn't actually hit them. And I think the thrusting is probably the same thing as that.
So we're on Windfall Island. Yeah, we're on Windfall Island. This is Anton.
Yeah, that's what sentence stopped.
That is Anton. Make sure you don't roll past him because he will talk to you, and we will have to add 1 to the Anton counter. We're gonna hop into the jail here. That did not work the way I want it to. I'm gonna do this again because I want to show this off. We're gonna hop into the jail. We're gonna bust Tingle out of jail here. So as we walk in, I'm gonna hold ZL. I'm gonna do 2 side hops to the left. Very quickly, and that should land us right on the switch to bust Tingle out of jail.
It's perfect.
This is perfect.
First try.
So first try. Every time. This is Tingle. He's going to give us the wonderful new addition to the HD version that replaces the Tingle Tuner. He's going to give us the Tingle Bottle that is also now completely useless. Thank you, Nintendo, for creating fun things for us to do and then taking them away from us.
It was fun while it lasted.
It was fun while it lasted. It was very useful while it lasted because I was doing a 100% run of this game one time and getting all the figurines and everything too. And I forgot to take a picture of a big octo before I murdered all of the big octos and made them extinct. So my buddy Franco, you can put pictures in these Tingle bottles. And you can put the actual good photos of. You can put the actual good photos for the Nintendo gallery in these Tingle bottles, and you can find your friends' bottles scattered across the Great Sea. So I was like, oh no, I forgot to. I need this picture. So my friend Franco was very, very helpful. He literally littered the Great Sea, all 49 sectors of the Great Sea, with a Tingle bottle that had a picture of a big octo in it for me so that I could find it and I can complete my Nintendo gallery.
All these 4 random players that just got pictures of big octos.
Yes, and everybody else around the Wind Waker world was getting these pictures of this exact same bottle over and over and over again. So we head out into the we head into the school, and the school's like, I got these 4 bratty kids that don't want to come to school. You should go play hide and seek with them or something. There's some. Oh, hello. There's a chalkboard outside the school that has some Hylian letters on it, and I believe that Locke has actually translated that. Oh wait, I need to bash this tree. I'm talking and not doing things that I should be doing. All of these kids are in the same locations every time, so they're easy to find. This is Ivan. He's the leader of the group. He's the smartest. He likes to run past Anton and make me accidentally talk to him, but...
Oh, you got him.
But he'll turn right into you at the right time, so he's easy to catch.
If you miss that kid, he becomes so annoying.
Yes, he's so...
He runs all over the place.
This is Alfalfa. He's got a thick skin perk. He's got invulnerability. But so do we.
He doesn't take fall damage.
He doesn't take fall damage. Fortunately, neither do we, because we jump off a cliff and then we just roll out of it. So you can jump slash across that pit and land on the other side without having to grab the edge of it. So we're gonna pick up. We're gonna find the last of our little kids here. It's a quick game. Link is very good at hide and seek. the two little girls here are like, "Ha, you boys are silly. You got caught." And now Link's like, "You go to school," and we never actually see them in the classroom. And they're like, "Hey, way to go, hide and seek master. Here's a piece of heart." So we're gonna go in and we're gonna talk to Miss Marie, Mrs. Marie, I think her name actually is. But I call her Miss What's Her Face. So we're like, "Yeah, I played hide and seek with the kids, and they swear they're gonna come to school now." And she's like, "Ah, thank you so much. Here's $50."
And it's actually important that we do this now, because if we do this the next time we come back here, it will be nighttime, and then if you leave, Miss Marie, you will get the 50 rupees, but if you leave, these kids won't be here, and they won't tell you about...
Joy pendants.
They won't be here to tell you about the joy pendants.
Yep.
And since next time we come here, we need money,
Yeah.
we won't be able to get the money from the joy pendants from handing them in, because the kids won't be there, because they'll be asleep. So it's important that we do this right now.
Yes. So all of the money that we've collected up to this point is so that we have enough money to be able to buy the sail from Zunari. So we grab the sail. We go back down to Coral. This is Coral. He calls himself the King of Red Lions. We call him Coral for short, which is conveniently. It's kind of convenient because it's a sea-based game. Coral is like, is it a type of seashell or something? I don't know. Anyway,
Coral is, I think it's I was gonna say it's a plant, but it's not a plant. I think officially, I think it's a sea creature officially, but I'm not sure.
Well,
I know it has a. It's something that you wouldn't say it is officially. But
all right. Well, it all works. All right. So as we're sailing, I'm doing a little bit of sail pumping here. I'm probably not as good at sail pumping as a lot of other people are, but when you first pull out your sail, you get a little boost of speed. While we're doing this, we're playing this whole rupee collecting game. But it's very important that you don't collect a rupee while you're at the full speed of the initial sail boost, because that will put... Wow. Okay. Thanks, game. That will put the rupee... That will put the next rupee in a, like, too far of a distance to be able to get to. And you'll end up missing the game. You'll end up missing the next rupees and have some bad times.
like you did now?
Yeah, that wasn't why I didn't get a blue rupee, but it just didn't pop up, and that's part of the issue with that platform that's there is like,
yeah,
sometimes like Beetle gets in your way or the platform gets in your way.
Yeah, because the platform also has barrels of rupees nearby it as well, and if you pick up those, it like cancels out
Yeah,
the
it's
minigame
like
you're currently doing. It's
Yeah.
it's unfortunate.
It's kind of
Corals
like
are sea creatures.
it's kind of like you only have so much time to grab the rupee before it sinks back down. So if you end up going for the wrong one, then you're like, "Oh, I missed it." And then you end up losing the other rupee, and then, the game's over. So I'm kind of a little bit low on rupees because of that. But we have a backup plan. It's okay. So Coral's going to be like, "Hey, before you go, here's this stick that I slobbered all over. I want you to take it and learn how to play music with it." I guess. He's like, "Hey, that's pretty good. You did 3/4 time and you did 4/4 time. Hey, if you want to do 6/4 time, you can do this way, but we're not going to go through that." Before I head up into Dragon Roost Cavern, Dragon Roost Island Cave, something, whatever, I'm going to come over here to the monuments. I'm going to learn the Wind's Requiem. Normally, the game suggests that you do this after you complete Dragon Roost Cavern, because you kind of have to at that point. But we can learn it early, and it's actually going to be a little bit helpful for me to have the Wind's Requiem learned already. So we play our tune, and a magical frog on a cloud is going to come by and talk to us. We've got talking boats and talking frogs and talking birds. Like, what's next? A talking tree?
Never. Why would that be a thing?
Game's getting crazy, man. It's getting weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we're gonna head up into the cavern. Oh, I see that you're tired, Coral. It's like don't even start. Normally we would have to go around. We'd use those bomb flowers to blow up all those rocks, but we're not gonna do that. We're gonna hop onto this little rock here. We're gonna roll off of it in a way that we hop and grab this cliff here. And just very easily get up there that way. Hey, look, it's the mailman that was on our island. He's like, is that you? I'm pleased to see you're okay. I must say, you've traveled far for one with no wings. Yeah, I found a boat. He talks to me, and I don't want him to talk to me. Anyway, so he's telling us about this problem that they have with this dragon sitting on top of his mountain. He's like, you should go visit our chief. He can explain it to you. So when we go in here, we're going to talk to the chief, and the chief's like, I've got problems, man. I got this grumpy dragon on top of my mountain, and my son's being a little pansy and doesn't want to go up there and talk to him so that he can get his wings. Maybe you can take care of it for me. It's like, hello, I'm a little boy. It's my birthday. Can't you see I'm wearing my birthday seat?
I think it's a day after your birthday.
You
right?
know what? I
night
think it
for
is.
Stick
It
Fortress.
was nighttime.
Yeah.
Interesting
It's
note
the day
about
after my
that.
birthday.
Interesting note about that. That if you hang out on the pirate ship long enough while you're on your way to Forsaken Fortress, the sun will start setting. Like the day will, like, it will progressively become dusk, and it will be almost sunset. If you just hang around on the ship long enough. The longer and longer you hang out on the ship after that, it doesn't change. But nobody wants to spend time doing that. Hi, Luna. I'm sorry that I didn't say hi to you like 10 minutes ago when you said that. But hi, I did see you. So Chief is like, hey, I don't want to talk to my son myself, so I wrote a letter, but I gave it to this girl that's upstairs. Can you go get it from her? And we're like, yeah, we can do that. And then the mailman's like, hey, you might need this delivery bag so that you can take the letter to carry it in. Ugh. Whatever. Anyway. Going back to the whole like only honest people can see our actual clothes. The first thing that Medley says is, hey, you have blue clothes and they have a crawfish on them. So that tells you right off the bat that Medley is not a very honest person, and you're going to find out why right now. She's going to be like, hey, can you meet... The chief has forbidden us to go up the mountain, but can you meet me at the bottom of the mountain after you talk to the prince? Because game flags. So we're like, yep, Medley's not a very honest person, is she? So we're gonna go talk to Prince Komali. I call him Prince Camaro because I just do. It just sounds funny. Anyway, we're gonna give him the letter, and he's like, "Oh, my dad wrote me a letter rather than coming to talk to me himself." He's like, he doesn't know how it is. He doesn't know how it is. The dragon is grumpy, and I'm not gonna do it. But I'll tell you what, if you can calm the dragon, I'll give you this pearl. And I'm like, that's a shiny pearl. I really want that. I'm gonna go talk to the dragon. And while I'm at it, I'm gonna go talk to unhonest Medley over here. So like I said, learning the Wind's Requiem is a little bit helpful beforehand, because The super fast people just wait for the cycle of the wind. I actually changed the direction of the wind so that it's always blowing north, so it is always blowing the direction that we need it to.
It's the wind, how it turns in this area is like it rotates in the directions. So it's once you like know when to expect it, it's pretty easy to time because it starts at the west, then north, east, then south, I think. So it rotates. So it's at some point you can get quite used to it, but even then, if you're unsure about the timing, messing it up once and waiting is longer than just playing the song.
Yeah, it's kind of a tight window that you have
Yeah.
that the wind actually ends up blowing in the correct direction. And you have to get up on this rock. You have to throw Medley there. If you end up throwing her into the post, she gets all dizzy and stuff. And so, you know what? Okay, whatever. I guess I had to talk to her. So she's like, "Oh, that didn't work out as planned." Yeah, maybe I meant to throw you into that. So if you change the direction of the wind so it's always blowing north, then it makes it easier for you. Like I said, I'm all about explaining to you ways that you can do this as a beginner. So Medley's going to give us an empty bottle. Thank you, Medley. And we're going to fill up this bottle. We're going to take it up. We're going to take it up to the top, and we're going to rehydrate one of these bomb flowers and use it to blow off this rock. So, let me do this. I'm gonna talk about something else.
The timing
Oops.
on this is always wonderful. You first throw it too early, then you throw it too late because you're overcompensating, and then the third try. Oh, we got it in 2.
Yeah, I usually get it in 1, but I don't know. This day's messed up. I'm gonna blame it on the fact that I got 4 hours of sleep last night.
Aye.
My band played a gig, and it was a really good show. Fortunately, like it ended earlier than we were originally expecting. We had some issues and communication issues and stuff beforehand, getting everything set up, and a couple of bands had to drop for various reasons. We ended up finding a fill-in band like the day before, and we're like, "You guys are awesome." So, I remember back in shoot, that sucks. I remember back in 2013, it was the second Zelda Dungeon Marathon. I was watching it, and I believe it was Josh and Jordan racing this game. And Jordan sat here playing basketball with these things for like an eternity. He struggled so much with getting it right. And it was at that point that I said to myself, I need to get on the Zelda Dungeon staff, and I need to get to one of these marathons so that I can give Josh some proper competition in Wind Waker. So, I think
Now you're all washed up and you missed basketball twice yourself.
I know. Tell me about it. I'm so bad. So I think it was like a few months before that like I started doing some wiki editing, and I did a little bit, but then I got like really busy during the summer and I couldn't put a lot of effort into it. So 2023 marathon happens, and I watch this unfolding, and I'm just like, okay, I'm going to really put forward a lot of effort. I'm going to get myself into next year's marathon, and I'm going to give Josh some proper Wind Waker competition. And then for the next 4 years, I beat Josh at Wind Waker.
I know so many people within the CD community run this game. C1 has a time on it, Locke has a time on it, Grovel has a time on it,
Yeah,
Moogle has a time on it.
Like it was really good competition over the years between me and Josh, because like we were constantly like bettering each other. To the point that like I couldn't like I didn't believe that I would get much better at this game. I ended up shaving probably at least an hour off of my time over the years, learning new tricks and just getting smoother and smoother with playing through the game.
I think it's probably one of the Zelda games with the most active glitchless leaderboard.
It is now. Like, it wasn't as active for a while, but like new tricks came out and everything, and then like people started getting really like much more into the game.
It's one of the, like, in a way it's one of the most accessible Zelda games since it's one of the new ones, and in a way it's also really not, considering it's on the Wii U and everybody has a broken gamepad.
Right.
Unfortunate how that turns out.
So there's a red choo-choo at the top of this ladder. If we climb straight up, that choo-choo will end up bonking us off of the ladder. So we pause for just a couple of seconds and wait for the choo-choo to jump off, and then we continue climbing up the ladder.
Yeah, we see this beautiful steps at work again. The Bokoblin doesn't stand a chance. So this dungeon is also actually really interesting because it's so open that, like, if you're playing a randomizer or anything, like, this dungeon just completely changes how you can play it. And also with glitches, like, this dungeon just completely changes how you play it. It's I always think, even for glitchless, it's a cool, like, one of the best dungeons designed because it's just so open and like everything is so connected. But like, once you start really messing with the game, it becomes even a better dungeon because just everything in this dungeon is so connected to each other.
Go away, choo-choos.
Really cool.
Interesting little piece of trivia. The sound that the choo-choos make is actually, I think it's two Japanese men arguing with each other. It's a recording of two Japanese men yelling at each other, arguing with each other, sped up very fast.
And reversed as well, right? I think it's reversed.
It might be reversed also. So rather than sidling across that, we can hop across. And then rather than sidling across this, we can do a side hop and a jump slash to land on here. Hi, Planet Kitties!
The jump slash there is already a bit difficult, but it is pretty doable. I think there's also a way, right, to, like, once you're climbing up, you can spam A and do a roll jump to, like, immediately jump over there.
Possibly.
And it's a little bit faster than taking your time for the jump slash, but the jump slash is well, that's why you're taking a little bit more time. It's a little bit safer.
Yeah, I'm all about that safe route. In the speedrun notes, this is called completely unnecessary cutscene with Coral or conversation. You have to talk to Coral. You're trying to grab that. That block to pull it out, but
yeah,
you have to.
It's an unfortunate case of two actions being on the same button.
Yes. Which instantly reminds me of Tears of the Kingdom. Oh my God. Why did you put everybody's...
Oh, no.
Why did you put every spirit's ability and, like, many other things...
Everything else
all on the A button?
It's like they were just signing a game for the Game Boy. Just put everything on the A button. Come on. What a beautiful bird.
Yes. Those are many versions of the Helmer King, so we call them Chiclet Alfredos. I also wanted to mention that I call my name for Bedley is Ravioli. I have been calling Medley Ravioli since long before Breath of the Wild was ever a thing. So I coined the phrase for her many years ago. The way that happened, I was at my friend's apartment. I think we were just like killing some time before we went to go do something, and I like picked up Wind Waker and I was like, I'll just play this. I'll just play this for a bit while we kill some time. So, I was trying to think of Medley and Makar's names, and for whatever reason, like I'm saying something, and I'm trying to come up with their names on the fly, and what came out was Marklar and Ravioli, and it just stuck. I was like, it's close. It just so it just stuck. So now I always refer to them as Marklar and Ravioli. So we wait for that Magtel to start attacking, and then we just walk around him and throw our water into the lava to create our platform. So over here, we're going to throw a bomb at this rock first so that it opens the door. And then we're going to grab another bomb and we're going to throw it at... We're going to leave it at this rock so that it blows up the pot. And in the meantime, we can run towards the door.
There's actually something interesting about this game is how key doors work. Because if you use a key from the front side of a key door, it will use it. If you don't have a key, it won't open, of course. If you use the key door from the back side without a key, it also won't open. But if you have a key and you use a key door from the back side, it will open, but it won't consume the key. So you can, and theoretically, if you have one key, you could open all the doors in this dungeon if you do the dungeon backwards.
That's really interesting. Interesting things that you learn in randomizers. I haven't done enough randomizers in this game to know all those little tricks.
It's weird how some of this dungeon moves. That Moblin didn't stand a chance.
No, he did
perfectly.
That was
perfect.
That's an excellent display of the double stabs.
Yeah. The one thing that always breaks my heart a little bit about Glitchless is that we have to leave all the orbs on the floor because there's just so many goodies in there, but we don't need them at all.
Yeah, we don't need most of the stuff. There are some orbs that I will probably break open to get replenishments of like bombs and arrows and things like that. So what we can do here is instead of going up that little staircase and having Medley talk to us, we can just grab that post from here and completely avoid talking to her.
That is one that I completely forgot about during the last round.
So there is a really cool trick that's somewhat difficult, but someone's created a decent setup for it, but I haven't had time to really try it. There is a skip that is aptly named the Sick Ass Skip. That is literally the name of it. That allows you to, where that second warp pot is, that we passed a little bit earlier, it allows you to jump, to break the bridge and fall and jump slash so that you land on the hook that opens the door to go towards the big key. So there's the warp pot there. There's the bridge that we went across. So if we were to break the bridge right along there and do everything correctly, we would be able to land on that hook and then jump off of it to get onto this platform here. So this is the hook in question. We're directly under that bridge. So we would have hopped off and did a jump slash to land onto this hook, and then we would have been able to jump from there onto here. And we skip a little portion of the dungeon to get to this, and we would kind of backtrack to make our way up. Or actually, I think we would get the big key. No, that doesn't sound like right either. I don't know. I can't remember how it all works because I haven't watched it being done in quite a while.
I think Moogle actually tried to learn it, but I'm not entirely sure on that.
It's a difficult trick. It takes a lot of practice. But yeah, definitely something that you can look up when you're starting to feel a lot more advanced in your Wind Waker.
It's a really cool trick.
It is a really cool trick.
We were just in a room where there's the one thing that I think is actually bad about the HD remake of this game, whereas in the last room there's the chest with a Tingle statue of this dungeon, which we can't get yet because we don't have access to any bombs.
Right.
So if you wanted to get 100%, you'd have to come back to this dungeon with bombs.
Right. So because we don't have the Tingle Tuner and we don't have Tingle Bombs, the Tingle statues are still in this game, but they can be accessible through regular bombs. But like Wes said, we don't have bombs yet. We don't get bombs until after the second dungeon. So we would have to come back here later to get the Tingle statue if we want to. However, in Forbidden Woods, we can actually get the Tingle statue in there as we're going through it because there's bomb flowers in that room. And you're able to throw a bomb flower just close enough for it to be able to activate to reveal the chest that the Tingle statue is in.
Here we're collecting some joy pendants.
So we're gonna enter this. We're gonna collect joy pendants from these bokoblins, exit the room, and come back in and get 2 more joy pendants. I think the standard route now has you collect joy pendants throughout the run from whatever bokoblins you just happen to come across, and you collect some from the Savage Labyrinth as well. But because of the Triforce route that I'm doing, which is different than your standard route, it's kind of necessary to collect these ahead of time. So I'm gonna collect them here because this really is like the easiest, most convenient place to collect some joy pendants.
And you were just going back to see if you had been killed, right? Because if they die, they don't respawn for the store. But if you go through the door and they are alive, they will get new joy pendants.
Yes. And I was also checking to make sure that I actually collected the joy pendant from one of them because it kind of looked like I didn't. But I also
would die, you'd have to reload the entire dungeon.
Yeah, we'd make it work. But but I put the joy pendants on my R button so that I can keep track of how many I have. Because I believe at the 2015 marathon, Kevin asked me some questions and I was explaining things to Kevin, and the next thing I knew, I had like 35 joy pendants because I just kept doing this over and over again. I was like, oh, I have way too many joy pendants. So we need a total of 21. We need 1 for the initial one that we were supposed to be finding, that the killer bees hid up in a tree and wanted us to go find, but we didn't actually find it. Conveniently enough, Miss What's-Her-Face is not actually particular about what joy pendants she gets. She's just happy to get joy pendants. If you end up with an even number, you can collect 1 more joy pendant out of that pot right there. There's fairies in the 2 pots at the top, but I am not going to collect a fairy. It's nice for insurance.
No saving grandma today.
No saving grandma. That's another thing I don't do. I don't get the soup. Sometimes I collect the fairy to just have insurance, just in case. Just in case I happen to lose all of my health. Doesn't happen very often, but it has been known to happen. But we are very specifically not collecting a fairy at this point. So we go into this room and we're gonna fight Goma. As Medley said earlier, she figured out why Valu's so grumpy, and it's because there's some monster pulling on his tail, and I'm like, why don't he just pull his tail out of the cavern? So anyway, so we use that. We use his tail to grapple onto, and that first little cutscene that we get of him, he's like, "Oh, that's a different feeling." It's like, yeah. So, stuff and things. Yeah, we're gonna wash, rinse, repeat this 3 times. Little performance enhancement. We want to keep the camera on link as long as possible, because all of the when Goma splashes back into the lava, all of the lava and everything that comes out, all of the visuals and everything, actually kind of lags the game a little bit.
There's a lot of particles.
Yeah, it slows down the frame rate a bit. Like, I remember when interviews were coming out, when Waker HD was coming out, and they're like, "Oh, we can have this Swift Sail now because we can actually load the entire ocean instead of just pieces of it." But, you know, we still can't handle a little bit of extra lava on the screen without it lagging out.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of particles they use. They probably didn't
is.
really optimize it very well.
It is.
This boss is also, it shows a bit of Nintendo programming when they don't account for you to beat this boss with the items you have in the future. If you use the bow, this guy takes normal damage from the bow. If you use fire and ice arrow, this guy takes normal damage from fire and ice arrows. If you use light arrows against this guy, you actually heal him.
Interesting.
You actually make his health go up.
Interesting.
So, yeah, classic Nintendo programming. I don't know how they managed that, but if you wear the hero's mask, you can see the health of enemies. And if you wear the hero's mask, you fight this guy and you shoot him with light arrows, his health bar just goes up, and it surpasses the bar, and it surpasses the outline of the bar.
Man, I'm gonna have to try
janky,
that.
So,
I'm gonna have to try that sometime.
Yeah.
One thing that I did notice while playing Randomizer is the light arrows do absolutely nothing to Jahala. They just shoot right through him and do nothing to him.
Another different weird mechanic about this is so I'm not entirely sure how this works, but I think so. If we would go climb back up to Dragon Roost now, the lava near the statues would be gone. It would just be magma, not magma. It would be obsidian or whatever is there right now.
Yeah.
Basalt, and also the wind there is gone. But those two things are triggered by separate things. I think one of them is triggered by if you actually have the pearl in your inventory, and the other one is triggered by if you've actually completed the dungeon. I don't know why they are on different flags, but
That's interesting.
Yeah.
So one thing that we notice, this is the first time that we notice, we can actually understand the Hylian language that some of the characters speak while playing through second playthrough. I don't want to call it second quest, because that just sounds like it would be like, I think of second quest as in second quest in The Legend of Zelda, which is a completely different layout of dungeons and all that stuff. So this is really just a second playthrough that just has some minor differences. So we're going to change our wind to south so that Coral actually lets us get on to him.
Yeah, because if you don't play the wind, he actually just doesn't even allow you to get in the boat.
Yeah. A quality of deprovement that Nintendo did was not allowing us to just straight up push the direction of the wind that we want when we're changing the direction. If I would have just in the original version, if I would have just held down, it would have immediately went to south. Now we have to like cycle through each wind direction to get to the one that we want. It's really annoying.
Yeah, so it looks a bit janky that we played the song there twice, but that wasn't on accident. He actually just doesn't allow you to get in the boat if the wind isn't on south. You have to set the wind to south, then get in the boat, and then play the song again, and then set the song to west.
Yes.
Because he initially is like, hey, we're going to the Forbidden Woods now, but we don't want to go to Forbidden Woods. We want to go back to Windfall, which Coral doesn't want us to actually do.
Yeah. So Coral is trying to push us in the direction that we need to go in the game, but we actually can't go to any of the other sectors until we complete complete Forbidden Woods. But the game like creates this little L shape of sectors that we actually can't explore. So we can go back to Windfall Island. We just can't go past the Windfall sector. So as I am sailing some more, I'm doing a little bit more sail pumping. We're going to collect some more rupees along the way. But you notice that I am not sail pumping anymore because we actually need to wait for the night cycle. And if we were doing some sail pumping to go a little bit faster, we would end up getting into the Windfall sector too quickly.
Oh, nice.
Nice. And it would set the it would lock the day cycle into daytime if we did that, and we definitely don't want to do that. We want it to be nighttime when we get to Windfall. So the way that we do that, we gauge that by playing this barrel rupee game. And when we collect the third yellow rupee, we're going to immediately stop. And we need to wait until the night cycle begins. And we can tell when the night cycle begins because the clouds appear on the horizon. And then that lets us know that we can continue going forward. And once we get into the Windfall sector, it locks the day cycle into whether it's daytime or nighttime. And time will not progress while we're in this sector. I am very low on rupees because of that little fiasco that we had on our way to Dragon Roost Island. So I'm going to come by this light ring. It's going to give us 50 rupees. And that's going to help us out with our auction as we try to get the Swift Sail. Normally, you should have like plenty of rupees. If you do the barrel game correctly, you should have plenty of rupees to go around. Usually having like upwards to 200 is definitely enough. If everything goes well, 168 is going to be enough for me. But I'm going to collect a few extras out of some of these pots just in case.
Yeah, and these pots can give you quite a lot of rupees, but it's really RNG dependent because they can have 1, 5, 10, or 20 rupees in them, and the 20 and 10s are quite rare. You're more they can also have nothing in them, so it's nothing, 1, 5, 10, and 20. So you can get a lot of money from those pots, or you can get nothing. So the 50 rupee chest is a bit more reliable if you need a backup. But
yep. Also, we're gonna go talk to Miss Marie again. We're gonna give her the first joy pendant. That was our quest from the Killer Bees. She's going to give us 20 bucks for it. Then we're going to give her the other joy pendants, and she's going to give us an entire island. So, yeah, she's like, yeah, I love joy pendants so much. You can have my island.
More specifically, a house on an island, but it's the only house on the island. So
the entire island, really. It's Cora. Hi, Cora.
And Nicole. Good morning, Nicole.
And Nicole. Hi, Nicole. Okay, where am I going? I'm going down this path that I never remember is here because it's hard to see. All right, so I'm going to give you guys a crash course in how auctions work, especially in Wind Waker. We're going to come in here. We're going to talk to Zunari. Every time that we do not get the Swift Sail as an option, it is completely random. Every time that we do not get the Swift Sail as an option, loses us 45 seconds because it takes that long for us to go outside, go back in, reset the auction. You know, all of that lost time is about 45 seconds per cycle. So I'm going to tell you guys how auctions work.
1. Ha ha ha.
So when we finally do get the Swift Sale as an option, it's going to start out at 100 rupees. The way that we do our bidding is we want to increase our bid by 10% every time. The easiest way to do that, if you're not that great at math, the easiest way to do that is you take the first two letters or the first two numbers. So if it starts out at 100, the first two numbers is going to be 10, 10. You want to increase your bid by that much. And the game doesn't take rounding into effect. So even if your current bid is like 119, you would still only need to increase it by 11 and not 12. The game automatically adds the first rupee for you in your new bid. So I also tell people, just take the first two numbers and press up that many times, and that will increase your bid by the amount that it needs to go up. Technically, you can subtract 1 off of that too, but I don't. People that aren't good at math, I don't like to confuse them even more. Be like, yeah, just press up that many times and it'll work.
3. Ha ha ha.
I really appreciate that you're keeping track of how many times I'm not getting this. It does make a huge difference. In my last practice run, I got it on the second try. So I think on my run previous to that, I got it on the first try.
On my second run, I got it on the 17th try.
Oh my gosh. So it's quite fitting that it's not giving it to me right away on this one.
Well, that also gives you time to explain.
It does give me time to explain things.
Yeah.
Hey, we got a Swift Sale.
Oh.
All right, so
shall I continue explaining whilst you're bit, or do you want to do it both at the same time?
I can do it. So mash A as quickly as you can. There's probably going to be 1 or 2 bids that happen before then. So currently, current bid is 103, so I increased mine to 113. So it's going to stun everybody else. Nobody else is going to bid for about 10 seconds or so. And in that time, you can mash up your bid meter almost to the max up until they stop being dizzy. And then some of them like to try to bid again.
Yeah, they're stunned for between 10 and 15 seconds. So the safe option is to go for 10, to count to 10 in your head. But they can be stunned for longer. So depending on many rupees you have, you can be a bit greedy. Or Blake is like pretty broad with money right now, so you can be a bit greedy and try to get them stunned for longer. Because if they are stunned for longer, in theory you can skip 1 bid. But yeah, it's a bit risky.
So Zunari is going to tell you. He's gonna talk a couple of times throughout the auction. The first time that he's like, "Oh, time is running out," that means you're at the 30-second mark. And then he's gonna be like, "Time is almost up," that means you're at the 10-second mark. So we're currently at 12 seconds.
Oh, this is risky.
This is really risky. So typically, if you do things quite well, you want to get off with the Swift Shale with about 150 some rupees. We might have to do 1 extra bid just to be safe. We might be good. Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no! Bid.
Ah, with less than a second remaining. Okay, so
Gosh.
2, 3, 4, 5. 174 should be plenty. So
yeah, that's
you never know when something like that might happen. So it's nice to have a surplus of rupees.
It's so and for the first bit, it's Gummy is it's the big guy. He's at every auction. The rest of the NPCs differ per auction. He's always there, and he always does the first bid. And he bids quite fast. It's incredibly difficult to bid faster than him. And I think even if you do bid faster than him, there's still something goes wrong. It's like he's basically Nintendo really tried to make it so that he will always be the first person to bid. Why? I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, it's so you almost always guaranteed have to wait for Gummy to bid first.
So going along with the idea of sail pumping, Swift sail pumping is exactly the same way. It's far easier to do just mashing the A button because you still get that little boost of extra speed when you first pull out the sail. But this is really annoying and kind of hard on the ears. So another option that we do is we first activate the Swift sail and then do a jump, and that maintains our boosted speed the entire time that we're in the air. So it's a little easier on the viewer's ears and has pretty much the same effect, but it's far easier just to mash that A button.
Oh, the gamepad is an incredibly annoying controller to button mash with, in my opinion. Since it's absolutely massive.
So we're kind of cutting the corner of these sectors here. And we also need to be careful. There's an octo kind of off to the left there somewhere. I don't see the seagulls, but we want to just make sure that we're not going too far off to the east and end up accidentally running into that.
There's a platform also on Fire Mountain, which is in the direction of the big octo. So, like, as long as you make sure you're not near the platform most of the time, you will be able to dodge this big octo quite easily. There's some more annoying big octos at different locations in, in the overworld.
There's one at Tingle Island that is very that's very trolly.
And the one at Diamond Step as well. Those two are.
Oh yes, you get very close to that one.
And during my first one, I also I sailed into the one at Private Oasis. But yeah.
Okay, so
we're gonna get the bait bag in a second, right? Do you have enough money for that?
I will.
I was like, you dodged the sailing minigame earlier. I was like,
right, like
maybe we should get a couple of extra.
Let's get another 50. Let's get another $50. We'll be all right.
Yeah, we'll be fine. Turns out this one is 20.
It'd still be enough. I'd be fine. But
yeah,
we're all good. All right. There's also there's a treasure chart in the room with the 3 bokoblins where 2 of them are hiding in pots in Dragon Roost Cavern. Okay, I think this will work. Okay, so real quick, I adjusted my angle as I was approaching Forest Haven so that the wind direction changed to southwest, so that I will not need to change that wind direction later.
You're not gonna fly from the boat?
I am not gonna fly from the boat. I will explain that strategy when I get to it. So we're gonna go into Beetle's ship here because we can get both the bait bag and don't say bye. So that we can get both the bait bag and the pair on the same at the same time. Normally, otherwise you would have to like go out of the ship and then go back in and talk to Beetle again and have to try to get the pair afterwards and blah 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 blah. We can get multiple pairs. If you want some insurance, grab a second pair. If you don't feel like you need the insurance, kind of like me, then you don't need to get the second pair. If your name is Rachel, you might want to get the second pair. I give Rachel a lot of crap about that, and she gives me just as equally amount of crap because I opt to get the double magic, whereas other people do not spend the time to get the double magic. And then she runs out of magic, and I'm like, should have got that double magic.
I think that's also one of the beauties of this game is that there's a couple of like options that if you're not feeling very confident about certain aspects of the game, there are some small things that are not required to beat the game that you can like go out of your way for it to get quite quickly. That'll make it easier.
Yeah.
Like you can give Grandma the fairy to get the soup if you're unconfident about magic. You can go get double magic if you're unconfident about magic. You can just buy an extra couple of pairs if need be because they're not that expensive. So there's a couple of things that like are easy fixes for if you're unconfident about a certain aspect of the game since you're still learning it.
And if you're doing like 100% or casually going through and getting more things, there are other areas and other collectibles and stuff that require getting or require using multiple pairs. So yeah, the purpose that we're going to be using it for is not the only purpose in the game. All right, so we take out all the choo-choos and this talking tree. We're going to be able to understand what he says, but apparently Link doesn't, or maybe he's just flabbergasted by the fact that a tree is talking to him now, even though he's done this before.
I mean, you literally said earlier that you weren't expecting a talking tree, so...
Yeah, well,
I'm kind of surprised.
It makes...
What, I mean, next thing you're going to tell me is that there's going to be a talking fish.
I know, like a big giant talking fish at that, like...
Imagine.
Jeez. This game's crazy, man. I love it. It's so much
You know what would be really crazy? If there's also, like, a talking flying statue. That'd be insane.
Ooh.
Sounds cool, fun. This is probably my favorite part of any Zelda games in terms of aesthetics. It's the Forest Haven is beautiful. All these cutscenes are beautiful with the aesthetics, and then Forbidden Woods is also one of the prettiest dungeons in my opinion.
Yeah, the music in this game is just—it's so soothing.
Yeah,
it's just
there's
beautiful to listen to. I love listening to the Wind Waker soundtrack just casually. Whenever I'm like,
it's also because there's so many there's so many instances of music here because you have the ceremony and you have Makar playing music. There's so many extra like instances of music here as well.
All right. Yeah, things. I was going to explain something that's coming up in the next minute or two, but I don't really want to explain it until I actually get up to it. I'm trying to figure out a good way to fill
Are you going to do
a conversation.
Are you going to do the scary jump when you're going up here?
There's a scary jump? That sounds
there's a scary jump.
That sounds like something that I will definitely not be doing.
Yeah, I don't do it either. So with this thing of going up to the leaf, you can actually skip the last plant. You can go from the second to last plant to exactly where the leaf is because the hitbox for the platform that the leaf is on is actually bigger than the leaves actually are. Because making a hitbox for something like leaves is incredibly taxing on a game. So the hitbox is quite a lot bigger than the actual platform, but...
So you're saying I could have jumped from that one and grabbed that?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it literally looks like you're falling on just sky, so it's incredibly scary, and I never do it because I'm incredibly scared of missing it, falling down, and having to go all the way back up.
So the standard route nowadays would have you do a save and quit, that would warp you back over to Coral, and then you would cruise Coral over to, or really swift sail Coral over to this island that we're about to float over to, and then just take the updraft directly from there over into Forbidden Woods. But I'm going to do it this way. So the reason that I automatically changed the wind direction with the swift sail is so that I didn't need to do it here. I was told that doing this in one cycle was impossible, and then I did it. So I'm like, so doing it this way, it's a little bit risky, yes, but if you do it and you get it on the first try, it's only like a couple seconds slower than floating over here with Coral and taking the updraft. In my opinion, this is so much easier to make sure that you get it the first time.
Yeah, the
If
problem
you
with doing it with crawls that you're quite tight on magic.
if the P hats are annoying, then you can just press your leaf button and it'll fluff your leaf and blow them away. I think I didn't completely refill my magic when I started floating over.
Yeah, you probably would have wanted to take a magic with still in the Deku Tree area because it does unlock the tornadoes there. Then if you fill up your magic there, you don't have to worry about that tornado cycle. Whereas Blake had to worry about the tornado cycle, so could only grab 2 magic jars on the second island.
Yeah. Usually I have my magic completely full by the time I float towards Forbidden Woods, but it worked out.
Yeah.
I did a little jump slash as I was falling just to make sure that I got a little bit of extra distance and I would land on the platform. And you don't need to worry about cutting any of the grass before going into Forbidden Woods because each time that you hop into one of these little plants, it'll refill a little bit of your magic.
You know why I actually failed the coral seal in my last one? Because I did some randomizer before that, and both controls for Wind Waker SD and Wind Waker HD are completely different.
Yes, they are.
So I pressed the wrong buttons, and then I used all my magic, and I had to save and quit the game, because luckily if you save and quit in this game, you actually get a full bar of magic when you load back in the game.
Alright, so we take out that Boko Baba and get a flower out of it. But when it dies, it drops a Deku Stick, and we're actually going to use this Deku Stick. We're going to position ourselves just right so that we can throw this Deku Stick at this little eyeball of this vine. And I think I'm throwing my stick a little bit high, so I might be standing a little bit too close to it. I had this really great in my practice run.
Yeah, it's a little precise.
There we go.
There we go.
So it does take 2 hits to take it out with the Deku Stick, so apparently I did hit it at least once. That saves you from having to use the floating platform to float across and grab the acorn from across the way and bring it back over.
I guess.
Oh my gosh, my angling is so bad today.
I always just called this a Deku Nut, but I guess it could also be an acorn.
Yeah, either one. Hey, maybe a Deku Nut is an acorn.
Dun dun dun.
Dun, dun.
Are you gonna open up the blue pot here?
We are gonna open up the blue pot because, gosh, why did I do that?
Why did you do that?
I was trying to hop over to the other side of that route and it didn't work. Oh, okay. So I'm gonna grab my little acorn / Deku Nut, and we're gonna open that. But before we go in that door, we're gonna come up here and we're gonna uncover this pot that's up here. We're gonna use that a little bit later.
Oh,
there we go.
You if you're fast and the arm is still down, you can blow up a gust of leaf on the arm, and the arm will carry it up because the slope is slanted. And surprisingly, that just takes the puff of air up rather than destroying it, and it will guide it to the pot.
I tried
a little bit precise, and it doesn't save that much time compared to just letting the hand go up. But it is faster, but only a little bit.
So I don't know about you, but I don't like doing this maze, so we're not going to do it. We're going to take a little bit of damage. We're going to use those iframes, and we're going to roll ourselves right between this spiky vine and tree. This does work in SD also.
Yeah. Link is a small boy, so he can fit between a lot of things that the game designers didn't intend for him to fit through.
Yeah. So yeah, I try to do that whole blowing the leaves off of that pot from the lower level, and I think I've gotten it to work once in all of the times that I've done it.
Yeah, it's a little precise. You need to get used to it. Oh my gosh, what just happened to your camera?
Don't worry about it. It's all good.
That P-head did not want that.
I know where I'm at, and I know where I'm going, and that's all that matters.
Yep. This is one of those rooms where a lot of people don't know that there's actually a chest on a third floor in this room that just has a joy pen in it.
Yeah. Yay randomizer.
It matters for randomizer.
Yay randomizer, and all of the random chests that have nothing in them that actually matter in randomizer.
And it's so weird. I don't know why they decided to just put a chest with a joy pendant on that third level, but it's there. They were practicing for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, where there's a bunch of chests that just have nothing in them. So this guy can be pretty annoying, because in theory you can parry him when he comes charging at you, but it's quite precise, and also he doesn't really give an indication of when he is going to do what attack. So using a gust of wind from the leaf just kind of stuns him and makes him flow in midair, and you can just hit him with the jump slash.
You should be able to parry him that way too, but sometimes it doesn't give you the option. I don't know. There might be some reasons behind it that I don't know, but whatever.
That orb has a golden feather in it. I want it.
Yeah, we don't need 20 of those in this run. All right, so we got our boomerang. We're gonna do a save warp. We're gonna do a save warp and actually go back to the title screen this time.
Oh, you already save warp here.
So this is our first use of uncovering that warp pot. So we're going to hop into the warp pot. We're going to end up exactly where we need to use our freshly acquired boomerang.
I've always been quite surprised that they never re-added the warp pots to like Twilight Princess or Skyward Sword, because I feel like they're quite casual player friendly, or in case you need to like go eat whilst you're playing a dungeon or something.
Right.
Devin says this game is the closest to open world we were since Zelda 1 and before Breath of the Wild. I am not sure. Ocarina of Time is quite open world as well.
Okay, so if you're looking for Tingle statues, it's on the lower level of this room through the door.
To the right.
A lot of players tend to leaf pump through this section. I am very bad at leaf pumping. Leaf pumping is
hard.
Yes, it's very difficult. Leaf pumping is when you cancel your leaf float and immediately pull your leaf out again, and it gets you. It lets you kind of stay at the same height, but I think at the expense of using a little bit of extra magic along the way.
Yeah. It's very magic taxing, especially if you're not consistent, then it drains even more magic.
Yeah, so I'm very not good at leaf pumping.
Can't wait to finally play this game for the first time. Hope that it'll drop on Switch too. I would be surprised if it doesn't come for the Switch too.
Yeah, like I keep hearing, I've kept hearing for years that they have Wind Waker and Twilight Princess ready for Switch console.
Yeah, they've been saying it for years. The question is how reliable those rumors are. But yeah. I just think it'd be weird if they didn't, because like it's just such an easy way to make a lot of Zelda fans buy the Switch too, and spend even more money on a game they really don't need for the third time, but that they definitely want for the third time. I would buy this game in an instant if it re-released for the Switch 2, but
absolutely.
Do I theoretically need it?
I'm not as bad as Catherine, Like how Catherine is with Twilight Princess, I'm not as bad as her when it comes to Wind Waker. Catherine has every foreseeable version of Twilight Princess. I do not have every foreseeable version of Wind Waker. I don't have a digital version on my Wii U. Although Wind Waker hasn't been released quite as many times as Twilight Princess because
You probably
I don't need that Joy-Con. I don't know why because I'm
Your
talking.
random brain activated.
I'm being distracted. But anyway,
you also don't have the demo, right, for the GameCube?
I do have that demo.
Oh, you do?
I have the demo because I have the Zelda Collector's Edition disc. Okay,
Nice.
so
Nice.
we're gonna fight. I call Boko Babas Baku babies, so I call Kali Demos Baku Baby Supreme. So we're gonna fight Kali Demos in a specific way. I'm gonna try to, for the first phase, I'm gonna try to fight Kali Demos in a specific way. Normally what you need to do is you need to cut all these vines down. But I'm gonna try to set my boomerang to aim at specific vines so that it cuts down a bunch of them at once. I'm going to try to target some of those and then some on the other side, and it actually kind of worked. So the boomerang went all the way around the outside and cut all of the vines in its path. So most of the vines are already cut down. With some really quick like jump slashes, spin attacks, and multiple spin attacks, you can take out Kali Demos in one cycle, or you can just make it drink some forest water. Poof. Battle over. It's actually faster to fight it normally and try to one cycle it than it is to take the amount of time that it takes to get the water in the get the forest water in the bottle and then pour the animation of pouring the water on Kali Demos and all to kill it. It's actually faster to fight it straight up if you can one cycle it. But interesting note, my very good, one of my best friends, Fishwaffle64, was playing Four Swords Adventures last night. She actually discovered that forest water trick on my suggestion. She was casually playing through Wind Waker, and she was like using channel points as people to make suggestions on random things that she can do, and she happened to have forest water, and I'm like, haha, give the plant a drink. So she poured it on, and Kali Demos died, and we're like, what? So she was playing on HD, and then she ended up playing. We're like, we wonder if that was a new thing with HD or if that was something in the GameCube version as well. So she went back into the GameCube version and she did the same thing, and it worked there too. So we're like, oh my gosh, we came up with something new. And as it's been covered by different websites and stuff, there were comments on videos and Reddit posts and stuff that was like, oh, how do you guys not know that? We've known it for years. And we're just like, if people have known it, if it's been so widely known like people are claiming that it was, why didn't anybody else really know about it? Like, speedrunners didn't know about it. People that literally dissect video games for a living didn't know about it. So we're just like, okay, well, if you knew about it, if you have tried it in the past and you knew about it beforehand, great, good for you. It was not widely known. It was very clearly not widely known by most of the gaming community. So we're like, hey, we kind of discovered this.
Fish was the first documented case.
Right.
Even if people knew, Fish was the first documented case of it happening.
Yeah, and back in 2003 when Wind Waker first came out, live streaming was not a thing. So things like that on the internet were not as widely accessible. So yeah, really, it ended up being the first documented display of it. So we're gonna do another So we're going to do another save a quit. We're going to talk to Coral without falling into the water first, which is good. And then we're going to hop on Coral, and we're going to go north. Can I read a compass? I believe I can read a compass.
So, you sail straight to Greatfish from here, right?
Nope.
Or do you pass them? Oh, you
So-
go for the Mythic.
Yep, so we're going straight north. We're going to go to the Eastern Triangle Island, and we're going to drop off Pharaoh's Pearl, which we just acquired.
Right.
And that's
Okay,
gonna
yeah, this is
that's gonna save us a little bit of time from having to come back here later.
So I was debating during my last run if this was faster or not, and because I thought it was, but I wasn't sure. But yeah, it is. And I think so. This is a nice thing about this also. Like, if you do this and you go from here, if you go from this triangle to Greatfish, you also completely skip sailing over Private Oasis, which completely eradicates the chance of accidentally sailing into the big octo that's in Private Oasis.
Yeah, you don't want to do that because you don't have you do have a way to defeat it, but boomerang hits take 3 hits per eye, and it's got a lot of eyes, and it would take a long time.
Yeah. If that happens, it's almost just faster to save and quit and go back to where you came from.
Hey, look, it's a green Pikmin statue. I believe that it was an intentional design. The goddess statues look like Pikmin.
I wouldn't be surprised because they look the statues look like quite alien as well, and aren't Pikmin like supposed to be from a different planet and stuff? So I wouldn't be surprised.
Ran into Octo right after a Dragon Roost with nothing to use against it. Yeah, probably the one in the Fire Mountain sector.
Yep.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier.
Yep. Can you name all of the locations for the big octos out of your head, Blake?
Yes. It'll take me a minute, but yes. Let's start at the top. I wanna make sure that I know how many octos there are. I believe there's 5 total, or is there 7 total?
I think there's 6.
6.
I think there's 6. Unless I'm forgetting, I think there's 6.
Because I thought there was. Maybe I'm wrong. I thought there was.
Yeah, there's 6.
Okay, so. Maybe there's 3 with 8 eyes and 2 with 12 eyes, and 1 with.
There's
1 with
there's
4
1
eyes.
with 4, 3 with 8, and 2 with 12.
Okay, so I don't know off the top of my head which ones are at which locations, but do you have the list of them handy so that you can verify which ones
Yeah.
they are?
I know them now as well. I don't know what like I have the list completely. But yeah.
Okay, so there's one at 7-Star Isles.
Yep. That one's a 12 eye.
There's one at Tingle Island.
Yep, that one's also a 12 eye.
There's one at Diamond Step.
Yep, that one's an 8.
There's one at the Private Oasis, which I believe is also an 8.
Yep. Yep.
I know there's one at 2-Eye Reef. That's
Yep,
that's the
that's 4.
4-Eye.
Yeah. And then the last one is the one we just talked about.
Oh, Fire Mountain.
Yeah, and that's all 6 of them.
Okay. All right. So upon approaching Greatfish Island, we have started the section of the game. We have started the section of the story called Endless Night. Because of a curse that Ganondorf has cast, this night will, as the name suggests, never end. So this is the reason that we do. This is the reason that I do the joy pendants and all the things surrounding the joy pendants in the order that I do them in. Because if you were to go to Windfall Island and try to turn in the joy pendants at this point, Miss Marie would be there, but she'd be like, it's such a weird night or whatever. I don't know, some kind of fell, creepy night curse thing or whatever. Basically, like, the game is set in a specific state to where, like, most characters don't act normally in this section of the story. So she would not accept any of the joy pendants if you tried to give them to her during Endless Night. So we need to make sure that we give her the joy pendants before Endless Night happens. So again, you know, doing hide and seek with the kiddos, with the killer bees beforehand, gives us the ability to give her the joy pendants, and then giving her the joy pendants when we come back to get the Swift Sail ensures that we have the Cabana Deed and don't have to come back to Windfall Island any later, because at this point when we come back to Windfall Island, we're not able to give her the joy pendants to get the Cabana Deed from her. And doing this, doing everything in this order, we after finishing our tasks on Windfall here, we no longer have to come to Windfall Island for anything. We don't have to actually set foot on Windfall Island for anything. So the pirates are here, but Nico won't let us in the ship without the password. Even if we know the answer to the phrase, we actually have to complete this cutscene before he will accept that password.
There's a couple of weird things about the password as well, because it's case sensitive. So if you don't use a capital for the first letter, it won't take the password, even if you spell the word correctly. And also, depending on what language you play in, it actually changes the password. So
it does.
It's yeah, it's a nice addition that it's language friendly.
So, those of you that know the passwords, like, place your bets. Like, what do you think today's password is going to be? I think my last run, it was Schooner. I always like to use treasure, because that's what pirates are all about.
I think one of the ones I got was a barnacle or something.
Yeah, I was also thinking barnacle. I was like, I don't know.
Of this game, one of my top 5 Zeldas. This is my favorite Zelda game.
I like to be I like
Chummingly is one, yeah.
Oh yeah, Chummingly is one. I like to be a little bit I don't know. I like to show my knowledge, so I'm not gonna look at the password.
Oh, you're gonna? Oh, I can look at the password to make sure
yeah.
I know which one it is.
I'm not gonna look at the password, so I will only see the riddle, and then I will answer the riddle.
Oh.
You're like, it's that one. It is a good one?
It's a good one. It's a good one.
There's quite a few good ones. Okay, I think we're good.
Yeah.
All right, so
Don't spoil it, chat. Don't spoil it.
So the pirates tied up Mickey Mouse and stole all of his bombs. That one. Haha, that one. Bouncing post box over there that we don't need to read the mail. We don't need any mail. What do pirates love more than the she? Booty.
Yeah, you got it.
They like the booty.
I like treasure. Oh, there's actually... So this is interesting when we come out of the ship. Wind Waker and Twilight Princess Collision works differently when it comes to stairs than most other 3D Zelda games. So in a lot of 3D Zelda games, stairs are slopes, which means it's one giant hitbox that's basically just a triangle. In Wind Waker and Twilight Princess, they actually have a hitbox for stairs that's more accurate to what the stairs actually look like. So it means the hitbox goes step by step, which makes it so that if you're rolling upstairs in Wind Waker Twilight Princess, you will bonk into the staircase because you're hitting a hitbox of Link. It's super annoying, and whilst it makes walking up the staircase like look more accurate, it's super annoying for if we want to go fast because that means we just cannot roll up this staircase when we leave this ship. We have to walk because else we just constantly bonk our heads and cause Link to have a concussion.
Another quality of life improvement from SD to HD is that you don't have to stop to turn yourself on the ropes in HD anymore. Very nice. Very nice addition. Also, if you happen to miss one of the ropes, let's see. As you're going towards Nico on the left side, if you miss one of those ropes and you end up landing on that pile of crates over there, you can actually grab the rope by jumping off of those crates towards Nico when that rope is nearby. You can hop off of it and it'll grab the rope so you don't have to start completely over.
Yeah. I love that Nico's just in the background responding to Link pulling out the stone and stuff. He's just as surprised as Link.
It's like, my butt's talking to me. I don't know if it's... I think it is faster to do a save and quit here. I think it is because it puts you like right on the dock next to Coral.
Now Link is the blue bomber. Oh dear.
Alright, so we're going to talk to Coral again. He's going to be like, our preparations are complete. If the girl says what she says, then, you know, Jaboons should be somewhere. Alright, so we are going to sail south. The normal route, I advise against this because I don't like leaving things up to chance. There's enough random chance in this game that I don't need any more of it. But what we would normally, what the higher ranking players and people like looking to set new world records and stuff will do is they will set Dense Pearl on this statue, and then they will sail into that cyclone and hope that that cyclone takes them to Outset Island. And if it doesn't, it's pretty much a reset at that point. And I'm like, how far into this am I? Like, almost 2 hours. Almost 2 hours into this. So, like, that's not an option for me. I'm like, I'm already 2 hours into this. Like, I'm not taking any chances. I'm going to finish this game, and my run is going to be whatever it ends up being.
Yeah, it's one of those things that's really up to, like, how far have you pushed your time. If you still have a lot of time saved, like, you really don't need to take that tornado for those extra couple of seconds.
Yeah.
But, it's also, a lot of people just find it fun to go into the tornado, but it's like one of those things where, like, ahead of time before you go in there, it's like, oh, it's gonna be so much fun. I have a chance to land anywhere on the map, and it could be really, really bad.
And then
if it's really good, you're
like,
extremely happy.
First possible place.
Yeah, you are crying. You are not happy. You're gonna suffer for the next 3 hours of your run because you're gonna be so salty that you're at Dragon Roost. So, it's one of those things where ahead of time you're like, oh, this is going to be amazing, and then afterwards you're gonna be like, oh, why did I do that?
Yeah. So, another one of the reasons that I don't do the Cyclone is because part of my Triforce route requires me to get one of the Triforce pieces right now, right here at the Island of Steel. It is not the I don't know, that is expected, or I don't know. route, standard route, the standard
It's
Triforce.
not.
No, optimal.
Yeah.
That is an excellent word. The reason that I do this is because the Triforce route that I use is far safer to make sure that you don't miss any cycles.
Yeah.
The other route, it's very, very easy to end up showing up at the ghost ship late, and then you have to wait for the next day cycle.
Yeah, and
This way you're getting everything up to the point where you're going to the ghost ship, and then the worst thing that can happen is you have to wait a few seconds, maybe a minute, for the ghost ship to actually appear. So like I said, this is a far safer route, especially for people just getting in speedrunning Wind Waker.
Because it's not just about it being day and night time. It's also, of course, per night the moon cycle changes, and depending on where the moon cycle is, the ghost ship will be at a different place. So
Right.
for people that Triforce routes, they usually try to coordinate an island that is close to where they already are, so that they don't have to go. So
Yep.
it messes up your own day-night cycle. The ghost ship will be at a completely different place, and you'll have to warp somewhere to an island that you definitely don't want to go to. So that's why.
Yeah, right. You end up losing so much more time. In my opinion, it's a very, very tight window.
Yeah.
It's been very tight for me. I've gotten it to work once or twice, but I just feel like I feel a lot safer going with my tried and true route that I think Locke actually came up with, and he told me about it and he explained it all to me, and that is very convenient. That's very convenient routing.
Yeah.
So that's the one that I'm using. Again, it's very specific because you're deciphering Triforce charts at specific times. Your rupee counts come into play during all of that. Yeah. So Coral suggests that we go talk to our family or something. Basically, he wants us to go inside any other location so that he can magically turn himself around at the dock, and we can hop back on him. So basically, we go visit Beetle for a split second and immediately leave his shop, just so that we can go back to Coral and get back onto Coral and head around to the backside of the island.
I think this is actually where Crowfall ends up buying his bait back and pairs.
Possibly. I think I did that in this spot one time too, and I think I still had to go in twice. I had that idea that I'm going to visit Beetle anyway. I can buy them here, but I ended up having to go in twice. It's literally like seconds of difference.
A small optimization for this. I wouldn't necessarily call it fight, because you're basically just blasting a stone slab. But if you saw Blade go around the whirlpool to the right side of the whirlpool, that's because you want to go into the whirlpool at the side that it's pulling you with. Because if you go into the other side, it will first pull, before you get close to the slab, it will first pull you away from the slab. And since it's an auto scroller, basically, the whirlpool, you can't get closer to the slab whatsoever. And the cannon is just about too far away to actually hit the slab.
Right.
So if you sail around the whirlpool and you enter it from the right, you'll be close enough to actually shoot the slab right from the get-go.
As I'm thinking about hearing all of Jabun's being able to read all of Jabun's dialogue here, something I should have mentioned very, very early in the run. Choosing different languages can make the run a little bit faster because the text scrolls a little bit faster, or there's less actual text because of the different language. I believe that Italian is the fastest language in HD, and I think that Spanish is the fastest in SD. But I play on English because I don't care. Like, I am not a top runner of this game, so it does not matter to me which which language I end up choosing to save myself, 26 frames throughout the run, or however much it actually is. But so we have collected Nehru's Pearl, which has dispelled the Endless Night curse. So we've gotten our treasure that was on the island that the pirates were going to come get, so no treasure for them. Haha. So we are on our way to Southern Triangle Island, which is the last island that we need to place a pearl on, which happens to be the last pearl that we just got. Convenient, right? But I am taking a little bit of a detour along the way. I am heading directly east instead of going northeast-ish towards the Triangle Island. I'm going direct to Two-Eye Reef so that I can fight myself a four-eyed big octo. Because I like extra pair. I like to get magic. I really, really, really do not like running out of magic. And I am not educated enough to know exactly where all the magic is, and the magic that I do know where it is kind of random. So,
Hi, Grovel.
getting me some double magic. Double magic is excellent for beginners. You can add not getting double magic into your advanced tactics as you get better and better at speedrunning. I have plateaued, so I just keep getting double. I'm cool with that.
And that's about it. But if you want to learn first floor skip in Terra de God, really not incredibly magic taxing, and getting new magic is incredibly slow.
Yes.
One thing I find very interesting about double magic in this game is that compared to Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, which both have a double magic upgrade, which is purely only for comfort of the user, like to make sure you don't run out of magic. In this game, there's actually a hard piece that requires double magic. So in this game, double magic is actually required to get other items in the game, which is
I was like, is there? And then I was like, flight range.
Yeah, flight control platform requires double magic. So there's actually a different item that you need for 100% locked behind double magic, which is not the case in any of the other games that have a double magic option. It's something small, but I find it interesting and fun from a game design perspective.
Yeah. All right, we are coming up on Southern Triangle Island, so as soon as I set this pearl in this statue, I am going to take the opportunity to use that cutscene as a good option to hit the restroom. So let me mash through a couple of text boxes here, and I am going to hit the restroom real quick during this cutscene, and I will be right back. Which is also kind of unfortunate. Everyone. It's also kind of unfortunate because this is one of my favorite cutscenes in the game, and I have to miss it because it's like the only restroom opportunity. I'll be right back.
See you in a bit. I'm gonna time you. Yeah. So about 2 hours in a run. Welcome in, Groval. Groval got the perfect emote for the poinging in the Great Sea. I wonder if they are gonna re-release Wind Waker, if they would add a skip button, because of course there's a skip button for the intro cutscene, but not for any of the other cutscenes. So I wonder if they give it the Twilight Princess treatment and just add a skip button for most of the cutscenes. Love any speedrunner that has a set bathroom time just because of cutscenes. Oh. It's fun till you get to games like Minish Cap, where there's one cutscene near the end of the game that's like 20 seconds long, so you have 20 seconds to run to the bathroom, wash your hands, and run back. Cutscene skips would make this run amazing, but Grovel, then you wouldn't be able to go to the bathroom anymore. Or they need that one cutscene just like in Twilight Princess. That's unskippable. Yeah, this is one of the most epic introductions to a dungeon ever in Zelda. Just the entire tower raising from the waters. I don't know if any other dungeon has been introduced as well as this dungeon. It would make it an hour shorter. An hour? An entire hour? Holy moly. You'd beat this game in like 3 hours, Grover. What the heck? The tower you can see almost from anywhere in the world. Yeah. Oh, he's late. He's late. Oh no, that's a couple of seconds of time loss. Oh. Yep. Oh, he got out of the boat. Get back in the boat, you're drowning.
I know, tell me about it. All right. So, I am...
This is where the chaos begins.
This is where the chaos begins. So I am going to actually show you 3 ways to get through the first floor of Tower of the Gods. Because I have a little bit of extra time on my hands, and my estimate actually includes this. So I'm going to save my game and attempt to hit the right buttons. So, like I said, I'm going to show you 3 methods of getting through the first floor of the Tower of the Gods. The first method is the traditional method. We're going to actually go through the first floor like the game intends for you to go through it. So we're going to float over to this area over here. We're going to pick up one of these statues and place it on this little pedestal to unlock this door. We are going to hop down here, and we are going to set one of these boxes on that pedestal so that our bridge lights up. The water is going to rise back up, and that box is going to float with the water to make our platform disappear. But that's okay because the water is going to descend again. But before it does, we're just going to float across here, and we're going to grab our little statue thing and walk it across our rainbow platform. We're going to set our little statue in the little statue holder, and that's going to lower the gate. We don't necessarily have to float ourselves over, but it does make it a little faster because you might get stuck waiting for that gate to continue going all the way down. But you also have to wait for the water to rise back up anyway, so it might not actually save you any time and just use up magic to do that. So we're going to pick up a statue. We're going to pick up 2 statues. We're going to put them on these platforms to hopefully make this door unlock. Hi, fish. This room looks really difficult. It's really stinking easy. You take this box right here, you push it up twice, and then you push it to the right twice. If you do it fast enough before the water rises back up, then you can come back over here, you can grab your Deku stick, light it on fire, and just hop your way across the boxes. We're going to light our torches. We're going to grab our key out of this chest. Maybe. And then we're just going to go over this way. We're going to try to avoid the electric choo-choos that drop down. And Coral is magically waiting for us outside the door. We're going to hop on Coral. We're going to cruise ourselves over to the other side of the first floor. The water's probably going to rise back up before we get over there, but that's okay. We're going to blow up that wall, and we're going to blow up probably the middle wall needed to be blown up for sure, but I blew them all up. It doesn't matter. So we're going to wait for the water to go back down. We're going to come into this door as soon as possible, and we're going to take out these 4 choo-choos very quickly by hitting them with a boomerang and then slapping them with our sword. And if all goes well, we get them all taken out before the water rises back up, and then our staircase is going to rise up. We're going to take our little statue, and we're going to wait for the water to go back down. Take our statue through the door and up the stairs. Put it in its little place. And that is going to close off the front side of that waterfall and reveal our path to the next area. We sit here and we wait for the water to rise up again. We make our way through. We make our way through the door, and we've essentially completed the first floor of the Tower of the Gods. That's the traditional way to do it.
And that is slow. We
That
don't like
is
the traditional way.
That is slow.
We are not here to go slow.
Here's one method of doing it a little bit faster. So this is kind of a cool, really easy, cool thing that you can do. This is going to be, well, I'll explain it as I do it. So this is one of the places where double magic is helpful if you're trying to learn this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab this statue. I'm going to get up into this corner. And I'm going to turn away and... Wait, what am I going to do? I think I'm just going to turn this way and set the statue down right there, right in that corner. I'm going to climb up on this ledge. I'm going to kind of hop off of that ledge so that I grab onto this pillar. I'm going to float over to this pillar. I'm going to not talk to Coral. Stop talking to me, Coral. I'm going to sidle up against. I'm going to sidle up against this wall, and walk and sidle over to the right until Link hangs off of the edge. Now, what we want to do is we want to hold on to the right side of the pillar. So you would think that you want to press to the right, but you actually want to press to the left. And what that's going to do is that's going to push Link towards the left, but that statue's in the way. So the statue is actually going to push Link over to the right. And right now we are out of bounds. So because we are out of bounds, we're technically on the other side of the wall. So we're out of bounds. So because we're out of bounds, this is not allowed in a glitchless run. But it's a really, really easy trick that you can do as you're learning how to do these things. So I'm going to wait for the water to go back down. You may not need to, but I'm going to just to be safe. And while we're out of bounds, we're going to hop off. Oh, I ended up getting myself back in bounds. That's okay. We can do it again. It's okay.
Yeah. You want to, while you're swimming, move Kroll a little bit further away? Or is it going to be fine?
I think we'll be okay. We'll be fine.
Okay.
We'll be fine. We'll just do it again. We'll do it a little bit faster this time. So hey, I got to hit the right button.
Not if you do that.
Let's put my leaf on my X button because I have the tendency to hit that button more than anything else.
I always have to leave on R. I feel like leaf is like such a good R item.
I usually have like my boomerang, hookshot, and bow on my R button.
What? Oh yeah, you don't.
Gosh.
Right, you don't use analog, right? This is one of those things where I do know where a magic refill is, but it's super unfortunate because there's one of the pots that's currently next to the statue guarantees a small magic jar drop.
Yeah.
But it's a small magic jar, and it only resets if you reload the area, and the quickest way to reload the area is the door next to it. But
Right.
it takes super long to open since you need to place a statue for it and everything.
All right. All right, so again, I'm going to wait for the water to go back down. Yeah, I watched I watched a little bit of the VOD from last night, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, like, I don't even know how all of that happened. Okay, so I jumped into the wall this time, so I'm still out of bounds, so I'm just going to float myself over to this middle section, and as we come back inbounds, and the water raises us up, I actually went too far in. God,
Yeah.
this is not like this is not working the way
This
that
is
I want to.
it's easy to get out of bounds, but it's still tricky to land it in the end.
It might be easier just to do this while the water is risen up, actually. All right, so staying out of bounds, we're gonna float over here. As long as we're like under this little platform here, we can swim over to this, and the game will kind of push us up into this area. So now we're hanging out behind this waterfall, and we've made ourselves right here and skipped the entire first floor. But like I said, that is an out of bounds way to do that, and that is not allowed in Glitchless. So we need to find a way to do this. We need to find a way to do this inbounds. It's a little bit more difficult, but it still skips a lot of time. It skips the entire first floor.
The reason why that first part is scary with the water raised up is because if the water's raised up, the void out zone is higher, and if Link hits the water when he's out of bounds, I think he just immediately voids out.
I think so.
Yeah.
I believe so. Don't quote me on that because I don't have absolute. I don't know absolutely for sure. Okay, let's put my leaf back on X. Oh my god.
We're just showing off some options in the game since we have quite enough time to before the next run.
We did. See, I'm more about the education than I am about having the best possible run. I'm here to teach people, not to be the fastest player. All right. So I actually didn't need to come over to this pillar for that. So, bad habits, man, I'm telling you. So what I need to do is we need to float over to here and grab onto that edge so we can get on top of this thing. We need to wait for the water to be lowered, and then wait maybe, I don't know, a few seconds, 3, 4, 5 seconds, something like that. I don't have an absolute science on that. So I just kind of base it on, what I feel, like if I feel I've been there long enough. And then I'm going to jump off, and I'm going to float over towards this waterfall. I'm going to put my camera up under Link so that I can see where I'm at. And I'm going to hang out like in the middle of this waterfall. And as the water rises up, it's supposed to push you into that little hallway. I was not far enough into the waterfall for it to work that time.
One small magic jar.
So we're gonna do it again. Oh, too close.
Yeah, the standing waiting for the water for the right time is like one of those things where it's like there's probably a right counter for it, but I also just base it off of gut.
Yeah, there's multiple ways that people have done this too. They've stood on top of here, they've done a backflip and then started floating. I think my really good friend, Legend of Zora, came up with this idea to just jump straight off, change the camera view so you're looking directly under Link, and it helps line you up to where you need to be so that the water, so that when the water rises, it just pushes you through that waterfall. As you can see, like, I can't walk through here with this waterfall going through, so the game just kind of pushes you in there. So that is the glitchless way to skip the first floor of the Tower of the Gods. So in this room, what we're going to do is we're going to set these two statues on two of these little platforms. Specifically, the two that are further away from that platform up ahead. And then we're going to, as we step on the last one, we're going to roll into it so that Link rolls during the cutscene and lands on the platform before it starts moving. There's a Tingle statue on that stationary platform. Just drop a bomb on it. You can get yourself a Tingle statue. And then
Plus 50 rupees.
Yeah, then we're going to come in here and we are going to go through the door that has a light on it. We're going to roll directly ahead so that we can grab onto that platform as it's floating away from us. Skip all of these electric choo-choos.
You kind of do the thing where you pull it through the floor.
The hell what now?
Where you pull the statue through the floor.
I'm not familiar with that one.
Oh, I can try and explain it.
Okay.
It's pretty easy. If the statue is beneath the platform and you are on top of the platform, then you can crawl, and if you crawl backwards and spam A, you can actually pull up the statue and it will pull the statue through the platform. And since it's not Link going out of bounds, but the statue, it's not considered as going out of bounds. Yeah, so as you see that there was the pickup thingy. So if you stay still, he walks under you. So you need to stay still, then he walks under you, and then you need to like shuffle a tiny bit backwards, and then release crouching, and then spam A, and then it will pick up the statue.
Oh my god, that's so cool!
And that's how you
man.
do that room fast in a glitchless way.
Look at that! I just learned something today.
That's what we are here for Dungeon Runners.
Yes,
that's what we're
that's
doing,
so
learning
cool.
people tricks. And yeah, since it's Grover can probably explain why exactly that is allowed and why Link going outside of bounds is not allowed. But I think it's just as simple as like, since it's the statue glitching through a wall and not Link, it's allowed.
You're
Since
literally
Link is doing everything as intended.
You're literally using the intended game mechanics to do this, and I think that's a big part of what constitutes what's allowed and what's not. Like, you're literally just using game mechanics.
So in this room, there is a guaranteed magic drop, and it's the next door Blake will be going through, the pot on the left. It has a guaranteed big magic jar every time you break it.
Did we not change the game on
Did we not?
Twitch?
I did, right? I did. Alex probably just didn't refresh the page because I did it before we even started the stream.
Alex is hardcore and has been watching the entire marathon all weekend, even on the offline times.
Alex has been here for a lot of it.
Made
you check? Oh, it's that prank where they hold a circular finger position beneath your chin and then you check and then they smack you. What the hell? What the hell, Alex?
Alright, these bubbles are being annoying, so...
These are in the top 10 of annoying enemy placements in Zelda games. These guys always knock your statue out of the house.
Alright, I think there might be multiple tricks of how to do this room quickly. The one that I remember is called the Cosmo Hop, which was created by speedrunner Narcissa, who was at the time known as Cosmo. I don't know why I put that there, but whatever. But I'm not going to do it. It involves like holding the statue and doing some crazy hops to get across that gap using that ledge. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to do this. I'm just going to do this room normally.
You can basically side jump on the wall because there's a little edge around the wall, but normally you wouldn't be able to walk past that because there's pillars extending literally no space for you to walk on. In theory, you can do side jumps to cross that gap, the first jump is pretty easy to get to the first, to get to the second pillar, but getting around the second pillar to the second wall is incredibly precise and incredibly difficult. I don't know if Groval's capable of doing it. I'm not. Like, I've tried before. I've spent like half an hour in that room before trying to get the jumps, but it's so precise.
I have gotten it to work a few times. It is very, very precise.
Yeah.
I think like a couple of years ago, I think Locke was explaining a setup for it for me. Either Locke or Zoda was explaining the setup for me, and I was trying to do it, and I was just like, man, this is just way too much waste of my time to try to do this. Like, I have no intention of ever like trying to incorporate this into my run.
What was that jingle that I just heard?
That jingle that you just heard was my forest water expiring.
Oh, right, of course. I forgot that was a thing.
So now that my
And also,
so now that my forest water has expired, I can actually empty my bottle, and I can put a fairy in it later.
it also shows how long they increased the time for the forest water compared to SD, because
Yep.
SD only have half an hour, and now we're like 2.5 hours in, and only just now the forest water expired.
So the SD version, the forest water was good for 20 minutes, and then the HD version is 30 minutes.
Yeah. I'd like to ask, which person was the biggest detriment in the Forest Wars adventure, both pre-fish and post-fish, which you can read this if you want. I mean, Blake only watched a bit, so I don't think Blake got a lot. I think they all had their moments to be detriments to the cause.
Can I make it? I made the jump. Awesome.
I feel like that's a natural flow of Force Wars adventures where, like, 3 people are like, oh, we have to be serious and beat this game, and then one person's being a silly goose, and then, like, half an hour later, that person who's being a silly goose rotates around the party, and everyone at some point has their silly moments.
Yeah, you've got 3 serious people, and then you've got Ashton.
That's
like,
what I said.
Just watching, like when I got home last night, I loaded it up. I think they were in level 6. They might have been in the last stage. It looked like they were in the temple. I'm just watching Ashton be Ashton, and I'm just like, oh my god, here we go. And I'm like, they're only in level 6. Like, they're gonna be up so late. Like, Ashton's gonna be so freaking tired in the morning. Okay, so while I'm in here, really quick, as we enter this room, we want to quickly hop off and float over, and you should be able to land on that platform as it floats down.
It's a tight window, but it makes this room so much faster.
And then we can instantly side hop off of the platform to void warp ourselves back to the front door.
Yeah. Should you miss that flight, it's better to leave the room and re-enter the room and try again rather than trying again immediately. Because even if you void out, it won't reset the patterns that the flying platforms are on. So if you void out and try fly again, the platforms are not flying in the right order anymore. One of the pods next to this door also has a magic drop.
Yes.
But this one is a 50-50 between if it's a big one or a small one.
All right, so we're going to do a cool little trick here. We're going to float ourselves onto the edge of that laser, and then we're going to float ourselves and grab onto this pillar. Nice. We're going to call our statue, and we're going to hold down so that as soon as this cutscene is over, we're going to hop off of this statue. We're going to float ourselves back over the laser, and the statue should follow us straight through the laser. That way we don't have to worry about commanding it and trying to get it to come through and turn off the laser and all that good stuff.
It's another one of those things where the hitbox of the statue is bigger than the actual statue, what it looks like, so it's actually pretty hard to grab the statue when you're flying. On top of that, if you fly too far away, or if you go too far away from the statue, once you have called it, the statue can be like, hey, you're too far away, and it will stop moving. So yeah, it's actually pretty neat that you just got that right off the bat without any issues.
Yep. You do it enough times, like, it just becomes muscle memory, but you do have to be pretty quick as you're executing that.
Was that the room with the tingle statue in it? No, the tingle statue is in the room where you're going up with the beamos at the bottom and a lot of platforms up. There's a floating platform behind you, and then if you throw a bomb on that floating platform, there will be a tingle statue there.
It is the room at the end of the first floor.
Yeah, it's right the room right before this room, right before the second main room.
It's the room that literally takes you up to the second floor.
Yeah.
So Tingle Statue in this dungeon is pretty early on.
Yeah.
Tingle Statue in the Wind Temple is really early on too.
I think the Tingle statues are a really cool, unique addition to this game, where it's like a secret little collectible that if you have the Game Boy.
I really like that they kept it in the HD version without having the Tingle Tuner in it.
Game Boy, yeah. I think it's kind of sad that the entire Knuckles side quest is gone. Or he's just called Knuckle, not Knuckles. Knuckles
Yeah.
is from Sonic. But
so we're gonna we're gonna do the same.
yeah.
We're gonna do the same kind of concept. We're gonna float over. We're gonna grab the edge of this little pillar that this laser's on, and hop over and get our big key. And upon getting the big key, it's going to automatically deactivate the laser and activate the Armos that are in here. So all we need to do now is just defeat the Armos. We didn't have to worry about carrying the statues over. So we're just going to defeat the Armos. We're going to shoot them with an arrow. We're going to whack them in the butt a couple of times.
I only learned about this one recently, and I felt so silly.
And we're going to head ourselves outside. Normally, we would shoot these blue BMOS eyes with arrows to destroy them, but we don't actually need to do that. We can just jump slash over them. My jump slashing is a little bit off, so I keep getting hit by them. But you can get past them without getting hit by them.
The bird can't.
There's a fairy in one of these pots. I'm going to try to put it in a bottle just for some insurance.
Marathon safety.
I like how the fairies are actually well defined in this game as opposed to other Zelda games. And you can see the fairy in the bottle, and it is very sad.
Why did you kidnap me? So this boss is another one where it's weird Nintendo programming, where flies and arrows do double damage on the hands and will one-shot the hands, but they don't actually do extra damage on the face of the boss.
Interesting. I call this guy Uncle Andros because he kind of looks like Andros from Star Fox 64. He kind of battles like Andros too.
Whoa, it's not one boss from Minish Cap.
Yeah, it's Bongo Bongo. It's Uncle
That's a great of time.
Uncle Andros Bongo. In Echoes of Wisdom, they choose to go in the bottle. I haven't gotten far enough into Echoes of Wisdom to have a fairy yet, I think, so that's
What? The
good to know.
game's been released for like a year.
Okay, for whatever reason, that hand decided to open back up. Sometimes it does that. As soon as Godan is going to try to shoot orbs out of his mouth at you, if you run directly under him, it will cancel that animation. So, destroy the hands, destroy the eyes, throw a bomb in his face.
Yeah, and with the eyes, you want to be careful that you don't shoot too fast.
Why?
Oh my gosh, the hand came back up a second time.
Why is it doing that?
Yeah, with the eyes, you don't want to shoot too fast because then they're still infernable after they just got hit. So the timing is a bit finicky on the eyes. I always mess it up.
Yeah, especially with him moving around.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
It's all good.
This hand blocked the bomb. I've never seen that happen before.
All right, so I already don't have enough arrows to hit him enough times before I run out of arrows. So when you run out of arrows, all you have to do is try to shoot an arrow without having any arrows, and Godan will snot rocket some arrows out of his nose to help replenish your arrows. But in doing that, the hands come back, but the eyes stay open, so you can just shoot the eyes instead.
The internal fight with the cameraman on what exactly we want to target. Is it just me, or does this room kind of look like similar to Sheikah shrines? In a way, it does. I feel like it's a little bit more electrical than Sheikah stuff, though.
Maybe.
Like, Sheikah stuff feels a bit more magical, but maybe that's just because the floor is electricity here. If you have the hero's charm, it shows his health bar. Yep. They're not getting the heart container.
That wasn't what I wanted to do.
Well, we're using pro strats. You got a fairy. It's gotta be fine.
Guess we're going with one short of a heart today.
I see one's done a 3 heart run at the marathon before, right? So you can do a 5 heart one.
Yeah. 7 heart in the end. 8 heart. I was trying to slash to grab the heart, but I was holding ZL, so I was doing horizontal slashes instead of vertical I was doing vertical slashes instead of horizontal slashes, so it didn't actually grab the heart, and it inched me forward into the teleporter. So, oopsie, my bad.
I think Groval skips the heart container from what's his face, from the Earth Temple, because it's just so far out of the way.
Right. I mean, it only takes you a couple of seconds to grab it, but at the same time, you know, it's a couple of seconds. Yeah. Like that's like an eternity to speedrunners. I'm a slug runner. I get the hearts.
Well, you're not a slug runner because your PB is still faster than my PB, but
I'm a power walker. Like what Mossy said at the very beginning of this whole marathon, he was like, I call myself a speed walker. Like, yeah, I'm a power walker.
Speed jogging. I feel like we need one of those charts now, like one of those evolution charts where it's like a monkey slowly transforming into a human, but then we need like different instances of like a speed walker, a speed jogger, and a speed runner.
You need to die so I can show you foreshadowing. I need more context on that.
You don't remember what you said 9 years ago? God, 2016 is 9 years ago. Can you imagine?
It was in May, so it was probably like a marathon practice run, or maybe 100% run.
Or a 334% run.
Might have been. All right, so we're going to come into this suspicious castle under the water. See all of these dark nuts and moblins frozen in time. And get a good glimpse of this, you know, seemingly royal family who look surprisingly very similar to the pirates. But anyway,
strange.
We're gonna solve the most the most cryptic puzzle in all of existence, because this puzzle has eluded Ganondorf for many, many years. And we're going to solve it in about 45 seconds or so. And then we're going to get congratulated and be like, oh, you're so smart. It's like, yes. I put triangle-shaped blocks into a triangle-shaped emblem on the floor. And it moved a statue.
It's a very shiny floor. Link needs some sunglasses.
Ah, so bright.
Huh. He's playing by Mobless in this game of lightning speed reflexes when they drop their weapon. I could punch every time he did it.
Right?
Yeah, the Moblins are so evil when they drop their weapon because they have an automatic response to punch you, which you can, like, there's a frame or two where you can hit them before they do it, but it's quite tight. And then once they've grabbed their weapon, they again have an immediate attack to retaliate. So they have 2 instant retaliation attacks when they get up from their weapon getting dropped, which is also good why we're never letting them fall to the floor and just killing them before they even have a chance to do anything.
Yeah. So we're gonna have some really interesting battle tactics as we fight these Darknuts and Moblins in here. Things. I don't know.
Do I need to remind you to grab arrows before you leave?
No.
Okay.
No. I've basically hardwired it into my route to grab a set of arrows before I leave.
I once forgot to grab arrows a long time ago, and it was.
So did I.
After that, I just quit. I just went to bed.
I forgot to grab arrows one time, and I'm like, never doing that again.
Yep. Yeah. If you ever forget to grab arrows here, your best option is just to go to bed and have a good night's rest.
Yep, just give it up. Runs over. Never play the game again. All right, we got the Master Sword, which is the legendary blade with the power to repel evil that we're going to find out very soon that it does not actually have the power to repel evil. All right, we're going to very strategically take these guys out. There's multiple ways to fight Darknuts.
Yep, there's the jump spin.
So jump spins, especially with the Master Sword, are really, really strong. If you can hit the Moblin with both parts of the attack, it'll kill them in one shot. If you can take off a Darknut shield with a parry attack, or a Darknut's armor with a parry attack, see, this is why we don't stab enemies in the butt.
Time to boomerang in.
Oh my gosh. If you can take the armor off of a Darknut with a parry attack, then you can go up to him and you can just continuously stab him.
That guy was destroying you for a second.
He was.
Good morning, Drew. How's your headache? So, one thing about the boomerang in this game is that it's actually not required for that much in terms of story progression and gameplay, but it's incredibly useful in combat for if you're in a situation where the initial attacks failed. So the boomerang stuns Moblins very frequently, and Moblins have an automatic reflection to whatever attack they were like last attacked with. I don't know exactly how it works, but they're pretty good at reflecting attacks once you've hit them once. So the boomerang is extremely good at stunning them. So even though it's not actually that useful in story progression, it's quite useful in combat should all else fail. So if you're a beginner to learning Wind Waker, I highly recommend equipping the boomerang in this area.
Okay, let's actually get through some of this stuff like the way it's supposed to be gone through. Or not. Dark nuts next to pillars are annoying. Don't grab the Knight's Crest. I grabbed the Knight's Crest.
So, whilst Blake is killing his guys, I'll actually explain a bit how to do a jump spin. Because basically what Blake is doing, he's doing a normal jump attack, but before he lands, he quickly spins his control sticks and presses B. So quickly spinning your control stick and B.
Don't need to press B. All you gotta do is just do the spin.
Oh, just spin?
Yep.
Okay. So just doing a spin automatically does a spin attack, whereas normally if you like the way the game teaches you to do a spin attack is to like hold B and charge it up. But if you just do a spin, you don't actually need to charge it up, and Link will just instantly pull it out. And this is incredibly strong. So if you do this whilst you're doing a jump attack and before you hit the floor, Link will do the jump attack, and the moment he hits the floor, he will immediately do the spin attack. So that way he's getting the double hits in. The quick spins are also a way, if you don't want to parry the knights, you can do a lot of quick spins in a row next to them, and their armor actually has its own health value. So if you do enough damage to the armor, it will break without you having to cut the thing on the back. So another way to get their armor off is just rolling up to them, doing a bunch of quick spins, and breaking their armor that way, and then going for the frost slashes. But it's a bit more precise, and if you fail, they can immediately do a lot of damage to you.
That was an excellent explanation.
Thank you.
It's
almost like I've put way too many hours in this game.
Right? It's like you've put way too many hours into watching me play this game too.
Yeah.
So, when you're doing your sword training with Orca at the beginning of the game, he actually does also. I think he explains that you can also briefly spin the control stick and press B to do a spin attack as well as holding it, but don't quote me on that because I can't think of it right off the top of my head if that's true or not. But yeah, so that is how you do it. You do your jump attack and you spin your stick fast enough before you land, and it'll do a spin attack immediately after landing.
Now we're on our way to Forsaken Fortress.
We are on our way to Forsaken Fortress. We're going to take a, not really a detour, but we're just going to sail directly into this cyclone here.
And this is why you need arrows.
This is why we need arrows. So I did break a pot up on the upper level, and I made sure to show that I did get arrows out of that pot, so that is a guaranteed arrow drop. I used to have so much trouble in the past fighting Cyclos and actually getting to shoot him. Literally, all you need to do is just aim for his cloud and shoot his cloud.
Yeah, and be patient. Something I used to do at the start, which is incredibly bad, is just like shoot as fast as possible, but he needs time to do his animation of getting hit. So if you shoot too much, he'll just be wasting a bunch of arrows. You just need to take a bit of patience to wait till he's done with his animation, and then you can shoot again.
Yes, and you're going to need your arrows.
Yeah.
They're very important. So when I got the Master Sword, I was going to say that usually I gauge my like my pace by what my timer is set at when I get the Master Sword. So I usually say somewhere around the 2:30 mark is pretty good for me. I spent a little bit of extra time in the Tower of Gods to show off that stuff, so we were around 2:40 when I got the Master Sword, so I'm on pretty good pace. Things are going fairly smoothly. I'm not having that many like terrible detrimental issues or anything that's taken up a lot of time. So I'm pretty comfortable. Couple of there's been a there's been a few like controller mishaps where it hasn't had me walking directly in the directions that I want it to be, but nothing bad, nothing really major.
Alex is calling you out.
If I'm hurting your ears, Alex, you can
explain to jumping.
If I'm hurting your ears, Alex, you can just like turn off the stream or something. It's okay though.
Yeah, it's the quick spin is a familiar thing with also Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time. It is also a thing in Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, I guess. I'm not sure about Skyward Sword and Twilight Princess. If I barely... No, it's definitely a thing in Twilight Princess.
It is definitely
I'm not
Twilight
sure about
Princess.
Skyward Sword. I just barely ever play Skyward Sword.
Skyward Sword, I think, might be a little bit weird because of its different controller setup.
It's just using the emote. I'm only joking, Alex.
Oh.
But Blake specifically earlier on explained that jumping makes less noise, and he immediately forgot about it.
Well, it's not that I forget about it. It's more convenient to do the swings at some points and other points. We just witnessed the fastest sunset in history.
Yeah, it's Forsaken Fortress in this game just like as in with with Ganon's Castle in Ocarina of Time, they have automatic day-night cycles where it automatically puts the current day-night cycle to night. It can be useful in certain instances, but of course in this speedrun we want to be careful with that because day-night cycle is very important for the ghost ship. But luckily it all works out in a way. You have an empty bottle, right?
I do.
There we go, it's bottle strats. This is one that you probably all know. It's a tail all this time. You can use the bottle instead of the sword to hit back the bowl. There's actually there is a slight difference with it in Wind Waker, I believe. I'm not entirely sure on this. Someone in chat can probably correct me, but as far as I know, the bottle does have shorter range, but it lasts. The hitbox to hit the ball back lasts a little bit longer since the animation for grabbing something holds out the bottle a little bit longer forward. So there's actually the timing is a little bit more lenient.
I noticed that as I did the first bottle swipe, and I was like, I thought I hit it early, and like that bottle sat there for like ever, and knocked the orb back. So something else that I was thinking of when we were talking about jump spins. Something else that you can do is you can actually do a spin attack out of a backflip, like that.
You'll be very happy to know that in Ocarina of Time I always use the bottle on the Phantom Ganon and Ganondorf. I think in speedruns where they beat Ganondorf, it's actually the optimal way now to fight Ganondorf with a bottle, because I don't know exactly how it works anymore in Ocarina of Time, but if you jump close towards him, what they do nowadays, then it's easier, I think, to hit him with the bottle, or it shoots the ball faster. No, wait, it guarantees the hit, because with a sword it can miss or something. If you're too close to him, with a bottle it guarantees the hit in Ocarina of Time. I don't know exactly, you'd have to ask someone that's familiar with Ocarina of Time, but I think bottle's actually the optimal way in Ocarina of Time now.
So there is a little bit of an optimal strat that I don't normally do because as much as I'm pretty decent at grabbing ledges out of leaf grabs, I'm very bad at grabbing ladders out of leaf grabs. But as we walked up those stairs right over there, you can float yourself across the courtyard and grab onto that ladder across the way there, and it gets you into that last room before going up to the top floor much faster. But I'm very bad at grabbing those, and it takes up magic, and I'm just doing the safer route.
Yeah, it's quite precise. It is one of those things that Pixie mentioned yesterday, where like as a kid you're like that has to be faster, right? But you can't get it to work.
Right.
That's exactly one of those things. Like, you have to be able to leave into that ladder, right? But you can't get it as a kid, and now it's actually like an optimal strat in the speed run. And then this time we don't have to worry about any other guards. We can just
Yeah, we've got a sword. We can actually defend ourselves, so we don't have to worry about anybody getting in our way and trying to be sneaky and people stopping us by throwing lanterns at us and catching us on fire.
Link, but Swedish. Welcome in.
So we're gonna set the wind direction to southwest, I believe. And that's just going to allow us to float across these gaps without having to use the thing, the grappling hook, a few times. Which might just be faster to use the grappling hook, because with all the save and quits that we were doing, every time that you reload into the game, it will play the song that you play a second time, like the first time that you play it. That's another one of the quality of life improvements in HD, is that it doesn't always play the song twice. If you play it once, as long as you don't leave the game, the next time that you play the song, it only plays at that time and activates it, instead of playing you hit the notes and then it actually goes through and plays the song again. It doesn't do that. It doesn't do that after the first time for every single instance of the game. But if you save and quit, it will do that again.
Alex is asking if you're doing Helmrock Skip, but I'm pretty sure your PB is from before Helmrock Skip was found, right?
No.
Yeah.
I am not doing Helmrock Skip. I was going to explain that in a little bit. Helmrock Skip is very, very difficult. Yep. It requires precise movements, precise timing, and a lot of frame perfect pause buffering. I've attempted to learn it, and I was like, no, not doing this. I will fight this guy, and I will let RNG take over for this at this point.
Corey says, always wondered if you go up and grab your sword and then glitch over the wall, if you can beat the guards. If you mean the moblins, yes, you. In a theoretical situation, you could, because the moblins are programmed to only throw Link in jail if he has a sword. So the moment you have a sword, they wouldn't throw you in jail anymore. This gets used in the more glitchy categories quite often, because if you go into a submarine without a sword and there's a moblin there, the moblins will automatically throw you all the way to Forsaken Fortress.
Right. I do remember that now that you mentioned that.
Yeah, it's super funny. It's kind of like yesterday where Joash got thrown to the moon, except we just get thrown to Forsaken Fortress. Hello, Bird.
Hello, Burb. Hi, Chicken Alfredo. It's us again. You should have eaten me when you had the chance.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna run ourselves all the way up this tower. This is one of the parts where you would also grab a joy pendant from each of these bokoblins that you pass up, but since I have already gotten all of my joy pendants, I don't need to do that. I've actually already gotten my island, so I don't need to do any of that. So we're just gonna run straight up.
This is such a unique boss arena where there's just other enemies coming at you while you're avoiding the boss. It's so fun.
Yeah. So as we get up here, Helmrock King is going to block our way. He doesn't fight us or anything. He just blocks our way. The game wants you to smack him with a skull hammer, but there is a way that you can float yourself to get behind him and then pull yourself up there. And as long as he's still there, the next cutscene doesn't occur. And that's where Oh, he does attack you. He's like, hey, hit me. I've never stood here long enough and had him attack me. Anyway, so
Nice.
once you get up there, that's where you would do the Helmarock skip. And I'll try to explain that a little bit during the battle of what you need to do. There's a few different methods of doing Helmarock skip. All of the methods beforehand were all like out of bounds. So like you would come up here and you would end up getting yourself out of bounds and have to crawl yourself all along the inside of that perimeter ledge there, and then make yourself get yourself onto that ramp and roll up to the door. But doing a glitchless Helmarock skip is a little bit different. Also, something interesting is that this cutscene doesn't actually initiate until you're standing on this upper platform for like a second. So once I stand still, then it's going to initiate the cutscene. It's gonna drop Link into one specific spot every time. But to do the second half of the Helmarock skip, what you want to do, you've got the ramp going up to Ganondorf's door, but it's blocked by the spikes. So what you want to do is you want to backflip yourself up onto these spikes right against here. You want to drop a bomb, hurry up, and backflip yourself up on top of these spikes, jump off of it, leaf pump your way, frame perfectly, over to here, and use the bomb to bomb boost you up onto those spikes so that you can jump off of them and head up the ramp. That is very difficult to do. So I am just going to straight up fight this bird the way that Nintendo wants me to fight this bird. But if all goes well, I should be able to one-cycle it right after the mask breaks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, after the mask breaks, I'm going to stab it once and then do, I think, 3 jump spins pretty quickly. And that should one-cycle it, hopefully, if I do it all fast enough.
The main thing that's annoying with this boss is that, as you can see, it has a certain amount of text that it can do, but it's not guaranteed which one it does. And we want him to pack the floor so that he's in the floor and we can smash his face. But if he does any of the other ones, it automatically makes this fight slower. There we go.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
There we go. So it was 2 jump spins. I was like, 3 just seemed like a lot, but so yeah. So that worked out quite well. That was actually a pretty quick battle. The RNG was not as mean to me today as it was last week when I practiced this for the last time. The RNG was very mean to me last time. Yep, you can, if you don't get it on that one cycle, you can shoot it with arrows as it's flying around. It's kind of hard to aim it, but yes, you can damage it by shooting it with arrows. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage by arrows, but
yeah,
you can literally kill it out of the air if it's weak enough.
Only if the mask is off.
Yeah, only if the mask is off. Hi, Ganny. I killed your bird.
Nice. And this is one of those cutscenes that could have been a bathroom break, but alas, we're here mashing text for like 5 minutes.
Right. Yep. Not a restroom break kind of cutscene.
And you have to fight Ganondorf all alone. It's insane.
Yeah.
Link's got this, right?
Yeah. With my blade that does not sparkle with the power to repel evil.
Link, what do you mean you hit the floor? You didn't even reach him. Oh my gosh. This is why we don't like cutscene Link.
He's like, your sword's bigger than mine.
I don't know how we're gonna get out of this.
Ah,
There's someone to help us?
it's my little girl pirate friend person.
Whoa. Oh, look, she also has a weapon with it. Choker. Oh.
No.
Well, Link's got her back now, right? Link's got this. Princess Zelda? What do you mean? Where?
What? I don't know any Zelda.
I don't know any Zelda. That's Tetra.
You can't tell
Silly
me you don't
Ganondorf.
know about Zelda. We didn't go exploring through your bedroom on the pirate ship, but it is filled with legendary lore of the Hyrule family and all of these secret things.
Oh, hello there. This is one of my favorite cutscenes in the game, just because someone in the game other than Link actually tries to fight Ganondorf.
Right.
Nintendo did not give Tetra her gun license until Hyrule Warriors.
So, back in the beginning, when we got ourselves out of Forsaken Fortress for the first time, really by means of the Helmarot King throwing us halfway across the Great Sea, like I've always thought that, like, Ganondorf could have like solved all of his problems very easily by just being like, yo, just eat him. But instead, he's like, no, just toss him away. It's like, toss him away. He's of no consequence. But and then like all of his problems come up because this boy comes back. He's got a fancy new sword. Still can't do anything, but you know, his little pirate friends help him, you know, escape. And I guess it helps to have a big chubby dragon too. But like he's made a bunch of friends along the way, so all of his friends come to help him. So now Ganondorf's got problems, right? Like here's this boy that comes back. He's getting new friends. He's getting new toys. He may have the Master Sword, but it doesn't have the power to repel evil. Okay, now he's, you know, learning how to actually replenish the power to the Master Sword and all that good stuff. And I'm like, and I'm just like, man, you could have like, you could have solved all your problems by just having your bird eat him from the very beginning. But a little more lately, I've thought about it a little bit more, and I'm like, you know what? You know, it kind of goes along with what Ganondorf says it like before the final battle. He's like, I have no desire to kill you, I only have desire for power. And it kind of dawned on me. Ganondorf is a man with a plan. He really is. When you really think about it, he's like, okay, so this kid looks like the legendary hero. He looks like Link. He's wearing the clothes and everything, you know. Maybe it's pajamas or something. Maybe he's trying to be like Tingle, whatever. But he's like, I can't just straight up murder this kid or have my bird eat him. Like, I desire this power, and I have to. The only way that I can get this power is by bringing all three pieces of the Triforce together. And I only have the Triforce of power. I need to find Zelda. I don't know where Zelda is. Zelda will have the Triforce of Wisdom. I need to find Zelda. And some legendary hero has to find the Triforce of Courage. Like, if it happens to be this kid, I need him to go get the Triforce of Courage so that I can have the power of the full Triforce. So he's like I said, Ganondorf is a man with a plan. He's like, I have to let him go so that he can come back later and I can get my power.
Yo, delivery boy, bring me some cheese.
Right? So, deep thoughts with Blake. Ganondorf. Not, and ultimately, like, I really don't think Ganondorf is really an evil person. He does evil things. He does bad things. He's not a super evil person. He just has an ultimate desire of power. And sometimes that means doing whatever is necessary to get that power, which
In this game,
turns into very bad things.
in this game, his motivations are better explained with him growing up in the desert but not wanting to be in the desert and so on, which is something that lacks in other games, which inherently makes the other Ganondorfs look more evil and this one more reasonable. But yeah. Do the ends justify the means, Ganondorf?
Yeah. He's a very, very selfish person because he ultimately just only desires this power. But at the same time, like, I feel like he's not doing unnecessary things to acquire that. Like, he's not just straight up destroying everything in his path to try to get this. But also before getting the Master Sword, a lot of Ganondorf's power was held back because of the Master Sword being in that pedestal. Anyway, hey, we found Zelda.
Oh my god, it's Zelda. Where did she come from?
She's got the Triforce of Wisdom, and, Coral's ultimate grand idea to keep her safe is to lock her in this basement, put the statue over the secret compartment, and basically cut her completely off from fresh air. So,
and
yeah.
Escape routes.
So what do you know? We're on a time schedule here. We need to get all this done before Zelda suffocates.
I love how she got the Triforce of Wisdom and immediately did not use it to think about if that current plan was actually a good plan.
Right.
But speaking about good plans, we're gonna play some more music. Let's go collect some songs.
Yay!
That will help us in our quest.
All right, so you didn't have time to explain to me where we were when we first got down to Hyrule Castle. You don't have any time to explain, when Tetra gets down to Hyrule Castle. But now, all of a sudden, when Tetra's down there suffocating and we come back up here, you're like, hey, let me tell you a story about the Hero of Time. It's like, come on, man.
It's just a story all about how
Link's life got turned upside down. I feel like we could make a parody song about Wind Waker using that. Probably. It's probably on Reddit with a bunch of people in comments doing one line at a time.
Yeah. Well, luckily we beat Cyclos earlier, so that we can now beat him up even harder with what we're gonna get here. Speaking about, during Force 4's adventure yesterday, Drew didn't know who this was.
What?
There you go, Drew. Now, if you pay close attention to this cutscene, you can actually figure out who this character is. There she is.
There she is.
Do you think that's a Voodoo doll? Did she just break an actual Great Fairy in two?
Yes. She destroyed one of her great fairies to create two little fairies that are sprinkling blue and red dust everywhere. I mean, It's obvious who this is, right? It's
It's the
Moaning
Fairy
Myrtle.
Queen.
It's Moaning
Oh.
Myrtle. She's not really moaning. She's kind of laughing, but, you know, it's Moaning Myrtle. She's macking on Link. She's like, "You're so cute." Link's all like, "Aw, dude, I love that I caught that
Wait,
fairy in a
What
cutscene.
the heck?
That is so
I've never
great."
seen that before. You just picked up a fairy mid cutscene. What the hell?
That is awesome.
So Grovall is not allowed to pick up an actual fairy during the Ganon boss battle fight because the fairy glitched out, but you can pick up a fairy during a cutscene. Okay. That was amazing. Now we can do the joke again. Wow, was that a fateful fairy?
Oh, I was gonna mention earlier, and I think I got sidetracked in my details. There is a treasure chart in the room in Dragon Roost Cavern. There's a treasure chart in the room with the 3 Bokoblins, where 2 of them are hiding in pots. If you light the torches in that room, you can get a treasure chart, and that treasure chart leads to 200 rupees that's at Dragon Roost Island. So if you're looking for extra cash, or if you need extra cash or just want to play it safe, you can pick up that treasure chart in there and grab that 200 rupees immediately after you finish Dragon Roost Cavern.
There's also a chest on some stakes on the front of Dragon Roost Cavern, but to get it down, you have to blow up some bombs with either the boomerang, the bow, or a pair. So it's not that useful in the early game.
Yeah, it's really not.
It's a bit unfortunate, but it is. In theory, it could be a backup during Triforce routing, but you don't really need to go all to Dragon. Yeah, when you need to go to Overlook, you need to go past Dragon Roost, but it's like one of those chests that's like so close to being useful, but not really.
All right, so as I am going to drop into this hole, I'm going to pull out the leaf, and it's going to kind of skip the cutscene where Link falls into the hole and screams. So this is just kind of saves a second or two. Jumping into the lava in here does not save any time. It actually loses time, so you probably don't want to do that. But as I am an educator, I am showing you guys what not to do.
There's also, I don't know if this is very unknown, but like, if you hit these magpies, they're called, right? If you hit them with ice arrows, they automatically curl up into balls, and it's not much faster for killing them necessarily, but it is kind of useful in the Bomb Island puzzle.
Magtails is what they're called.
Oh, magtails, right.
So we are gonna do a save.
Morning,
here.
C1.
Hi, Z1. So we are gonna do a save warp here. It is a little bit faster than climbing yourself out of the island and trying to find coral. So the routing in this part of the game, I think, is, you know, ultimately up to the player.
Whoops.
The routing for these series of events is really ultimately up to the player of what you want to do and the order that you want to do them. Essentially, we're getting the power bracelets, the iron boots, and at least the Earth God's lyric song. But I'm also going to go to Gale Island. I'm going to get the Wind God's Aria song too before I actually go pick up Medley. So I'm going to do all of that stuff ahead of time. Ultimately, it really doesn't matter what order of events you do all of that in, because it ultimately all takes the same amount of time. At least that's my opinion on it. Somebody can try to justify why it's faster to do it in a different order, but you won't convince me, and it doesn't matter. I'm going to do it the way I want to. Oh, I need to pick this up, not smash it. My bad. I'm not on that island. I'm on the other island.
Good music time. Let's go.
Good music time.
Wait, that's that's a Sora.
That's a Zora.
How? But didn't she just say she was the ancestor? But then there's no Soras in this world. How are we gonna?
Yeah,
How are we gonna find someone to teach this song to?
why are there no Zoras in a world full of water?
Wait, I recognize that instrument. Wait a second. Blake, are you telling me fish turn into birds?
That's just silly. Why would fish
That's
turn
silly.
into birds?
Fish into birds? Let's start up this whole discussion
You're
again.
silly. You're silly. God,
Oh
what are you
gosh.
telling me? What are you gonna tell me next? That humans turned into plants?
What? Which plants should they have turned into? The coral?
Only talking plants that I know of.
Oh, you take you sail from right. For some reason I was sail from Southern Fairy Island. I forgot you sail from Forest Haven.
Yeah, it's whatever for whatever reason that I do. Like,
I think Forest Haven is faster.
I
How's
think
the run going? The run's going fine.
yeah, run's good. I think it
good.
might. I think it might be a little bit faster from Southern Fairy Island, but I think it's also the angling, and because of the wind direction that I end up coming at Ice Ring Isle from Forest Haven at. That
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
it makes a difference in the wind direction, and you have to go like kind of like a little ways around the island coming from the other direction.
Are you jumping the chest or are you taking the long route?
Heck yeah, I'm jumping the chest. Check this out, guys.
Heck
This is some easy strats that like beginners can do. So we're gonna shoot the head to magically disperse with the ice from the rest of the island.
Wait, I did say that.
We're gonna melt the ice. We're gonna melt the ice on this chest. We're gonna jump slash on top of it. We're gonna hop over here and grab this ledge. And then since our wind direction is already correct, we're just gonna float all the way over to this little ice cube.
Look at those strats.
And then jump ourselves up here.
If you're struggling with jump slashing on top of the chest, you can also open the chest and then backflip on the chest. It's a lot more reliable, but it's of course slower.
And again, I pulled out the leaf as I was falling into the hole to kind of skip a little bit of cutscene. We are going to roll through this wind rather than doing this island normally. This does the extra roll speed in HD really helps with this, but it is possible to do this in SD also.
Yeah,
and
just don't spam the button.
Yeah, and once again, we are going to save warp out of here so that we restart, and we're already on Coral, and we can warp ourselves to Windfall Island, but not actually get onto Windfall Island because we don't need to be on Windfall Island anymore in this run because we did all the things already.
That roll in the cave is super scary because if you mess it up, you fall down, but like it's mainly scary because of that could happen. So like
right.
Your initial instinct is to like spam roll to make sure you get it, but if you spam the A button, it's actually quite likely that you mess it up either by just rolling too early or bonking into something and still falling down. So the best is to just do one roll, just keep it gentle, keep it simple, and then you'll just go through that.
Yeah, you start getting in your own head and making yourself overly nervous about things, and you end up messing it up. Just make it worse on yourself.
And then we're going to Gill Island.
We're going to Gale Island. We've gotten our iron boots, and we're gonna go to Gale Island.
You actually don't need iron boots to break the stone, but since we need iron boots in the dungeon anyway, it's fastest to just get it.
We don't need iron boots to break the stone? I've never been able to
No,
break the
there's,
stone without iron boots.
You can cancel getting pushed back by the wind if you pull out the Wind Waker, and if you then close the Wind Waker, it gives you just about enough time to like roll a little bit forward, pull out the Wind Waker again, and like do that a couple of times.
Ah, interesting.
You can walk up to the statue like that with just using the Wind Waker and the hammer.
That sounds like too much effort. I would rather get the iron boots that I need anyway, and then come do this.
It's for glitchless. It's also not useful since we need the iron boots anyway for the dungeon. But for randomized right now, I think it might be useful in one of the glitchier categories. But it's yeah, for glitchless, it's faster to just get the iron boots since you need them anyway. The Wind Waker is, in a way, it's just a really interesting mechanic because it puts Link in a state where like a lot of things just can't impact Link.
Right.
So it's weird like that. I need iron boots for one room even with glitches. Wait, which room again? Is it the Is that the room where the leaf switch is at the bottom? I mean, not the leaf switch, but the switch to turn the doors is at the bottom.
Where am I going? I'm going this way. Hook shot.
One way you hook shot up the switch. Oh, right.
Yep.
This, yeah.
Yep, that's a pressure switch.
Yeah, yeah. Right, that one.
I hear somebody playing a harp.
On this island? But there's only bird people on this island. Like, there's no Sora on this island.
Oh. It's crazy.
Are you sure you're at the right place? Do you notice run?
Maybe I should go back under the sea to find the Zoras.
Maybe you should go explore a bit. Maybe you'll find an island with Zoras.
Maybe I should go back to Outside Island and...
Yeah, maybe the big fish knows where the Zoras are.
Yeah, maybe the big
That's
fish
a talking fish.
Yeah.
And he's called Jaboon. That sounds like Jabu Jabu.
Yeah.
Wait, you think the Zoras lifted Great Fish? Are all the Zoras gone? Can we still beat the game?
What am I even doing?
You're falling down. That's what you're doing.
I was like, hey, I'm going to use the grappling hook because I don't want to use my leaf to float across here. And then I tried to use the leaf. That ain't going to work. That'll work. All right, check this out, guys. This is just a funny thing to do. This is where the idea for the design of the original Team Blake 2013 or 2016 shirt came up. We're gonna whack Medley with this skull hammer. Oh, hi, I'm here. No, nothing to see here. Interesting note: if you come up here before you talk to Medley while she's sitting there playing her harp, in the SD version, if you use a pair and control a seagull and fly a seagull into this cutscene trigger, it will soft lock the game. They have fixed that.
Nice.
They have fixed that in HD. It will not initiate the cutscene. Yes, I can leaf that gap, and I was originally going to leaf that gap, but I decided to use the grappling hook instead, and as I went across that gap, I tried to use the grappling hook, or I tried to use the leaf that was not in my selected item.
It's a classic of like, oh, let me do it. Oh, I don't have this item. Oh.
Dude, I did that in Forbidden Woods, too. I was like, oh, I have the wrong item, or I jumped the wrong way, or trying to explain things as I'm going, and I'm trying to, and I'm trying to listen to Wes talk as I'm trying to do things, and then I end up getting distracted.
That's the
and
hardest
I mess things
part.
up. And yes, Palomer has one of the 6 shirts in existence of that design. And the only reason that there are 6 is because 6 orders came in before they took the design down for copyright issues, but they still fulfilled the orders. So I have one, Palomer has one, Fish has one, Z1 has one. I believe Terry has one, and I'm not sure who the 6th person is. There is one other original Team Blake shirt floating around out there somewhere. I have no idea who they are. I have tracked down 5 of the 6 shirts.
There's 6 shirts because there's 6 big octos.
Yes?
That's right. No, it's not in a museum. It's in the picture gallery in this game.
God, it's in the Zelda Dungeon Museum. Yeah, ravioli is not to be trusted alone in the boat. They are collector's items. They're worth at least $5. I'll go with that. They're worth at least $5. But yes, they are a collector's item. I've been saying that for years. They are collector's items because I do not have the original design for that shirt anymore, so I couldn't print new ones if I wanted to. And I have something close, but I do not have the exact original design. And chances are you're probably not going to find anybody that's going to actually print that. Unless I find somebody that you know, can print shirts and doesn't mind printing blatantly copyrighted imagery. Am I wearing the Pwing shirt? I am not wearing the Pwing shirt. I am not wearing Z1's shirt that says Pwing on it. I am not wearing the Sailgani shirt.
You're wearing the Trucky Milk shirt. Right?
I am wearing my Wind Waker my Wind Waker themed shirt that was available at the 22 marathon. That I was hoping to make available again at some point, but since I've heard that ZD's Etsy shop was taken down for copyrighted imagery, even though everything is hand-drawn amazingly by Heather, Nintendo does what they want.
Speaking of, I'm reminded of, since we're sailing around and warping around, I'm reminded of something during tech testing. So we had 2 funny instances during tech testing for this marathon. One is that Grovall broke the music in one of the boss fights that he was doing to tech test, which was already interesting. And then the second one was Palomer's soft-locked Phantom Hourglass during tech testing.
Wonderful.
So, yeah, for the run after this, just all pray that Palomer won't yet again soft-lock Phantom Hourglass. Yeah, it was kind of semi on purpose.
Ashton's sister did a really good design for one of Ashton's shirts years ago. I have that in my closet, and I love that design. I love the style that she did it in, and it looks beautiful. I actually hit her up to do a design for me, and she gave me price quotes and everything, and I had every intention of following through and having her do something for me, and then I just haven't had her do anything for me yet.
Yeah, Miranda also made a really cool shirt. Miranda made one of her really good chic drawings into a shirt, which looks really good.
Cool. Can you send me like a link to it, or at least like an image of it? I'd like to see her style.
I'd have to find it. But Miranda also recently got commissioned to paint a wall in a store and made a really sick mural of Link and Sheik.
That's awesome.
It's Miranda's insane artist. She's really good. But she's I wouldn't call it realistic, but it's not really the Toon style, more the Ocarina of Time style stuff for her drawings.
All right, so rather than trying to use the command melody to control Medley, we're just going to walk around her and let the light reflect off of her harp to freeze the purple choo-choos. I guess they're purple.
Yeah.
We're gonna.
This is one.
We're gonna knock the top off of that. We're gonna knock the top off of that. Off of the top of that pot. We'll use that a little bit later. Is Medley behind me? She's not. Why are you not behind me?
Oh my gosh, she didn't come through the door.
Okay, so if I'm correct, I believe that the only way to get your companion to follow you in the SD version is to pick them up and carry them through the door. One of the quality of life improvements is that you can call them to follow you, and they will follow you through doors. But I am just a creature of habit, so I'm always almost constantly carrying my companions through the doors. So what we're going to do in this room, we've got Medley sitting on top of her head. We're going to side hop a couple of times so that we end up against this wall, and we're going to run as straight as possible and fly towards this peg and let her go, and as we're dropping, we're going to hit our skull hammer to smash that peg right out of thin air. We're gonna pick up our ravioli, and we're gonna carry her into this room, and we're gonna carry her near this mostly transparent chest. We're gonna set her down right about there on that diamond, and we're gonna come up here and we're going to move this block to shine some light on her because it's a little bit dark in this room. We're gonna roll ourselves off of this edge during this cutscene because fun times. And now we kind of have to use the command melody because we can't angle her quite correctly to get her to shine light directly onto that chest to make it appear. But we're gonna pick up this key that's in this chest, and then we're going to exit this room very, very quickly. The reason that we do this is because those floor masters. Those floor masters like to grab her.
Safe.
But if we exit the room right away and come back in, she magically appears right at the door.
Hey, I was gonna say, it's, don't take our speculas from our country. Come on, that's our thing.
All right, so I shouldn't need to use Medley at all in here. So we're going to burn the tapestry to get some light shining through, and if we can lure some blue choo-choos into the light, we should just be able to use 2 of them to set on these switches. Maybe. If this green choo-choo is going to cooperate and let me do this.
There's a way to leaf bump up to this ledge from the ledge to the right, so then you won't have to do the puzzle. But as we said before, it's leaf bumping is hard.
It is difficult.
Yeah.
You can. I'll explain it a little bit. You you can hop off of this ledge right here without this block being here. You can hop off of this ledge and leaf pump over to where the stairs come down, and you can't grab any of this ledge up here, but you can grab this where the stairs are. So it's really weird because you can sidle yourself across while you're holding on to it, but Link won't actually grab the edge of that without having already been on the edge from the stairs. So for me, it's just faster to just complete this room. We need to carry Medley into this room. We're going to take out this Floor Master. We're going
hard not to interact with the cookie discussion in chat.
We're going to control Medley and pop off that piece of the wall.
Do you do the basement skip? I forgot.
I do it a little bit different than the traditional way.
Okay.
I'll explain all of that as we get to it. We're gonna purposely leave Medley in that room because we don't really need her for any of this. We're gonna knock the lanterns out of the Poe's hands. Let the Pose possess us, and then take intentional damage so that the Pose immediately unpossess us.
Oh, that is unfortunate. Quickly. That's even more unfortunate.
I didn't need that. All right, so we're gonna let this Poe possess us. We're going to drop a bomb right away and smack it so that we take intentional damage. And now the stairs come down.
We could have.
We're a little bit low on magic.
Or the iron.
Yeah, we're a little bit low on magic and health, so we're gonna pick up a few things. We're going to.
Don't get the leaf.
I need the leaf.
Yes.
So in this room, normally we're supposed to pick up the key. We're supposed to hop down there and pick up that key and defeat all the enemies down there to make that ladder drop. But what we're going to do is we're going to float over to this, land on top of it, so that the front of it falls off and exposes the key. And then we're going to hop ourselves back over here with the leaf, and then we're going to grab the key with the boomerang. If I can maybe target the key. Oh my gosh.
Oh no, Blake.
There we go. That's how that works.
Third time's the charm.
I'm just showing you guys how not to not grab the key. I should be good on magic, but I'm gonna try to get just a little bit more. Oh yeah, that's plenty.
And then in this room again, there's a way to skip this entire fight with leaf bumps. But
so you can do leaf pumping again. Hop on one of those upper ledges and leaf pump your way into the middle of this very tall ledge where the stairs would normally come down. But again, very difficult. I will not be doing that.
If you want advice on leaf pumping, you can go to K_Grovile and bother him.
Yeah, bother Grovile. He'd be happy to explain to you how to play this game better than me. When you feel like you have mastered my beginner route of Wind Waker speedrunning, feel free to hit up somebody with a much better skill set than me to learn some new tricks.
I mean, I think that's also just the beauty of Wind Waker. It's such like an easy glitchless run to pick up, but
Yeah.
it can also, you can
there's a
skill,
lot
like,
of
you
very
can
advanced
express it.
tricks that you can do too.
Yeah, there's a lot of skill expression that you can get into if you want to get better. The gradual climb of learning tricks in Wind Waker Glitchless is very nice. And it's also why there's so many people from the CD and Dungeon Runners community that have a time in Wind Waker Glitchless. Because, yeah.
It used to not be that way. Like, there used to be not as much focus on it, and I used to have like a 4th place run with my 514 or whatever it is. But I have dropped in the leaderboards because so many people that are far better than me started running this category.
Aren't you save and quit here? Since
Nope.
you have Medley.
Nope. We are not going to save and quit. It's actually a little bit faster to run backwards through this. I think the intended way is to use Medley and open up another section with using the mirror shield and Medley. But it's actually like a little bit faster to just run backwards through all of this. Because you're not like using the command melody, you're not like setting up Medley to reflect some light so that you can reflect the light off of her. So we're going to come back in here. We're going to blind ourselves with our own light as we try to get Medley to shine her light on one of those eyes. As we shine our light on the other eye. And make our way down to the basement.
Grove was saying some guy also found a bunch of terrible tricks that make it so much harder to get a good time. What a terrible person.
Terrible person. I know. It's, gosh. People like that are so annoying. Like, we may be talking about the same guy here, but, like, I know this guy who found a way to bust Makar out of his jail cell early and completely changed the route of the Wind Temple.
Also, the room we are currently in, if you fly to the platforms to the left, there's your Tinkle statue.
Tingle statue over there. You know, if you're going for that knuckle percent.
Yep, this is a Tinkle statue room.
All right, I'm gonna
If you want those 50 extra rupees.
I'm gonna quickly call Medley so that she just follows me into the next room. Oh, maybe not. Apparently, I'm gonna teabag. Okay, whatever. All right, so Medley's in here, and we're gonna leave her in here for a bit. We're gonna get close to this redead, and Medley's like, "No, scary dead things. Get them away from me." All right, we're going to smash up all 3 of these statues with our bright shining light. Oh, I forgot. I could literally like target that one directly, but if you shine light onto redeads, it stuns them for a little bit. So that's pretty cool. We're going to run into this side. We're going to run past these floor masters and pick up this key, and magically the fog is going to dissipate. And we're going to run back past these floor masters.
Alex, that's correct. That's when that was, because I was playing and I was like, dang, I guess I'm not getting breakfast. I'm gonna have to put in my pen. Did you see the new strat in this room? I don't know if it's too new.
I know a strat. I think there's a strat specifically in this spot of what you can do, but like I've tried to do it and I couldn't get it down.
I saw Grover do it. I was like, oh, I can do that. That looks easy. And then I tried it. I was like, oh, like, never mind.
No, you can't.
Never mind. I can't do it.
This might work. I'm gonna try something a little swaggy. Let's see if I can land me and Medley on this block and hop ourselves over from there. I did it! Look at that. All right. I used to have a lot of trouble with this, and I had a hard time actually getting it right, but I think I kind of figured it out. I think if we stand on this, like, this half block that's in this triangle, and we throw Medley that way, she should land in a spot where she's able to reflect back to us. Ah, she turned. Kind of messed things up. So the idea is that we throw Medley over there, and she shines light back at us, and we're supposed to be able to not call her and not get her to change direction, so that we can use the reflection of her harp to shine the light onto that statue. But now that, like, enemies have been spawned and aggroed and stuff, it may or may not work quite right. But I'm going to try to get it to work anyway. Something like that. Didn't work out quite as smoothly as it should have, but that's the general idea of it. That saves the trouble of using the command melody to have Medley shine light towards Link and have Link reflected onto said statue. That music that Medley is playing on that harp sounds oddly familiar. All right. So we're going to carry Medley downstairs because she doesn't walk fast enough for us. So we're going to drop a bomb on that thing and drop ourselves down here. Carry Medley through this door. Not throw her at the door, but carry her through the door. All right, I'm going to try to do things. I'm going to try to do this in a specific way. I want to come down here. I want to push this statue. So I am not doing this the way that the regular runners do this. There's a way that they use the light, and I've done this a handful of times, but I'm very rusty at it, so I don't know the exact precision of it. But you let me put that on the item that I want. You use the bow to help line yourself up, and basically you're using the shield on your back to reflect the light towards one of the eyes. You can watch somebody far better than me to do this, but you're aiming at these symbols on the wall, and like a few of them down, you kind of want to aim at like the tail of this and stand in a specific spot, doing all of that, blah 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 blah. So I'm going to show you a little bit of an easier way to do this entire room. You complete it by only moving the mirrors in half of the room. So I moved that mirror into place. And now we're going to control Medley and step on the switch to get the light. And we're going to float Medley. We're going to float Medley onto this mirror and use her to reflect her light onto the right eye of the statue at the end of the room and leave her right there. While we are standing right here, we can actually reflect our light onto the symbols of the wall here and break the wall. And with a little bit of precise positioning, we can get that statue out of the way too. So we're going to move these statues into place, but these are the only statues that we need to move in this room. Medley is already in position, so all we've got to do is move the statues and get the light shining to where we need it to be. Hey, come on. Pull the statue.
Yeah, this room takes ages because
It's so
pulling
long.
in the pulling and the pushing of the statues is so long in this room. And so slow, I mean.
So now that we've got light shining over here, we're going to stand here and we're going to shine some light somewhat precisely onto the left eye there so that it lights up, and room is completed. Go us.
Ooh. Let's go.
It's really weird. There it goes. I was like, sometimes the lit up room takes down that wall, sometimes it doesn't. Maybe it's if we start moving quickly enough that it won't. All right, before we move in this room, we're going to take out that and that bubble because they're annoying. This is the first time we have the opportunity to show you some quick kills on Darknuts. If the game wants to cooperate with me when I do a parry attack, it did not cooperate with me. I'm going to try to show you anyway. If your parry attack does a helm splitter and takes off the helmet. Oh, it's because he doesn't have a sword. I'm not getting parry options. There's plenty of opportunities in the future. I will explain it. It's a lot easier to explain as I'm able to show it. But if your parry attack does a helm splitter and it takes off the helmet, you can freeze the Dark Nut and very quickly hit it with the Skull Hammer to instantly kill it. But like I said, you have to have the helmet off of them, otherwise they like instantly unfreeze. They also unfreeze very quickly without their helmet on, so it's a very tight window to get a smash in with the Skull Hammer.
Yeah, you can do it when just their chest is off, but it's a tight window. Plus, you cannot target them. You have to like manually aim, so it's just quite inconvenient for beginner players.
So we did a save warp. We're gonna hop into our pot here, and that's gonna get us to the pot at the end by the boss door. We don't need Medley for anything else after using that mirror room. So we're just gonna go fight Jahala. Yeah, that's what it is. So getting Medley to shine the light onto the left eye is very, very precise. But yeah, the rest of it is pretty easy. For me, it's a matter of I really haven't had the time to like practice that strat, to really learn it and memorize it. There's a handful of other things that are newer strats that are much more efficient that I just haven't had time to really learn and practice.
So we are
Wow, that worked.
throwing bombs here because these guys only need like a hit or two.
So they take they take 2 hits to defeat, but 1 bomb blast will take them out. So we're throwing some extra bombs so that we can hopefully just kind of hit a couple of them. Every time that 5 of those Poes get defeated, it recycles. They all reform into Jahala. It's also on a timer. So if you don't defeat 5 of them fast enough, they'll reform. But every multiple of 5, it will also reform. So if they reform before you defeat 5 of them, say you defeat 4 of them, during the next cycle, if the next one that you defeat will be that multiple of 5, and they'll automatically reform at that. So your optimal strat is to try to defeat 5 Poes each cycle.
Yeah. If you don't kill 5, it will automatically take an extra cycle.
That was close. Thanks, Adonis. I did good.
One more dungeon.
All right, I'm going to go get this heart container because...
You don't need it.
I'm going to go get this heart container because my silly bottom accidentally skipped the one in Tower of the Gods that was literally right next to me. Within arm's reach, but not within stab's reach.
It's not the worst heart container to skip. You could be Locke and skip the heart container in Temple of Droplets and Minish Cap. That could happen. In fact, that did happen in 2023.
How ready should you be ready to jump in? What's our timer at?
4 hours, so it's like an hour and a half left.
Yeah. Well, really about 2 hours. About 2 hours left, so I think we're on schedule.
Yeah, plenty of time, Palamer.
Are we on schedule? Am I scheduled to be done around 1:30? Is that what the schedule says?
You are...
Or 2 o'clock?
Sorry, I can't read. You're supposed to be done at 1:30, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, we're on pace. I think we started a little bit late because we talked a lot at the beginning.
Yeah.
But we're good. My practice run was like 5:52 with all of the extra things I showcased. So we're on normal pace.
The problem when we get together, we yap too much. Talk too much.
Yeah, that happens.
The old days of you playing Cuphead and us being in voice for like hours after your stream, except you had to work the next morning.
Right. Those were the days. Now I work second shift and I'm tired all the time and I never have time for anything.
We all grew up and got jobs.
I know.
Now we have to reserve weekends to play games together.
Yeah, I don't even get to do that because I'm usually picking up overtime on weekends. Like, I worked 64 hours like a couple weeks ago. Like, so like the week before, not this past week, but the week before, I did like 64 hours. And I was like, man, I'm tired. All right, since we already have all of the other things, we're going straight to pick up Marklar. Makar, Marklar.
I thought you said we had to pick up the descendant of that human sage.
Yeah, that's who it is.
What?
Wow.
Are you saying we're actually gonna go pick up a plant?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Like, humans turn into plants. I'm telling you, man.
Oh my gosh. Fish turn into birds. Humans turn into plants. What is this? Loopy Wonderland.
This world is weird, man.
Yeah.
Pick
So
up the
normally
potted
you'd go
plant.
up that ledge again, like you'd used to, and then grab a hook and lower yourself and do that. But you can also just walk to the bottom and grapple the
Yeah, it's
grappling hook
so
target
much
from there.
easier and faster to do it
Yeah,
that way.
yeah. Don't know if it was intentional that that's at the right height, but that it works and it's so much faster. Plants were deemed more optimal than humans. I mean, they do create oxygen.
In case y'all didn't know, you can play the Wind God's Aria and next to a broken sign, and it will repair the sign.
Oh, yeah. That's one of those things that I've heard out once and I've forgotten already again. But it's cool stuff.
This song
That was
sounds
realistic to
oddly
real-life
familiar
evolution.
too. In case y'all didn't know, the Earth God's lyric and the Wind God's aria played together are the two pieces of the title music for the Wind Waker.
Yeah.
That's why they sound so oddly familiar.
What's my cat doing? Did I? Oh my gosh. He went into the cupboard. So, one dungeon left. I'm gonna be here for 2 more hours. What the heck?
So,
We have,
as I have been playing the Wind Waker over the years, how did that happen? Okay. As I've been playing the Wind Waker over the years, the Wind Temple was always a very confusing temple for me. It's just round and it's got like a bunch of different paths because it's got that center cylindrical chamber in it that has all the different doors and all the different paths that you can go to do different things. It's always been very confusing of trying to remember where I've gone, where I need to go. So at some point along the way, I figured out a path that I can remember that's very easy to follow and very easy for newer players to learn and also be able to follow along with. They get you everything that you need in a fairly quick fashion. If you use early Makar, it changes the order that you do rooms, and I haven't been able to. I haven't had the time to learn what that alternate path is. So I'm going to go with not doing early Makar, and I'm going to show you the path that I normally use to get through the Wind Temple. But like I said, for beginners, it's very easy to follow.
they do have a tendency in this game to make the center rooms big cylindrical rooms.
Yeah.
Dragon Roost has it, this dungeon has it, Forbidden Woods has it.
So
Maybe
we're gonna start off by throwing Makar that way. We're gonna target him we're gonna command him while he's in thin air, and we're gonna guide him the rest of the way over here and get him to land on this switch. And then we are going to follow suit and follow him.
that is correct, Balamert.
This little piece of grass here should give us some magic. Not much, but every little bit helps. We are going
See,
to
you
need
do
some
know
magic.
where's magic in this game.
I know where some magic is, just not all magic. All right, we're going to throw Makar that way. We're going to blow our wind to open the door. And then we're going to grab Makar and run away. We're going to avoid this blade trap. And we're going to make Makar plant a couple trees to open this door, because that just sounds logical, right? It's like, hey, you planted trees and solved the puzzle. Here, have an open door. Oh, maybe I should stop commanding Makar. All right.
It's
We're going to grab him, and we're going to come into this room, and we're going to have him plant some more trees. We're going to use these trees a little bit later, but we actually don't need to plant all 3 trees that we can plant in this room. We only need to plant 2 of them. So we're going to plant this one here, and we're going to come up to the very top, and we're going to plant this one up here. As soon as we plant this one, 4 floor masters are going to come up and capture Makar. This happens every time. This happens like on the flag of this tree being planted. So
Yeah,
no matter what
it.
other trees you plant, as soon as that tree is planted, the floor masters appear and steal Makar. So
It's also a tingle statue room.
yes, there is a Tingle statue in that room. Way down there at the bottom of that pit, right between those 2 pillars, drop a bomb there, and a Tingle statue, or a chest will appear, and it'll have a Tingle statue in it. All right, so in this room, we are going to stand somewhere on this, patch of grass or nearby or whatever. We're going to shoot a fire arrow towards that pot over there, and we're going to try to burn that wooden top off of that pot. Something like that. As long as the pot lights on fire, you're good to go. So we're going to go back into here, back into here. Will that work? It does work. You can either use the leaf to blow the wind that way, or just step on that switch and it'll open that door back for you. We can get a little bit more magic because it'll be helpful. We're going to jump slash with our skull hammer down to break the top off of that pot, and we're going to hop in the pot, and we're going to pop out of the one that we just burned the top off of. So now that we're here, we skipped a handful of rooms to be able, by doing that. Step on that switch with the iron boots. We are going to hop down here. I pulled out my leaf right at the end of my descent, so that I didn't take any damage from it. But we're gonna, yeah, Makar's gonna be like, I'm way the hell up here. Come get me. Like, nah, bro, you can stay in there. So in this room, normally you would break the floor and push some blocks and springs around to be able to hop yourself up through the hole that's over there. It's kind of hard to see, but it's up there. What we're going to do instead, we're going to do a bomb boost to jump ourselves over these spikes. So we're going to pull out a bomb. We're going to set it down directly behind us, and we're going to do a well-timed jump slash to hop up here and mash our jump slash button so as soon as we stand up, we hop over the spikes. So we're going to do that, get the key. Spikes are going to drop down, and we're going to run across the way and fight a red Wizrobe. We're going to fight this red Wizrobe in a very specific way because reasons.
Is Makar protected from the world in that cage, or are we protected from Makar?
Yes. All right. So this is Red Wizrobe. I call him Toucan Sam. He's going to spawn a hooded blue Wizrobe and a Dark Nut. The hooded blue Wizrobe I call Toucan Stan because he's a jerk. Our first order of business is to take out that hooded Wizrobe because he will make your life miserable. By any means necessary, you need to make sure that he does not spawn new enemies. So I'm going to freeze him and smash him with a skull hammer. He is dead and out of our way. Next up on the list, we're going to smash the Red Wizrobe and smash him with a skull hammer. He is out of our way. Next on our list, now we only have to deal with the Dark Nut. It did not do a helm splitter, so I'm just going to kind of fight him normally. Don't worry, there are still plenty more Dark Nuts left in this game. I will show you how to instantly murder a Dark Nut. That was a very, very quick battle with Toucan Sam.
No, that went very well.
That was very well. A lot of times he likes to spawn like up on the platforms. As long as that Dark Nut is still there, he won't spawn any new enemies. I believe that he can spawn new enemies, but as long as the Dark Nut's there, he won't. So that's why we leave the Dark Nut for last. But yeah, if he appears on platforms, he'll just shoot fireballs at you as long as the Dark Nut's there. And at that point, you can either shoot him with fire arrows if you want to do some extra damage, or just keep shooting him with arrows. So we're going to come back across the way. And instead of hookshotting our way up the tower, we're going to break the middle floor and intentionally get caught by a floor master. And that's going to warp us back up to the top of the tower. It's also pretty important for us to do this, because I think it goes along with the routing of all of this to do it in that way. So we're gonna bust Makar out of jail here. And we're going to send him down to the bottom of the pit. And over here, he's going to plant some trees, and that's going to activate the fan so that we get our nice updraft wind. And we're going to leave Makar down here to play with the P-Hats for a little while. And we're just going to float ourselves up and directly across the room. Ow. And into this door. And there are a bunch of Armos in here that we're going to take out.
Oh.
So in theory, you can kill these guys without shooting their face in first, but it can be quite annoying. And once you start messing up once, then it becomes really annoying to get them all.
Yeah, very much.
But in theory, you can be quick enough to roll past them, and they're too slow with turning around before you roll past them, so you can roll behind them, do a quick spin, and hope that you get them.
All right. So, as part of the routing, and the way that we did this, we are going to hop down here to the left. Because of everything that we did, Makar is going to be hanging out right near the door that we need to go through. Again, Hooded Wizrobe needs to get out of here quickly. If you can shoot 2 arrows very quickly, then you can get 2 quick shots in on him. Again, fire arrows will do additional damage. But I like to conserve my magic.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Makar was there because Makar spawns where you entered the area through that you left him in, and because you got grabbed by the floor master, that's the spot where he spawned, because that's where the wall master was.
Yes, I believe that's why that works out that way.
Yeah.
And that's why it just makes it very convenient and easy to remember. Blue bubbles. You can either you can either blow their fire out with the leaf or just grab them with the hook shot and bring them to you and take them out. They are so annoying when they hit you because they curse you and then you can't do anything and then they just keep continuously cursing you.
Oh,
good job, Makar. Such a pro.
Nobody saw that.
That was a timing strat. I wanted to make sure that that bubble got far enough away from Makar. No, don't hit him! Don't touch him! Stranger danger! Stranger danger! Stranger danger! He hit him.
No! This is another one of those rooms where the game allows you to plant 4 trees and wants you to use 4 trees, but the hook shot is just long enough that you only actually need to plant 2 trees.
Yeah.
And it makes the room go quite a bit faster as long as you don't get hit by any bubbles.
That's a crazy concept. Who wouldn't want to get hit by bubbles? So even though it didn't have the mark on it, it still was able to grab onto it. See, this is why these bubbles are so annoying. All right, there we go. No more bubbles. Pick up Makar, carry him into the next room. We've got 2 switches that we're going to stand on. 2 switches that we need to put Makar on also. All right. So even though the floor opened, you may think that you want to go straight down to the floor, but you don't. We still have one more thing that we need to do.
We need a boss key.
We need a boss key. And again, we're going to go over to the left. We're going to go down and to the left, just like we did the last time. So that's why it's easy to remember. So we're going to throw Makar down here. We're going to go down into the left where these Armos Knights are. And we're going to go through the door down there. Oh, that went so well. We do need Makar for this room, so...
This is, if we ever do get a 4K update, the one thing they could definitely improve is the controls for Makar and Medley, because they are very spammy controls. Very button mashy controls, in my opinion.
All right, so the only thing that we need Makar for in this room is just to play the song. After we get this stone slab out of the way, we can leave Makar in this room. We don't need to bring Makar into the next room to help us battle 3 Dark Nuts. Plus, it also helps because he will respawn at the entrance to this room, so we can, on our way back, we can just roll back, pick him up on the way, and go about our business. All right, so I'm going to make sure that I have my bow out, make sure that I have ice arrows active, and make sure that I have my skull hammer on X, because chances are I should be able to do some quick kills on these Dark Nuts. All right, we got a helm splitter that didn't split the helm. Awesome. I love this game. Hey, I got a helm splitter that actually split 2 helms. Look at that. All right, your helm didn't split either. All right, y'all are being annoying. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to freeze the Dark Nut and immediately do a jump slash with the Skull Hammer. I'm going to hit X to pull out the Skull Hammer and immediately hit A to do a jump slash with it.
Yeah.
And that's how we quick kill some Dark Nuts. Make sure that you have your sword out, otherwise it will not give you the option for a parry attack.
See ya, C1.
Bye, Z1.
So welcome in, Triforce BMP.
Alright. Pick up some extra arrows and bombs because we could. Now, I don't know why Nintendo thought that maybe this chest was copyrighted imagery, because it's not, because it's clearly a different design, because you can't really see it too well, but it has images of my two doggos, Lucy and Brio, on the chest. I had that added in. I had Heather add that in. I was like, this would be cool to kind of hide these.
Whoa,
in the
big
image.
raid. Thank you for the late raid links groupie. Hope y'all doing well. Welcome to the stream. We are currently doing the Timeless Marathon. We are doing a 3-day marathon in which we'll be speedrunning or sometimes speed walking some Zelda games. We're here to show you some runs and hopefully get viewers also excited about some speed runs. We've got a couple of runs with very competitive players and world record holders, and also some more casual players, and just showing different sides of speedrunning. Currently we're doing Wind Waker, Glitchless. So hope y'all love some Zelda, and like looking at the name of the streamer, I'm pretty sure you guys do like some Zelda. So welcome all in.
Where'd he go?
Anything particular for this
Where'd he
room?
go?
Holy moly,
Well.
20 gift subs. Sorry, we don't have alerts on at the moment. But thank you for the gift subs. Holy moly.
All right. Ultimate strategy for this room is just to like step on the switch. Really, I tried to get that Wizrobe out of the way before he spawned any bad guys, and then he ended up spawning in a place that I had a hard time targeting him. So, yeah, just run through it and just run up here and step on the switch. This is the switch that Grovile said was required, had iron boots required for. But anyway, just step on the switch. It'll open the door and carry Makar through it. There is a trick that you can do in here. There's a ledge grab that you can do to float Link across this platform and through those little whirlwinds and be able to grab that ledge on the other side. But I am not very good at it. I'm very, very bad at it. I don't know if I've ever actually gotten it to work. So
Those goblins are beating each other up. Holy moly.
So I just plant the tree and then hook shot over to it. From this point on, Makar is not needed anymore. But we're going to keep controlling Makar for just a few more seconds. We're going to see what these Armos Knights do. One of them hopped off the edge. The other one went back home, and that's fine,
I think the other
too.
one also fell off.
And this Bokoblin decided that he wanted to...
Nice.
He chose death today, apparently. So we don't need Makar. We're just going to leave him where he is. We're going to come into this room, and we are going to solve this room exactly the way that it was intended.
I think this one isn't glitchless anymore, right? I think this one is not allowed anymore in glitchless.
It is still
I'm not
allowed.
sure.
I checked.
Is it still allowed?
I checked the rules. This is
Really?
still allowed. So,
I thought this one wasn't allowed anymore. I
Wow.
skipped this in my last run.
So
oh, dang.
this was also available in the SD version. So you can actually sidle behind this stone slab. And kind of make your way through. It takes a few seconds, but you can make our way through that. So that's why we don't need Makar.
Well, time safe for next run for me.
Oh, I should have gotten a
Only
fairy.
Wes was banned from doing it. Oh, man.
Wait, what?
Not a Wes specific rule. Only I got banned from doing it. That makes
yeah.
sense.
It's an overpowered trick only for you. So you can't do it.
Oh, best music in the game. Everyone turn up your speakers.
It is one of the best musics in the game. I'll give you that.
Okay, Grandma's theme song is also really good. At a room with
A lot of sand.
where you hook shot to the tree. It's with the bokoblins. I also sometimes use that to farm some joy penance because there's 4 bokoblins there. But it's only useful in like certain instances if you forgot to get your joy penance or something.
Yep. Yeah, so there's plenty of opportunities along the way to collect your 20 joy pendants before you start your Triforce quest. But like I said, my preferred method is just getting them all in Dragon Roost Cavern. All right. Mulgara battle is pretty straightforward. I try to grab these little Landnolas as they spawn out of the sand, and I try to get as many of them as I can before Mulgara comes back out. It just gets them out of the way. We really need them out of the way because they become very trolly. They end up being target hogs. Interesting note that you can target Mulgara's mouth, and in the SD version, you could actually pull his tongue out while he's in the air like that, but you can't do that in HD. You can still target the mouth, but you can't pull his tongue out.
I think the correct me if I'm wrong, but I think pulling out the tongue is also not allowed in Glitchless, right, or something. I think there's something silly with it.
I don't know. I'll have to see that. I'll have to check the SD rules.
It's one of those ones where I was like, why is this bad? But maybe someone incorrectly informed me, but I'm pretty sure pulling out his tongue while he's in the sky is actually considered a glitch.
It might be. Maybe it shouldn't be. But why would we be able to target it if it wasn't an intended mechanic?
I'm not sure. It's one that I found silly, but maybe I was just incorrectly informed. Like, you beat him too fast, the good music is already gone.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to catch up.
Mostly
so
the...
trying to make up all that time that we sat there and talked to each other for the first like 6 hours of the run.
The way the way this boss dies and like explodes into sand like always reminds me a lot of Phantom Hourglass. The way the boss is there and turn into the sands of time. And speaking about Phantom Hourglass, in an hour and a little bit, you guys will get to see a Phantom Hourglass run from Palomar.
Yeah. All right, guys, it's time for everyone's favorite part of the game.
Music.
Music. I was thinking just a little bit more ahead.
Oh. A cool looking a cool looking sword.
Yeah, glitter sword.
Yeah, that's what we're excited about, right? Or do you mean you're not saying you actually enjoy getting the Triforce, right? Like that would be a very controversial opinion.
You know, I've always said that the Triforce quest never really bothered me that much in this game. Like, it was like, it was kind of like a soothing experience of sailing across the sea, going to all these different places, getting all these Triforce charts. And then, you know, getting all the money that you need to, and getting the charts deciphered, and then going and digging up all the Triforce. Like it never really bothered me that much doing that Triforce hunt. I understand people wanting to just get through the game, and they find that kind of slow going, and I understand that. I get that. I do. And people are like, "Oh, it's better, but it's still bad." And I'm like, "No, it's really not." Like, I enjoy the Triforce Quest because it's not simply like sailing all around and doing all of these things. Like, you're completing tasks while you're doing it.
Yeah, I think there's an argument to be made for how expensive they are in the original, because it's like 7 Triforce shards or 8 Triforce shards,
Yes.
and it's all like near 400 rupees, so it's really expensive in the original.
Yeah.
But I do just enjoy going around and exploring the world, and I think as a casual player, it also like incentivizes you to go and actually explore the massive map that there is. And yeah, of course, in the original you didn't have to swift sail, so exploring's a bit difficult. But I think if you play this game once or twice, like it's really not that bad, because you're playing it for the first time. But it's one of those really one of those experiences that we talked about earlier on in the marathon, where it's like your experience changes depending on if you're doing it casually or if you're speedrunning, or if you've played the game multiple times.
All right, so this is my Triforce route that I like to use because ultimately I've tried both routes, and if I get it to work correctly, like it really only saves like a couple of minutes doing it the other way. And like I said, this way to me is it's a much safer route. It's more guaranteed you're not going to miss your ghost ship, and you're only missing out on a few minutes, like a couple minutes or whatever. So earlier, I already got the Triforce chart in the Islet of Steel on my way to Outset Island during Endless Night. So I do some of these. I do these first two in a specific order. I come to the cabana first, and you can get some extra rupees from breaking these pots, but I don't really need to break all of them because my rupee count is actually pretty good. The next location I'm going to go to is Overlook Island, and there's a lot of rupees in there, so I'm definitely going to be set with rupees. So we're going to come down here. We can actually hit the if you go through here normally, you end up on the other side of this gate, and you can hit that peg and it'll open the gate. Kind of like a shortcut to get through the rest of it, but we can actually hit these pegs through the wall if we aim at the right spot and do a jump slash with our skull hammer like that. And we can do the same thing with this one here. And presto, we're at the chest. Ow. So because we had to put a little bit of effort into getting this one, it's going to give us a shard instead of a chart. Yay for... yay for quality of life improvements. So we're going to do a save warp so that we magically appear back on the island right by Coral. And we're going to warp ourselves to Dragon Roost Island and sail up to Overlook.
And one big improvement, of course, from this game compared to the last game is that, last game from SD to HD is that in HD we have a bigger wallet. Whereas in the original, you were only able to hold 200 rupees. We are now able to hold 500 rupees from the start, so that's one improvement.
Yeah, we don't have to get any wallet upgrades to be able to get our charts deciphered. So that really, really helps with also the order that we're collecting our charts and our rupees and getting our charts deciphered in.
It does ruin one of the jokes from the mail though, where they send a letter that is 201 rupees, so that you have one short in the original.
Yeah. So it's Tingle's incredible chart that he sends you that costs 201 rupees. So the game kind of pushes you to get a wallet upgrade so that you already have that wallet upgrade when it's time to... Oh my gosh. When it's time to start deciphering your Triforce charts.
And
right,
this is a perfect example of why you are doing the route that you're doing, because as you can see on this island, like you can literally see the moon move. This is not one of those islands like Wind 4 or something where the time is stopped. The time constantly moves on this island, so however long you're spending on this island impacts your day-night cycle for the ghost ship. So just already like missing that one jump, like it's already messed with the day-night cycle, and for this current round that doesn't matter much, but for the more strict route it could already mean that you would miss his ghost ship.
Yes. Too many times I have missed the ghost ship by like inches. So something kind of a newer discovery that I found that we found, like you saw me light the torch above the door before I went into it. That saves a little bit of time from not having to watch the cutscene of that torch. Of that torch lighting when you complete the room. So the room that I just entered, I did not light that torch, so it'll show the cutscene that I'm talking about. That is allowed to do. It is allowed to. You are allowed to light that torch to skip that cutscene.
With that being said, maybe you can also show when you enter the next combat room, when you... oh, wait, no, actually, never mind. I was going to say when you pull out a bomb and it like makes it so that Link doesn't look back at the door, but that is...
Yeah.
Yeah. Why does it work here?
No!
Oh! And there we go, that's the two cons spawning enemies. And now you're in your endless cycle of spawning enemies.
Now I'm having a lot of issues because I did not have my bow out, and because my bow was already selected with fire arrows. I was not quick enough to get that taken care of. So ideally, what you want to do is you want to at least like hit the whiz robes with one arrow. Each time that they spawn in, and you can just go back and forth hitting them with arrows, so that they'll despawn right away and not summon any more enemies. You end up getting these stupid morphs that are impossible to defeat. Really? Come on.
Hey, it's a joy pendant. You need those.
Hey, I need those.
unless... Yeah, and this is one of those scenarios where doing a lot of quick spins can be nicer just because they're constantly all on you, so doing a lot of quick spins can make it a little bit easier just to knock some of them away and damage all of them at once.
Just get them, yeah, just get them out of your way, get them dealt with.
Yeah.
All right, so our goal is to have at least, 396 or 398 rupees by the time that we leave this island.
That's perfect.
I have enough, but if you need a little bit more, you can knock down some of the pillars in that previous room with your skull hammer and get some more rupees out of them. And if for some reason you need any more after all that, you can actually go back to the surface and come back down and knock down the pillars again for some more rupees. That's why I do this that's why I do these in this specific order. The rupees in the cabana do not respawn, but they do respawn in this room. So I do the cabana first, and I do this one second, just in case I need additional rupees to be able to decipher a chart. So after these two, we have enough rupees to decipher a chart. So we're going to warp over to Tingle Island, and we're going to decipher the chart that we already have that we got from the Islet of Steel a lot earlier. So yeah, we're gonna decipher this chart first. And like I said, the rupees and the Triforce chart routing, we're doing in a specific order so that we can have enough rupees. Sorry, so that we can have enough rupees by the time we need to decipher the next chart, and so that we can get the charts deciphered in a specific order as well. Because that's going to help us get additional Triforce shards along the way to get other Triforce shards and other charts.
Yeah, because when you're getting them decided, you can't really choose which one gets decided. Yeah. I think it just picks the first one, right?
So they in this game they're numbered 1, 2, and 3. They're numbered 1 through 8 in SD, but just like all of the other treasure charts too. They're numbered specifically for which chart they are. And Tingle will always decipher the lowest numbered chart that you have in your inventory at that time.
Yeah, and we want the charts deciphered that we are close to on our route, so that's why we get them in a way where they're close to our route.
So we get them in a specific order so that we really only have one undeciphered chart at a time.
Yeah.
So we always know which chart he's deciphering, and then it's really next on our list of the chart that we're salvaging up. All right, so my magic is full, so I don't need any magic. But
that bush next to the tree always has magic.
It does.
Yeah, that's always a big one.
And there's fairies in this jar, so we're gonna apparently throw a bomb at them. So we're gonna bottle up one of these fairies for insurance purposes.
If you ever do need to save Grandma, you have the hook shot. Just come up here.
Yeah.
They're so close, yet so far away for Grandma.
All right. I'm gonna get that fairy off of my bottle so I don't accidentally use it, or get that fairy off of my button.
And this the Savage Labyrinth shows again what I was saying earlier about the boomerang. That there's not a lot of story progression with the boomerang, but in combat it can be really nice. There's some enemies that just instantly die to the boomerang in this labyrinth, which is extremely useful. for just a piece of wood, it does quite a bit of damage to certain enemies.
So there's not a whole lot of explaining to be done for each of these floors. It's really just a matter of being smooth with your combat.
Yeah.
Knowing the enemies that you're fighting and knowing how to fight them.
It's kind of unique in this game where like a lot of the in this cave you use actually quite a lot of items to actually beat enemies in an optimal way, whereas with other games I'd say either enemies are a little bit hard blocked behind what item you need to use to kill them, or items are just completely unoptimal, and your sword's just the most optimal. In this game there's quite a few items that are useful to murder some specific enemies.
So enemies in the Savage Labyrinth will never drop items, but you can still use the grappling hook to steal items from them. So redeads especially are really good at you can use the grappling hook on them to get magic and hearts from. But we're not going to see any redeads in the first 30 floors of the Savage Labyrinth. We only need to go down to 30, because that's where our Triforce shard is. And I believe at the bottom at floor 50 is the Hero's Charm in this version, which used to be a heart piece in SD.
Isn't it the other way around? I thought it was the other way around in this one, but maybe I thought in the original the Hero's Charm was at the bottom, and in this one the heart piece is at the bottom. Growfall! Yeah. The first floors go by pretty quickly, but as they start racking up, it takes a while to get through this whole.
Yeah, it does. No, I believe the Hero's Charm is at the bottom of the Savage Labyrinth in HD. Because it was a very underwhelming heart piece in SD, and you got the Hero's Charm from Miss Marie. Planet Kitty says we're all good, so I believe you. All right, here we go. Continuing on. Combination of Boko Babas and P-Hats. We can take them out with some boomerang smashes. Oh, I hear a bouncy. I missed one.
I blame the Hero's Mask because my internet died the moment I loaded up the page on where the Hero's Mask was in SD.
Yeah, Hero's Mask in SD was 40 joy pendants to Miss What's-Her-Face, and there was a heart piece at the bottom of the Savage Labyrinth. I don't know if I think the stream probably died before I explained all of that. In HD, it is the Hero's Charm at the bottom of the Savage Labyrinth, and if you give 40 joy pendants to Miss What's-Her-Name, Miss Marie, she will give you a treasure chart that takes you to 100 rupees. It is one of the replacement treasure charts for the now non-existent Triforce charts. Oh, this room is fun because we can just use a fire or ice arrow to take out those Mothulas. And if you use an ice arrow, they'll freeze in midair for a second or two and then just drop and shatter.
Just plummet to the depths. Oh, I see something that is missing. Okay, chat, just imagine there's still a timer going.
Aww.
Chat.
It's cool, guys.
Fine.
We'll just start over.
Aw, man, running Valid. I guess we have to start over. Valimir, you're gonna have to wait another 6 hours.
I'm sure he's okay with that. Sounds to me like Ashton would be okay with setting Spirit Tracks back a little bit. Hi, Ashton. It's nice to see you.
Two a.m. on a Monday? Hell yeah. Don't worry, Valimir. We can always make the crew play Four Swords Adventure again.
Leave Ashton out of it. It would be nice to get that game done at a decent time. I don't need Ashton shenanigans going on again. Every time I poked into that, I see Ashton literally carrying the team.
Yeah.
All right, so there's a bunch of electric choo-choos in these pots. You can use a bunch of arrows to just circle around them and shoot them with an arrow, but I'm gonna walk through and just boomerang them and then stab them. Because I like to conserve my arrows. Slander. I was a very valuable member of our team. Thank you very much.
That's one of the first things I said yesterday. I was like, oh no, why did I put Pixie with two of the biggest trolls from our community?
Yeah. Isn't that what the most oh man, I can't speak.
Yes, words.
Words aren't happening right now. Isn't that the kind of thing that the most troublesome player would usually say?
I mean, to be fair, Ashton knew where to go and Village of the Blue Maiden, which is a skill.
Oh, okay. You know what? That alone makes you the most valuable player.
Borin is asking if he plays the Game Boy Advance Four Swords, if he has to deal with Ashton or Drew.
Well, question, do you want to deal with Ashton or Drew?
I deal with Drew on a weekly basis, but I'm not sure if I am prepared to play Four Swords Adventures with Drew. I have no right to speak after the 2023 marathon.
You know,
I have a bad reputation when it comes to Four Swords Adventure.
I will say that I kind of want to hear Vappy mouth off to Drew and Ashton for being trolls. Yo, look at that twofer! Oh my gosh,
That was a 2 for
I'm
1.
so good at this game.
Holy, he's coming out of retirement. He's picking up back the game after that.
Dude, if y'all can get me enough Twitch revenue, I'll quit my job and I'll do this full time again. Y'all gotta get me a lot of Twitch revenue though. Like, I make pretty good money. I may work 100 hours a week, but I make pretty good money.
100 hours a week, sheesh.
You know, that's
where are we?
On a good week.
Next on the menu.
On a on a good week with plenty of overtime, I'll get like 60+ hours.
I mean,
But
you got that Triforce piece, and I was ready to mark it on the tracker. Not like my rando instincts just kicked in, and I was looking for my tracker where to mark that Triforce piece.
yeah. Okay. So we have lots and lots of money. The Savage Labyrinth has tons of money, which is great. So we have all the money that we need for our next Chingle chart, but we're nowhere near ready to decipher a Chingle chart because we don't have any Tingle charts or Triforce charts to decipher right now. Funny how that works.
Don't sail into the big octo.
Yeah, don't sail into the big octo. So we're heading to Diamond Step Island, but we're kind of off to the left because there's a big octo right there that is easy to run into. So
you can see the goals.
We're gonna avoid that, and we need to be on the left side of the island anyway to latch onto this palm tree. It's up there somewhere.
See it.
I think I went too far. I might not be able to grab it. Nah.
Oh no.
Oh,
Oh no.
bugger.
The time of day, Blake.
I know. Sugar dumplings. Seriously?
Not like this.
Honestly, I really don't need to. I am not concerned at all with this. We have an entire day to get to our location where the ghost ship is. So we're going to be fine. Okay, that didn't work. All right. The normal way to get through this, little area, is to go through a specific series of pots, but instead, we're going to break the top off of that one, and we're going to climb. This is not the pot that we need to go into, but we're going to break the top off of it so that we can easily climb on top of it. And we're going to hop over to this netting over here, if I can. There we go. And we're just going to walk across here and come up here. And we're going to go into this pot right here. Smashy, smashy. And presto, we're up by the treasure chest. Look at that. Skills.
I think I originally showed you that.
Was it you?
Yeah. I made a little video on it because I was like, I saw you do that. I saw you go through that room. I was like, so did you know you can apparently just walk on top of that? And you're like, oh. I recorded a very low quality shitty video in emulator and sent it to you, and you're like, oh, let's try that.
Like, hey, let's do that. All right. So we're gonna hop back on our coral. We're gonna go north to Needle Point. And we're going to find the golden battleship, and we're going to destroy it because it has some treasure of ours.
Oh. I'm going to have to put $1 in the swear jar myself now. Oh no.
All right, now that we have a bunch of money and another Triforce chart, we're going to warp over to Tingle's Island again and have him decipher it. That is not Tingle's Island. That is Tingle's Island.
And then we were almost done with the Traveler's Quest. Almost. Just one more or two more.
A few more. We're getting there. We're getting there. Approximately 12 more charts and shards. Give or take a few.
At least two.
That fragrant, musty scent. You have money. Gimme, gimme, gimme.
It's actually it's kind of sad that the Tingle Tuner is gone from this game because in the original SD there's like an entire sequence on Outset which you can follow through the Tingle Tuner in which Knuckle and Tingle are arguing because Knuckle doesn't want to come back to Tingle Island because Tingle hasn't been treating Knuckle well, and at the end of the sequence they actually sort of make up, and Knuckle does come to Tingle Island. And in HD, it's just, oh, you found all 5 Tingle statues? Knuckle's here now. And the entire story is just gone.
Alright. So now we warp over to Forest Haven, and we head over to... What is this island?
Cliff Plateau.
Cliff Plateau Island. So one of the perks of playing in second quest mode, as long as you copy the blank file into a new location, as long as you continuously copy that blank file, that same blank file, and start a new game from that, your sunken Triforce shards will always be in the same location. So I know exactly where they are because I'm playing on a second file. So I know which spot around the island they are. I'm going to show off another little trick here. This is not allowed in Glitchless, but I'm going to show you because it's a fun little thing to do. So if we stand over here, we can grapple that peg from through the wall, and it's going to send us through the wall. And if we let go at just the right time, it's going to clip us inside that gate.
It's difficult timing.
It is kind of difficult timing, and oddly enough, like last weekend during my practice run, I got it on the first try. I was like, oh, okay, well that was quick. Maybe it'll be that quick next weekend, and apparently it's not. So whatever.
About to say when you asked for the island name, I was about to say like I might not remember when your birthday is, Blake, but I remember all 49 island names from this game.
It's okay.
If someone would ask me, I could name them from top left to bottom right, but remembering someone's birthday, nah, that's too much.
It's okay. I understand. You like this game more than me, so it's cool.
Who doesn't?
You're right. I like this game more than me. Well, this isn't really working very well. I really want to do it, and I really want to show it off, but you know. Oh, look at that! As I I went all the way through, but it did kind of work. I was going through the wall, but ideally it would stop you like just inside the gate. But anyway, you get the idea. So I'm just gonna move on. I saved my game before I started doing that, so I'm gonna reload it because it does it does progress the day-night cycle, so I'm gonna start us back up more in the daytime. We're gonna pull out our screamy fruit and put it on our head, and the seagull is gonna come up and be like, yummy screamy fruit, and then we're gonna fly over here and hit all the little pair switches. I believe some very well-aimed arrows can hit all of these switches from the ground, but it is far easier to just use a seagull. That's how you can. That's how the doctors can tell if he has like bad head trauma or something. Just ask him what the islands of Wind Waker are. Be like, nah, he's lucid. He's all good. All right. I believe that we are on our way to a ghost ship.
Yeah, we love ghosts and ships.
So we are going to go to Tingle Island. And the reason that we don't warp to Windfall Island is because time does not progress while we were in the Windfall Island sector. Time does progress while we are in the Tingle Island sector. Also, be very careful not to run into the big octo that is just north of Tingle Island. It's right off there to the right of me. That octo's name is Inkle. I like to call it Tingle's pet octo. Also, make sure that when you are going to the ghost ship that you actually open the ghost ship chart at least once. Otherwise, the ghost ship will not let you inside.
Can Wes name every single figurine in MC? I wouldn't even be able to name a single one.
So the so doing this Triforce route, if you do everything, you know, in a fairly decent pace, your ghost ship will always appear at Spectacle Island. But you do have to wait a little bit after the nighttime begins for the ship to actually appear. So we just gotta kind of look around for it and see if we can see it appear somewhere. Dude, it literally like spawned almost on top of me.
Wow. I'm going to be seeing a lot more of this ship throughout the day.
Yeah. All right, so the idea is to take out the Wizrobe first. So that it doesn't spawn any extra enemies. And then we can take out the pose by whatever means you feel is most appropriate. Whether you want to knock the lanterns out of their hands and become possessed and then unpossess yourself by taking damage, or by waiting around, or by walking yourself into the light. Whatever works for you.
I usually hookshot them. I usually shot them towards the light.
That's actually a really good idea. All right, plenty of money. We've got over 398, so we are good to go. The ghost ship is a really, really great place to farm rupees, but you want to make sure that if you get a lot of rupees, you can actually exit the ghost ship and go back into it and collect more rupees. Just don't collect the Triforce shard, otherwise you won't be able to go back into the ghost ship. So now that we have a bunch of rupees, we're going to go to Tingle's Island for the last time. Get our last chart deciphered. And then we're going to go collect the last 3 of our Triforce shards.
This Triforce quest part is a really easy place to get confused on when you're just starting out to learn a run. I still need to figure out like an optimal route. This is always the split where I'm like, oh, this time I understand. This time I'm gonna save time on a split, and then I do not.
Yeah.
The Starry, is that one of the names? I think something like that. I think there's one of the miniature leaders is called something like that. Oh. I'm gonna go and take a nap after your run.
Man, I think I will too.
Palmer can handle his own setup. Palmer doesn't need me.
So, like I said, with playing on a second playthrough file that's always the same one, I always know exactly where the Triforce shards are. So I don't have to look at my chart, I don't have to look at my gamepad, I just know that it's going to be right there.
I think in the original file, if you're just starting off, it's like behind the island or something, right?
It's random. I don't think if it's a brand new file, I don't think it's
Oh.
I need to go this way, slightly more this way.
Wait,
yeah, I think
only
it's always
4 hours old.
I think it's always yeah, I think it's always random. Actually, 4 hours isn't that bad because one of the girls in one of the bands that played with us last night drove 4.5 hours to get there. So 4.5 hours isn't really that bad of a drive. Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
Dude, I'm like right on top of it. Like.
So the good part about this game is that if you get hit while in the ship, it doesn't actually throw you out of the boat, which happens in the original.
Yeah, that's annoying. Yay for quality of life improvements. You only need one more. I wonder where it could be.
Could it be beneath this giant head? That's also a stone? Maybe we should rename an island after that. We could call it Headstone Island. Yet again, we're back doing another combat cave.
Doing another combat cave. This one is easier than the one on Overlook.
Yep. There's a lot of combat to be done in the Triforce quest. You have the Savage Labyrinth and then 2 combat caves.
You gotta get geared up for those for that final altercation.
What's your favorite island in this game?
Favorite island? I have no idea.
I would say Dragon Roost, but I feel like that's a cop-out because it would mainly be because of the music, because the music on there is just amazing.
Really good music.
It's
I don't know.
really good music.
I feel like Windfall is a really good island because there's just so much to do on Windfall.
I think in terms of look, Ice Ring also stands a really big chance because it looks really cool. It's just a big dragon face. Other than that, Forest Haven is cool on the inside, but from the outside it's a little bit barren. Time to actually start getting ready. Yes.
Yeah, I think. I think now would be a good time to start getting ready. About to get my last Triforce shard, and at that point, we've probably got about 20 minutes left.
Oh, can't forget about Minecraft Island.
Minecraft Island.
Yeah.
It's a good island.
Do we do file names from chat or just anything? You can just do anything if you want. If you want a file name for chat, I'd suggest already throwing chat
Yeah, throwing out some
to
suggestions.
make one because they take a while to think one up. So chat, if you have any file name suggestions for Palamer, throw them in chat, and maybe he will use them, depending on which one he likes. Also, you can use some emojis in every buttons on the DS. Yeah, true. You can use some smileys on the DS.
I like that because the because the Triforce doesn't fully form together until you actually get back onto Coral. You can actually see like the full Triforce in its broken shards configuration.
Yeah. And the music is neat too.
Yeah. You have completed the Triforce of Courage. We must go to the Tower of Gods and get that heart container you missed.
You've used Cloud Strife before. Triumph Dorito obtained. Now to find the Triumph Sword.
I have found the Triumph Forks. So the Swift Sail was the sail that I had selected during this, as I entered this cutscene. So the Swift Sail will be showing at the end of the game in the ending cutscene.
Oh. I didn't know that's how it worked, but that makes sense.
Just so you know.
Yeah, see, they do dub him the Hero of Wind in this cutscene.
Yeah.
I was always convinced that he was dubbed the Hero of Wind in this cutscene, but then someone said that he wasn't, and I was like, what?
Well, someone
But I also never bothered to look again. I think it's always so funny because you have the Hero of Time, you have the Hero of Wind, and then later today we're gonna have the Hero of Trains. Hell yeah!
Hero of Trains! There's no better hero of trains than Ashton. She is the choo-choo guru.
I think the Choo Choo Guru actually learned some new strats for this marathon, so
She did. She got PB in
trap in
practice.
chat. Yeah.
Hey, look, it's Zelda. She's still alive. She hasn't suffocated yet. Oh, and there's torches and stuff down here to take up more oxygen. It's like, look, Zelda's dead.
Someone shot Zelda with the light arrows.
She disintegrated.
So this does bring up, and like this, I was thinking about this recently because this is basically the same animation as the light arrows, right? But Zelda just basically gets teleported, I think.
Yeah.
So do the light arrows not actually kill someone, but just teleport? And
Yeah,
if
they
so,
just
does
send
Link
them.
know where he's teleporting them?
The light arrows just send the enemies to a different dimension.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking, well, maybe not even a dimension, but like maybe even just since Link doesn't know how they work, just a random location. Like some guy's just chilling in his house eating dinner with his wife, and then suddenly a dark nut that Link shot just appears on his dinner table.
Maybe they get sent to a different timeline.
Oh no.
Okay, seriously? There we go. No. There we go.
What is he doing with his shield?
Rude.
He was doing something special with his shield.
I like how Ganondorf is all like, here you will fall into eternal slumber, and he sends 2 dark nuts, or 2 mighty dark nuts down, and like, seriously, bro? Like, you don't even know what I've been up against.
To be fair, they can do quite a bit of damage.
They can.
A jump attack from a dark nut is like 4 hearts of damage, I think, right? Or from the mighty dark nuts. You send hundreds of dark nuts to wherever Zelda's chilling out? Yeah, pretty much. She got hit by a light arrow and didn't even drop 50 rupees.
Alright, so we're on a little bit of a time cycle during all of these shenanigans, too, as we're running on the one path between Hyrule Castle and Ganon's Tower. If we go quick enough, there's a dark nut up here that we should be able to... He should be walking the other direction, and we should be able to kind of sneak past him. Just kind of like that. And
He's the worst guard.
we're going to float across these pits, and somehow, while we're under the water, we're going to get pushed by the wind.
It's that wind that Ganondorf talks about in the final cutscene, don't you?
Yeah, the wind, it is blowing. Yes, apparently it is.
And then we've arrived in Ganon's Tower with the boss rematches. Woo! Have you learned from your previous fights, like, do you know how to beat them now?
I'll figure it out.
Are you doing the ice arrow strat in this room?
I am. So I
Nice.
used to use the grappling hook to climb up to that peg or whatever way up there. But like, this is so much faster.
Yup. It's a really cheap way to just get through this room. Like, what do you mean we need the grappling hook? We can just make a platform for ourselves with the ice arrows. It's
like,
amazing.
I don't like using magic a lot because I like to conserve my items. But there is plenty of magic in the next room, so
Yeah.
I don't have to worry about it.
BDX. Well, if you missed it, I can explain to you what happened.
I'm just awesome like that, Marathor. You know that.
Yeah. Like, installed a Game Shark and started hovering.
Game sharks are illegal in Glitchless. Don't tell anybody I'm using one.
Oh no. The run is invalid now.
Yes, because I was so on PB pace.
Another cool thing about the next one is not only will we see Phantom Hourglass with Palomar, but the commentator for Phantom Hourglass will be Mr. Shasta, who is the world record holder for Phantom Hourglass currently. We're gonna have another world record holder in a bit. So that's gonna be fun. Have you beaten the game before in 0 seconds? Blake, have you?
I'm getting there. I'm working on that run right now. We're on a good pace. I think we might be able to get it.
This is also a room where if you don't have double magic, it's you have to be like really careful with not wasting any magic.
Yeah.
This is a room I always get really impatient with because stuff like this. You want to go up in the hands? Nope. You should be patient and wait till they go down or up. Patience is your best friend in this room, sadly.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we're fine. That didn't do what I wanted it to do.
It's kind of sad that they take away all your items in these 3 boss fights, because we could actually show off some cool strategies that you could use with other items.
Yeah, they don't even let you use the forest water in that cutscene, or in that refight. We're gonna do some. We're gonna do some pretty cool things in this room, though.
Oh.
I'm going to show you a really easy way to get through this. So we're just going to roll straight through the middle of this and not take any damage. We're going to get that one to take down and get the next one to take down and get that choo-choo to spawn. We're going to target that choo-choo and hook shot him so that he comes near us. Hook shot him right into this light so that he turns to stone. We're going to set him on this switch. Wow, okay.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
That's a thing. So
now we've reversed controls.
So yeah, that was not intended, but we're gonna work with it. So as we come up here, we're gonna step on this switch so that it does the cutscene of dropping those stairs. We're going to make this first one on the left come down. We're going to pull this choo-choo out, and then we're going to roll all the way to the end. We're going to turn that choo-choo all the way down there to stone. And we're going to hook shot to pull him over. And we're going to stand on the back side of this switch and hook shot our choo-choo over. And it didn't really work the way I wanted it to. But we're going to set this choo-choo on the switch. And we're going to run all the way back up here. And, oh, the Stalfos did not appear.
Wait, what?
I think that the Stalfos did not appear because the choo-choo came off of the switch. And
That is perfect.
Before, and the stairs did not fully rise all the way up. So as long as you're standing on the first step, you can get up here. But yeah, so the idea of stepping on that switch first and initiating that cutscene is so that it doesn't initiate the cutscene when you put the choo-choo on it and use up more of the choo-choo's, stone time. And if the Stalfos does appear, then you've still got time to run up and get past him without actually having to fight him.
The saddest part about Glitchless is not being able to use Hurricane Spin on this guy.
You can. It's just going to take you more time than what's necessary to go get it.
You just have to get 10 Knight's Crest, hand them in, learn the quick spin. I mean, not the quick spin. Hurricane Spin.
Hurricane Spin used to be in my route before coming to this battle in the Earth Temple. So I would be able to collect 9 Knight's Crests between all the Dark Nuts in Hyrule Castle and before I get to the Earth Temple. But I would have to go to Stonewatcher. I would have to go to Stonewatcher first to get another Knight's Crest.
Yeah.
And then turn them in. So ultimately, it ended up being too much of a time usage to make it a viable, effective option. Oh my gosh! Like I'm looking at my gamepad trying to choose items and move items, and I can't walk straight when I'm doing that. Okay, I need that.
Don't walk and equip items
that.
at the same time, kids.
Yeah, it's be better than me. Learn how to walk straight while you're looking at your gamepad. This room is super easy to get through.
This one always felt a bit random because they added a lot of stuff to this room, but a lot of that stuff doesn't actually do anything.
Alright, so I didn't need to do any of that stuff that I just did. You can literally just float through this whole room and hook shot up to the door.
Yeah. It's one of the more confusing rooms in Wind Waker.
Seems that you have chosen death today, sir. It didn't have to be like this. Yeah, I totally believe that. 90% of car accidents happen because people were looking at their Wii U gamepad instead of while driving. Yeah. I believe it. Hey, it's
music.
More music. This music is great.
Oh, you've learned to cater to chat now. You've started agreeing that this music is the best music.
It's good music. Like, it's really good.
Earlier you said that it wasn't the best, but...
Saying that it's the best music in this game is a matter of opinion.
I don't know.
I agree that it's really, really good music. It's not my personal favorite track.
Still sounds like it should be a train boss. I'll get those later on in the day. Yeah, I can see how it sounds like it goes chugga chugga. There goes our final boss rematch. And now it's just Phantom Ganny and Puppet Ganny and Normal Ganny. The three Ganondorfs of the apocalypse are left. Now the question is, does Blake remember the order of the maze?
I don't.
Oh no, do you not?
I do not.
I think I do. If you need directions.
Yeah, don't tell me. Let me see if I can figure this out.
Okay.
Alright, so you don't have to fight Phantom Ganon in all of these rooms. What you do is you start with the door behind you, and then you go to the left. Straight. Left. Right. And straight.
Oh yeah, you remembered it better than I did. It's amazing.
So the way that I remember that, like I found this image of I found this image of the map, and I just picture that image in my head every time, and like now that I've done it enough times, I'm like, okay, I know the directions, but I always have that image in my head as I'm walking through here.
The one I always mess up is the first one straight. I always think it's right. But yeah, apart from that, I got it nailed down pretty well. The most OP item in any Zelda game, in terms of combat. There's some more broken items in other games.
And now that we're in here, all we need to do is just kind of go towards the wall to get him to float around, and then just shoot him with a light arrow. Some people are really, really good about getting him to spawn and shooting him, like, immediately. That's not me.
Yeah.
I'm not good.
Are you gonna snipe Ganondorf or are you using the boomerang?
We're going to try to snipe him. I'm going to try to explain my method of sniping him, and then we'll just see how it goes from there. As we climb these stairs, we can shoot every enemy in this room and send them to an alternate dimension or alternate timeline, wherever they end up going.
Or your kitchen table.
Hey, I like bacon. Replenish our magic.
Replenish hearts.
There's plenty. There should be extra arrows in here, and there's plenty of extra fairies. Also, if you need them, actually, I probably should get one. And we enter the final door.
Let's go. Good luck. Good luck. I say as we are gonna have to sit for a cutscene of 5 minutes, which I'm not used to watching. Have you had jackal meat, foe? I have not.
It's a sleepy Zelda. Do you sleep still? Wait! She's sleeping. I don't want to wake her up. She's got a bad attitude.
The King of Hyrule. You know his name, Blake?
King Hyrule.
Do you know his full name? We said it at the start of the day.
Which king? There's multiple kings.
The one from this game.
Oh, that's Daphne's. Daphne's no hats in
Yeah.
Hyrule.
Yeah.
I know that one. Still,
Y'all better.
I'm
be
still
making
trying to
notes.
memorize the one from Breath of the Wild. It's like
Rohan?
blasphemous something or other Hyrule. Oh, King Rome blasphemous Hyrule. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that was it.
Something like that. All right, so I'm gonna attempt to snipe this orb. I'm not gonna get it, but the idea is that while it's moving back and forth like that, I want to kind of aim,
Oh.
and I want to release my arrow as the orb is on the other side. Oh, that one was close.
That was the first good hit.
Okay.
Well, that works.
I think after about a minute, start doing that whole spinny thing.
Yeah, it's also if you're low on resources because the keys are meant as, well, pots, just to give you items.
Alright, I think we're going to just boomerang the rest of it. We only have one hit left.
It's actually quite nice and important to stay high on health in this fight if you are sniping him, because the keys fight are programmed in a way that to give you the resource you are lowest off, or at least like I think if you're lower than a certain amount of hearts, they will always drop hearts. So we want them to always drop magic. So the higher we stay on health, the more chance we have that they'll drop magic instead, and magic is what we want.
Alright, so really good players can snipe that orb really quick. Part of the reason that I can't do that is because I don't use gyro, but I can snipe it out of the air like that.
Nice.
So this Moldorm mode form is also fairly snipeable, but if you don't want to deal with trying to snipe him, you can just hold a bomb over your head and he'll just run into you and stun himself.
You can also spin attack his face, but it's quite precise. Or not precise, but like you have to have some timing on it. Hi, Dan.
Dan. It's Dan Coltrane, the original Choo Choo Guru.
Yeah, I was about to say, are you sure Ashton is the fast choo-choo guru when we've got Dan?
I mean, we have Dan, but I'm pretty sure that Ashton's better than Dan at this point.
We're gonna get a boxing match between Dan and Ashton to determine who's the best with trains. Listen, Ashton beats all those adventures. She can box Dan in seconds. Yeah, those were some good shots, Blake.
Those were some pretty good shots. My aiming was fairly on point today. Why do I like third-person aiming in Twilight Princess? It's just what I'm used to. That's literally all it is. Alright, so as we climb this rope, we need to select a few specific items. I have a fairy, so I think we're going to be good. We don't need magic anymore. I'm going to be good on the health. When I did this in practice last weekend, it was the best final battle like I've ever had. It was amazing. So I'm going to try to replicate that, and I'm going to try to explain it as I do it also. But we'll see how it goes.
JDD.
The final battle is just very heavily scripted. Do some damage. Do some damage. Zelda gets knocked out. Do some more damage. Zelda wakes up. Reflect a light arrow. That's literally about it.
Oh.
Jump spins are really nice. They do a lot of damage to Ganondorf pretty quick. There's a couple of methods that we can use to get him to take a lot of damage really quickly. So the idea is that when the battle starts, Zelda's going to walk forward and then turn around and talk to us. It's important that we do not move because Ganondorf is going to fly towards us at that point, and he's going to fly over Zelda towards us, and Zelda's going to shoot him in the back with a light arrow, and then we can do a bunch of damage to him. In theory, if we do enough damage, the next time that Zelda shoots him, he should go knock her out and initiate the second phase. Then we just do a little bit of damage to him again. We do like a parry and do some more damage to him, and Zelda will wake up, and then all we have to do is talk to Zelda, and she's going to say, hold out your shield to reflect my shot towards him. That's all you have to do. The entire third phase of the battle is literally just waiting for Zelda to shoot an arrow towards you, and you reflect it towards Ganondorf, and you do the parry attack for the final hit. So, we're going to see if we can get all of that to happen in about 1 minute. Typically, my Ganondorf battles last somewhere between a minute and a minute and a half. But we'll see how it goes. Interesting note. King Daphne's is not actually touching the Triforce.
He's just slightly hover-handing it, right?
But yeah, he's just kind of like not quite there. But I guess they grant his wish because he's closer. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I think if you do the battle in Twilight Princess correctly, I think the Twilight Princess battle is faster. It's pretty quick if you do Twilight Princess correctly. Wow. That wind is blowing strong. Her hair is flowing, man. I'm surprised they didn't get knocked over. Dun, 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 dun. All right, remember what I said. Remember the script of this battle. We're gonna try to do it. We're gonna try to do it just like I said. All right. So we're not gonna move. Sword. We're gonna pull out our sword. Zelda's gonna talk to us. Ganondorf's gonna fly over Zelda. Zelda's gonna shoot him. Do some quick attacks. Try to talk to Zelda so that she shoots another arrow. We're going to make sure Ganondorf's on us. So now he's going to go smack Zelda. So he comes back. We're going to get him to do a combo attack so that we can parry him. Parry attack on him. Zelda should wake up. And we're going to go talk to Zelda, target Zelda so that we can talk to her. And now we just stand here with our sword out, shoot him, and parry attack, and time.
Okay, I started at the timer. That's what we were supposed to do, right?
Yes. Perfect.
Okay, good. Okay.
Thank you.
GG.
Thank you for the GGs. So was that like a practice? Yeah. Sure. It's always practice. 8 seconds. A little bit shy of that 0 second time, but we're making progress. We're getting improvements here. World record. I was here. I love it.
The timer started for outro percent.
Now this is one of my favorite pieces of Zelda music in the series. I just really love the somber piano sound.
It is really good music. Okay. So, is there anything you want to shout out at the end of the run?
Yeah. Let me get to the rolling credits real quick.
Sounds good. Okay. Cat? Oh, did you guys see Blake's cat? I know the gibberish in chat.
Okay, so I see.
Oh, yeah, fair.
Phosphorus. I see what you're saying now. It was pretty close to my practice battle. The second phase took a little bit longer than that practice, just because I ended up having 2 cycles in it. Ganondorf did a kick because I was too close to him. Instead of doing one of the attacks that I normally parry. But I didn't realize until just this battle that, oh, I can parry him after he kicks. So I'm going to have to keep that in mind for future Ganondorf battles.
Okay. You got anything to shout out? Then we can head over to BRB in the next run.
I suppose. First off, thank you everybody for being here throughout this weekend and being here to watch this everybody that it took to come together to make all of this happen. Big shout out to Drew for having the idea to create this Dungeon Runners team, and for Mossy's allowing her to do this and really kind of take the reins on it and take control of it. Drew is doing an amazing job with it. Big thanks to the Dungeon Runners team for inviting me to be a part of it and to be a part of this marathon. Thank you very much. I think this is my first solo stream on the Zelda Dungeon channel since like 2017 or something like that. I hope to be able to do more of these in the future under Dungeon Runners and be able to showcase more of the games that I really enjoy playing and really enjoy teaching glitchless tricks and stuff about. Also doing like multiplayer, like multi-stream, you know, just playing together, races, or any kinds of other things. Hope to see a lot more of that in the future from maybe myself and other runners, other members of the Dungeon Runners team. There's a lot of really interesting things in the works that I'm really excited to see come forward for the future of the Dungeon Runners team. I want to thank Ashton for being my co-navigator today. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Yep. That was me. Hello, I am Ashton, everybody. I like Spirit Tracks and yell a lot. I'm also really good at spelling bees.
Thank you, Wes, for jumping in when Ashton needed sleep. I greatly appreciate it. There's one of the best fill-ins that could have came out of this. Me and Wes always have wonderful commentaries together. We have wonderful conversations. So this went over very well, very smoothly. I'm really happy about it. The run itself went pretty well. And I had a little extra time that I was able to show off a handful of other things that you can and can't do in glitchless runs. But yeah, anybody that's looking into wanting to start running Wind Waker and wants to start kind of small and build your way up to it, I'm happy to help. I'm happy to give you pointers. I'm happy to try to explain things in a way that you might be able to understand it a little better, to help you learn how to do some of these things. A lot of the stuff that I did in this run are not really difficult tricks. They're pretty easy to pick up. But if anybody has any questions or anything, you know, hit me up on the Zelda Dungeon Discord. If you want, you can follow my personal Twitch channel, which is Stimpy789. I do a lot of Zelda games, but I also do other retro games. A lot more lately. We've also been doing like archipelago randomizers as a group. So some of the other games that I play in those is like Metroid Zero Mission. I threw Mega Man 2 in recently. Castlevania Symphony of the Night is on my list of ones that I want to do. A lot of times we do a lot of A Link to the Past randomizer. I haven't ran Adventure of Link in quite a while, but occasionally, if I've got 2 hours to kill, I might do an Adventure of Link run. Another really fun one that I've done is Hoverbat's creation of Link is Adventuresome, where he took Adventure of Link and expanded upon that, added new areas, added a lot of different items and stuff into it, while still keeping the core of Adventure of Link very much intact. Very, very fun game to play. Look into that if you're an Adventure of Link fan. Yeah, thank you to everybody that, especially, you know, those that I've been playing with recently, of other Zelda Dungeon staff. Ashton and Cora, definitely, of going through Four Swords together over the last few months has been so much fun. I think that's it. Do you have anything else to say?
I want to bring people's attention to the next run coming up. So we're gonna be on Be Right Back for about like 5 minutes, maybe 10 if things go horribly wrong with tech setup, but let's hope it goes well. And after that, we'll be back with Palomer and Four Swords Adventure. We'll have Palomer and world record holder Mr. Shasta on commentary. So we're gonna have two amazing runners. Palomer's shown before at the Zelda dungeon what he's capable of. He's got a sub 4 on the Zelda dungeon main marathon before. So we're gonna see more goodness there. Yeah.
Four Swords Adventures,
Did I say
huh?
Force Adventure?
You
What?
did.
I?
I was
God
waiting for
fucking
you
hell.
to stop until I cut you off on that.
Phantom
I was like,
Hourglass.
wait
I
a
was
minute.
reading things at the same time. Oh my gosh. Oh.
Plot twist, Palaver.
changing
You're
this-
now playing Four Swords Adventures again. You're controlling all four at once, like separate game pads and everything. Like you're doing 4-player
Yep.
Four Swords Adventures with 4 separate Game Boy Advances. Have
He
at
has
it.
one job and he can't even do that properly. Oh my gosh. Well, stay tuned for Phantom Adventures Swords Glass. We'll be back in a bit. Apart from that, yeah. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned. Thank you, everybody.